The Devil is a Part-Timer. Light Novel Volume 02. Wagahara Satoshi. Introduction to Races in the Demon World. Azure Horn Clan, a Dreamlich. Proud of their bull heads and large stature such that others must look upwards, they are a clan whose members are considered large even amongst the many races in the demon world. They are frequently misunderstood by the outside world to be the type to rely on brute force in battle due to their stature, but they are also a magic group skilled in intricate water spells and ice spells. Having preference for bloodlines, the clan leader in each generation is always chosen from the bloodline of their first ancestor. Vagrant Demon Lucifer. A broad term referring to those who have left their clan's area of habitat, or those who travel alone or in very small groups. Most of them were forced to travel alone for reasons such as the eradication of their clan, and not all vagrant demons are very strong. Though few in number, there are demons who left their clan because they could not adapt to their clan's social ideals. Black Goat Clan Satan. A small clan which lived in the extreme northern region of the demon world. Amongst the population of a few hundred, warriors were a minority. They were all killed in an attack by wandering one-eyed tattooed demons, save for Satan. The males in the clan have sturdy bodies as well as wings which were probably formed with magic. Therefore it can be deduced that they were a clan who were skilled in various types of magic. Male-branch Clan Malakoda. The most common medium-sized demons in the southern region of the demon world, their special characteristic being their thin, dangerous-looking sharp claws on all four of their limbs, and being skilled in both illusion magic and necromancy. Even within the same race, there will be differences in appearance because of the differences in their environment. This deviation in their appearances is more significant compared to other races, with their 4 pairs of sharp claws being the only thing they have in common. Iron Scorpions Alciel. They have the hardest exoskeletons in the northern region of the demon world and are skilled in magic based on telekinesis. They do not have a high aptitude to be warriors, so they will not be overconfident in their own power, relying on their highly social nature and organized group-based strategies to steadily expand their influence over longer periods of time. Although other clans ridicule them by calling them poisonous bugs, their 2-pronged tails do not contain any poison. Prologue. So delicious. 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 Genial sunshine, chirping birds, and a refreshing wind carried over the sounds of leaves brushing against each other from the distant forest. On this beautiful day, 3 human figures were sitting on the grass in a row. The demon world doesn't have anything like it, right? No, have you seen it before? While its color resembles Jinwo root, why does it taste like this? The speaker had a thin body and sinister-looking horns, but the characteristic which stood out the most had to be the huge, dangerous-looking sharp claws at the end of each limb. Don't mention Jinwo root. This is something edible, but there's nothing else I can describe this with. It was not clear what Jinwo root was, but to the demons, who did not need to eat in the first place, it seemed to be a term they did not want to hear while they ate. The demons were holding small brown objects in their fingers that did not have any sharp claws. The human countries should have the ingredients for this, right? That's hard to say. Even the hero and the others who traveled around the world have said that this is rare. They did say such a thing. The brown object was thrown into a scary-looking mouth with countless sharp teeth. Ah, so delicious. Yeah, it's delicious. Delicious. This was the central continent of the Holy Cross land of Ente Isla, which was already enveloped in the atmosphere of early summer. Next to the demon fortress, or the ruins of the old Isla Cantorum, 3 demons looking up at the sky while casually eating chocolate made for a very comical scene. In the past, the Male Branch clan used their terrifying necromancy and illusion magic, causing the people of the southern continent to fall into the depths of fear. The 3 of them were especially skilled and were responsible for leading their clan members. At this moment, these demons who were known as chieftains were currently praising human-made desserts. But I never expected that little ant to be hiding such abilities. One of the larger-sized male branches, Libikako, looked towards the nearby plaza where a human girl was currently standing. That young girl was sitting with her two friends, eating chocolate together. Libikako, be more careful with your words. Lady Chiho is a demon general appointed by Lord Demon King. Farfarello was the youngest amongst the trio, but as Barbarixia was stationed in the demon world, he was appointed as the head chieftain. And Farfarello addressed that human girl as a demon general. I don't think that human looks that amazing. How did she become a demon general? The last one-eyed chieftain asked with a perplexed expression. She's a demon general, but she's not a warrior or a knight. She can't even use spells well, right? She's only more courageous than a normal warrior. Libikako answered Siriato's question, and on reflex, touched his right arm which had been cut off and sent flying on the day he met Chiho for the first time. Even if he spent a period which was many times longer than normal on healing, that arm could never revert back to its original condition. In addition, the humans in the foreign world of Japan might be more closely related to us demons. What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with Lady Chiho using Lord Adramlech's demonic ice magic? Libikako nodded in response to Farfarello's question. That's right. That was Lord Adramlech's ice thorns, and from what was observed during that time, the caster could only be that little ant. The male branch chieftains who were commanders in the Demon King army had their reasons for working together with humans in that place. The god Ignora, who held the key to the survival or extinction of the humans of Enteila, was on the blue moon of Enteila, which also was the heaven that formed a pair with the demon world. And the master of the male branches, Demon King Satan, had decided to challenge her. Honestly speaking, if it was just this reason, the demons would not have participated actively. They could not defy their master's orders, but even Farfarello, who had interacted with the humans around the Demon King, harbored thoughts of, why do I have to protect humans? However, they were all gathered here currently. The bridgehead, the demon fortress, had been erected in the area in front of them when they invaded the human world. Currently, the demons were working with the humans, their past enemies, with the plan to make it fly into the air, landing on the blue moon directly. One of the steps involved was to retrieve a part of the ancient Demon King Satan's legacy known as Adramlechinus demonic spear, and the human the trio had been discussing had completed this task after causing a huge miracle. The human girl known as Sasaki Chiho was a citizen of the foreign world Japan. Despite being the person with the least battle ability amongst those present, she treated every human and demon more equally than anyone else, connecting all of them together. Based on this alone, it can be proven that that ant possesses a power we don't have. That's true. Farfarello threw a piece of chocolate into his mouth, and as if he was expressing his agreement, Siriato ate another piece of chocolate. Siriato and the others had heard that this human food that had overturned their perception of eating and taste could be found everywhere in the foreign world of Japan. Everything had started when the demon's enemy and the hero's comrade sorceress Emeralda Eduva heard that Sasaki Chiho was going to make dessert. Emeralda Eduva, who loved Japanese desserts, immediately looked for Chiho to ask for chocolate. After showing an expression of bliss, she thought of asking Chiho why she was making chocolate at this time. Libikako was nearby at that time, so he happened to hear about a custom known as Valentine's Day, which existed in the foreign world. Libikako acquired the knowledge of a strange human custom, and things should have stopped there, but another, human demon general, who happened to be working hard with Chiho to make chocolate Crescia Bell, stopped him. By the way, Libikako, since it's a rare chance, do you want to try making one? At first, Libikako wondered if the other party had gone crazy. According to Bell, not only did the custom of giving chocolate in the foreign world help to smoothen relationships in an organization, it could sometimes be used as a gift to express respect and admiration. The commotion you male branches caused in the eastern continent some time back seemed to have caused a lot of trouble for the Demon King. There is no harm if you tried it as a way of gaining your master's favor. After being told this, Libikako was unable to rebuke. Some time back, because of a scheme from the angels of heaven, the male branches caused chaos in the eastern continent of Enta-Isla. In addition, they also caused a lot of trouble to Demon General Alciel, the clan leader of the Iron Scorpions. During that commotion, Libikako had formed connections with Bell and Sasaki Chiho, but the one who acted to resolve it was definitely Demon King Satan. In the end, the male branches paid for their atrocities with many sacrifices, and Satan had not condemned them because he felt that they had already learned their lesson, but he had never said anything about forgiving them. As if Libikako's hesitation had been seen through, Satan-san was very angry when he returned to Japan. You know, he owed a lot of favors during the time he went to the eastern continent, so he seemed to have spent a lot of money to return those favors. Chiho added on, "This is a rare chance, and it's not that difficult to make. Everyone should make this together. If he receives chocolate from his subordinates, Satan-san would definitely feel happy about it." Since Chiho, who frequently helped the Demon King Satan in Japan, had said so, Libikako could not treat these words as lies and ignore them. In fact, not considering human customs, the male branch's sense of smell also felt that the brown paste which was being stirred repeatedly smelled nice. Simply put, it whetted the appetite. In the end, Libikako was tricked by Chiho and Bell, and to win the favor of Demon King Satan, he had asked the chieftains who were currently in the central continent, Farfarello and Siriato, to join in. Then this piece of information was heard by the other male branches, and the other surviving demons who had attacked Enta-Isla in the past, currently being protected after being whittled down in numbers by the repeated attacks from humans, leading to more and more demons wanting to make chocolate. As expected, the ingredients Chiho had prepared in the beginning were not enough to include the increased number of participants, and because of that, Hero Emilia's female human friend from the foreign world and Emeralda Eduva had to travel between Japan and the central continent several times to stock up on ingredients. In the end, there were too many unused ingredients, therefore many demons ended up eating the remaining chocolate, just like what they were doing now. Lord Demon King seemed very happy, and we have finally set down the weight on our shoulders. We do have to thank that girl for that. After Siriato finished his own chocolate, he played with the packaging as if he could not bear to part with it, then rolled it into a ball. It's hard to stop once you've started eating, but there shouldn't be any left. Siriato, you ate too much. Do you like chocolate that much? Libikako teased him with a troubled smile, and Siriato nodded with a serious expression. Yeah, I like it a lot. And if we have to get used to human food, the earlier the better, right? No matter what it is, I want to try them when I am still able to eat. That makes sense. With that, Farfarello and Libikako expressed their agreement on reflex. What do we do? Since we can't trouble Lady Chiho any further, do you want to sneak into the kitchens belonging to the Hacken Knights? That's true. Considering the future, if we want to understand how food tastes like, understand the concept of eating, rather than the West, it would be better to familiarize ourselves with the food in the East. Just as Libikako and Farfarello finished their chocolate and prepared to stand up and leave. Libikako-san. A shout which lacked any tension caused Libikako to hang his head in depression. Hey Libikako, Lady Chiho, what is it? Because Libikako did not respond, Farfarello had no choice but to reply in his stead. After all, these chieftains still had to respect the ranks defined by Demon King Satan and welcome Sasaki Chiho, who was running towards them. From the perspective of Farfarello and the others, she was a strange human. Farfar-san, Siriato-san, has everyone eaten the chocolate? We have finished those chocolates which Lady Chiho had made in the beginning. After Farfarello said this, Chiho asked in a surprised manner. All of you ate those first batch of chocolates. Is there a problem? It's not actually a problem, just that the first batch of chocolates are chocolates with 99% cocoa content which Emeralda-san melted by mistake. It should have been very bitter. Didn't any of you feel anything? The three demons looked at each other, as if they had no idea what Chiho was talking about. Did you feel anything? No, I thought it was very delicious. Like you have just heard, we felt that there were no problems when eating them. I see. Chocolates with 99% cocoa had gained attention because they were good for diets and health and could now be easily bought from supermarkets or convenience stores. But if people who were not used to it ate them like normal chocolate, they would definitely get a shock from the bitterness. The trio had mentioned it when they chatted, but those chocolates which would be melted via a water bath were prepared by Suzuki Rika, who came from the foreign world of Japan like Chiho, and the hero's comrade Emeralda Eduva, but Emeralda. Cocoa is the raw ingredient for delicious chocolate. There is a lot of cocoa in chocolate, so the larger the number, the more delicious it must be. Based on this mysterious logic, she bought chocolate containing 99% cocoa. When asked why Emeralda was not stopped, I heard Emeralda-chan likes Japanese desserts, so I thought it was her personal preference. Rika answered thus. By the way, after heating up the chocolate containing 99% cocoa, Emeralda immediately ate the melted chocolate happily, and after tasting the despair-inducing bitterness, she writhed about and ran to the river to wash her mouth with tears running down her face. Currently, she had not returned. Then what do you want? After Libikako asked this, Chiho, who had been a little dazed, came back to her senses and answered. Yes, I wanted to pass this to Libikako-san. The appearance of the object Chiho held out looked like the chocolate box which Libikako had just personally handed to the Demon King. There's nothing bad about 99% chocolate, but it's still too bitter after all. In addition, the ingredients everyone had been using earlier were Japanese chocolates, so I asked Lumark-san to prepare some chocolates from here. I was a little shocked after I found out that chocolate was a premium item which could only be eaten by nobles though. Libikako, who truly did not understand the situation anymore, showed a perplexed expression, staring at the box held out by the human girl who was a demon general. I heard that everyone has been slowly tasting the food from Saint Air and Afsahan, but there are no desserts here at all, so I hope this could be a reference. Why are you giving this to me? Hey Libikako, this is a gift from the lady. You're noisy, Farfar. She may be a demon general, but this little ant is still a human from the foreign world. There's no need to show that much loyal courtesy to her. Libikako glared at Chiho, feeling rather annoyed. I don't have a reason to accept your kindness. What are you planning? It was not just the male branches. Many demons had started to show an interest in human food. They had their reasons, but it was not just Chiho. Even Hero Emilia, Crestia Bell and the hero's comrades did not know the reason for this. Libikako had planned to intimidate Chiho, but the latter did not show any signs of fear, and answered as if she had known that he would react that way. I probably explained the custom of Valentine's Day already, right? This is obligatory chocolate for Libikako-san. This high school girl had given obligatory chocolate to the king of demons, but mysteriously, her giving obligatory chocolate to a male branch chieftain made for a stranger scene. I feel bad for Farfar-san and Siriato-san, but the reason I am giving this to only Libikako-san is because he had helped me in Finzi. Chiho had received help from Libikako before, but Libikako did not see it that way. He did help Chiho and the others retrieve a Draimlech's inheritance from the hands of the people of the northern continent, but that plan had been prepared by the humans and angels, and Libikako was in charge of a task which could be accomplished by any male branch, so he had not been included in the plan from the start. In addition, Libikako had not supported Chiho in any way. He had only followed the plan, creating a Draimlech's illusion. But I heard that when Suzuno-san came to discuss this with everyone, Libikako-san was the first one to volunteer. Chiho spoke as if she had seen through Libikako's thoughts. That's because Farfar said that he couldn't leave this place, and Siriato did not know you, so only I was left. If you were unwilling to do it, it should have been possible for you to reject it. After all, the ones who came to discuss this with you was not Alciel-san or Lucifer-san, but a human, Suzuno-san. I know that demons feel that turning into their human forms is a very shameful thing to do, but when Libikako-san went to the northern continent, you did not show that kind of attitude at all. Chiho had heard this from the demons many times. When chatting with Ashia, he had mentioned Farfarello saying something similar when he appeared in Japan before. When Libikako first appeared at Chiho's school, he was already in his demon form, so it was easy to imagine how reluctant he was to change into a human form. And perhaps because Libikako-san was around, that was why that incident happened at that time. Libikako could not help but suck in a breath. That incident Chiho mentioned was obviously referring to the reappearance of a Draimlech's magic, the ice thorns, and the ice demonic spear. In Japan, I had done something similar when Satan-san and Alciel-san were in their demon forms, causing a mysterious phenomenon. In Finzi, only Libikako-san was using demonic magic. Therefore, a Draimlech-san might have responded to Libikako-san's demonic magic. How is that possible? Libikako approached Chiho in a sinister manner. I accepted that task simply because I heard it was a plan to retrieve the demonic spear. Human, don't be so full of yourself. Libikako, you're too loud. The humans are becoming nervous. Once Emilia and Belle, who were nearby, discovered that Libikako was approaching Chiho and getting closer than he should, they showed tense expressions and stood up to ensure that they could take action any time. You're annoying, Farfar. Why are you so concerned about what the humans think? I meant that you shouldn't carelessly provoke the enemy. This is not how us male branches act. After clicking his tongue once, Libikako waved Farfarello's hand away and turned his back on Chiho at the same time. I heard that a Draimlech-san was an amazing person. Chiho mumbled to his back. And what? I heard that he was an honest, magnanimous, and amazing person. As if you know anything about, I know. Chiho maintained her position of holding out the box and spoke to Libikako with a serious expression. I heard that he had fought against Satan-san, no, Demon King Sama when he was still small and weak, and seriously listened to the Demon King's ideals after acknowledging his power. He thought about the future of the Azure Horns more seriously than anyone else, and was so magnanimous that he was willing to work with his long-time enemy Alciel and the Iron Scorpions under the flag of the Demon King army. Chiho's words caused Farfarello and Siriato to turn to each other in surprise. What Chiho mentioned did not happen during the time the Demon King army conquered the northern continent of Entaila. At that time, not only was the demon world not unified, the male branches had not joined the Demon King army yet. When the male branches joined the Demon King army, it should be the same right. The chieftains got a huge shock. Even if it was less than half the size of Libikako's palm, a small hand took the chance to place an even smaller box into his hand. If you're unwilling to accept my intentions, I can only use my position to pass this to you. Male Branch Chieftain Libikako, this is a reward given by Demon General Sasaki Chiho because of your work performance. She looked a little nervous, but Chiho still said this determinedly, and after bowing to the trio, she returned to Emilia and the others. Then, Libikako stared at Chiho's back, feeling dazed. In front of him, Emilia and Crestabel were showing worried expressions, but Chiho shook her head, smiling nonchalantly. You were outsmarted. Farfarello, standing at the side, said this in a teasing tone. I don't know how much Lady Chiho knows, but once she says that, you can't reject it. Since she had spent time with Lord Demon King and Lord Alciel, there's nothing strange about her knowing something. Siriato showed a complex expression and looked up at Libikako. Then, Libikako closed his eyes for a short while, then looked down at the box which he was forced to accept. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt that the thing within the box was very heavy. How is it? Maō-san, is Chiho-chan all right? Seeing Libikako and Chiho get into a conflict, Rika quickly used the angel feather pen to notify Mao and Ashia, and the two of them immediately went down to the ground to observe the situation. It feels like it should be fine. Based on the contents Mao and Ashia overheard as they hid themselves, they did not seem to be quarreling. But Kai-chan seems to know about a Dreamlech, did you tell her? Once Mao asked Ashia this, the latter showed a calm smile and shook his head. About that, I didn't say anything special. She probably heard it from someone else when she went to the northern continent, I guess. Oh, so that's how it was. Because Mao did not take part in the plan to retrieve the demonic spear, he accepted Ashia's explanation. But being able to eat chocolate containing 99% cocoa, those male branches are amazing. No matter how good it is for health, I won't be able to accept it. After Mao expressed his thoughts which were rather off-topic, he left directly. Eating 99% chocolate depends on habit and determination. Then again, after confirming that Mao was a significant distance away, Rika said softly, is it all right to lie to your master? You found out. Ashia did not deny it. It was really just a summary, but I had mentioned past events to Sasaki-san before. As I did not obtain permission from Demon King Sama beforehand, I couldn't help but tell a lie. But how did you know? When you encounter a problem which cannot be resolved immediately, your expression will momentarily become dim. Become dim? That's right. Normally, you can express clear feelings of joy, anger, and sadness, but when you want to gloss over or ignore certain things, your expressions will become unclear, showing some kind of relaxed expression. I am not aware of this though. Ashia touched this face on reflex, and Rika smiled happily. This must be something which can only be seen by others. Is that so? Because I have always been watching you, so even if we did not know each other for that long, I can still notice this immediately. Rika looked up and smiled at Ashia, and the latter turned away with a perplexed expression. See, you're doing it again. Rika, who enjoyed making Ashia feel perplexed, suddenly took out a small object wrapped in gold paper. Do you want to try it? 99 was written on the paper. As a reference for the future, I'll help myself. After Ashia said this with extra emphasis, he bit lightly on the object which, based on smell alone, did not seem any different from normal chocolate. This is a bit too much for me. I thought so too. I can't eat it in big mouthfuls like those demons, but... The unexpected bitterness caused Ashia to groan. Rika nodded in satisfaction and pushed the chocolate containing 99% cocoa into Ashia's hands. Ashia-san is cooler when you display your feelings honestly. Please don't tease me, I won't be tied down because of this. Ashia frowned at the chocolate in his hand. Tusk. Rika showed a devil-like smile, and pulled out the angel feather pen from her jacket. Then I should be going home now. I have a home delivery to accept in the evening. See you. All right, be careful on the way home. Even if he had been teased the whole time, after he saw Rika's figure naturally disappear into the gate, Ashia's expression turned dim once again. With things as they are now, it's useless even if I know about this kind of thing. Chiho had just used her status as a demon general of the Demon King army to force a demon to accept chocolates containing her intentions. Chiho had liked Maō since the beginning, but in her own way, she probably had thought about the meaning of that title and decided to seriously accept that title at some point in time. It wasn't something which happened that long ago, but strangely. Ashia stared at this palm which had the color of human skin. I don't remember what expression I had on my face at that time. Had he shown a relaxed expression at that time? He had complained a great deal just now, but in the end, the male branch chieftain Libikako still opened the box which Chiho had given him and ate the chocolate inside. Watching this figure, Ashia's consciousness gradually returned to the distant past. Chapter 1. Purple heat rays cut open the red land without any difficulty. The powerful heat energy, which instantly caused the atmosphere to reach boiling point, blew away the sand-colored clouds, notifying the barren world that huge changes were about to happen. A mountain with a river running through it splintered, and a small figure flew out from the entrance at the mountain top. Ah, I feel alive again. What kind of crazy antics have I been up to before? The figure mumbled listlessly, then floated in the air in a stable manner as he looked down at the mountain he had just left. HMPH. From his fingertips, he emitted another heat ray which had torn open the land earlier. The edges of the land which had been cut open by the heat rays did not burn or melt, they were simply evaporated. From this, it could be seen that those heat rays contained a huge amount of energy. I actually hold myself in such a small place this whole time, unbelievable. Hey, stop right there. A figure 2 to 3 times larger than the small figure chased after him. What are you suddenly acting like this? Faced with this question which carried a stronger tone of anxiety than reproach, the user of the heat rays answered. No reason, didn't I say that I wanted to leave? Leave, stop joking about that. This isn't a joke, this is the result after I seriously thought it over. Why, you seriously thought about this? The figure which appeared later pointed to the land below him. Then why did it become like this? After thinking about it seriously, the conclusion I reached was that I have been under your command for a long time because of things which aren't that interesting, Sai. Treat it as an act of venting my frustration. Even so, there should be other methods, right? How many do you think have died? So what? A cold voice interrupted the anxious voice. Why do I have to consider the lives of others when I'm doing what I want to do? You, hey, Satan. The figure from the beginning asked the figure who chased after him, not showing any emotions. Do you remember the words you said to me when we met for the first time? The words I said to you, Lucifer, are you? The large figure known as Satan wavered greatly, and as if he was begging, he reached out his hand to the listless figure Lucifer. Lucifer rejected that hand with his gaze, nodded lightly and said, That's right. We had that kind of agreement from the beginning, right? I feel bored now, so I'm leaving. Wait a moment. Even if you feel bored, this is too sudden. Sudden. At this moment, Lucifer suddenly showed a very unhappy expression. This is also the result after I seriously thought things over. After using this sentence as the opening act, Lucifer grumbled at the collapsed mountain below him. Thinking about it carefully, attacking for Azure Horn's fort was the first bad omen. Even so, before those poisonous insects joined, it was still all right, but I said so many times before, right? I don't get along with Alcil at all. I also explained this many times, right? He is needed for our goal. That's the important point, huh? Lucifer cut off Satan strongly. It's not our goal but your goal, right? Satan sucked in a breath. I was just being your playmate for a while. I am not interested in any demon king army or the unification of the demon world. That stinky old man Cameo and a Dramelech are simple-minded, so they have been influenced by you. I don't plan to change their thinking, but if you place unnecessary restrictions on me just because it's convenient for you, then it goes against our agreement. So I'm leaving. It's not that comfortable here anyway. I have no reason to stay in this kind of place. Lucifer. That's how it is. We're enemies from now on. If we meet somewhere else, let's just kill each other like normal. This was probably what it meant to cut off all ties. Lucifer did not listen to Satan at all, and as if he wanted to leave a souvenir, he shot an especially large heat ray at the mountain once again. Before Satan could urge him to stay, Lucifer had already flown towards the faraway sky. In a daze, Satan watched the small figure disappear into the sky, unable to move for a long time. I knew things would end up like this sooner or later. A low-pitched voice spoke, as if he was comforting Satan. That guy was a vagrant demon who was so strong that we did not dare to act carelessly. The fact that he had been submitting to you until now can be considered a miracle. Sorry, Dramelech, your fort was damaged again. Don't worry about it. Ever since you organized the subordinates, the efficiency of all our operations have increased. This much damage can be fixed in no time. Many times larger than the large-sized Satan, the bullhead demon Dramelech, the leader of the Azure Horns, said this with a grin. The signs of damage on the throne in the fort were new. The throne room where Dramelech was stationed, when only the Azure Horns used this place as the base, had been refurbished to a round-table meeting hall where Demon King, Satan and the four kings Cameo, Lucifer, Dramelech and Alciel would sit. However, the meeting hall which had been set up after spending a lot of effort could not withstand the most powerful heat ray attacks which Lucifer was so proud of. Not only was the round table cut into half, underground water was even spraying up from the middle. Because it was the stronghold of the Azure Horns who were skilled in water and ice magic, water seeping up from the ground was something which could not be helped. But like this, it had simply become a hall with a fountain. As Dramelech used his large palm to pat Satan's shoulder to comfort him. HMPH, to think that you were shamelessly talking about a country made up of many clans and the Demon King army. He was interrupted by an ear-piercing abrasive voice. Not only were you unable to persuade a veteran member to stay, you need your subordinates to comfort you after your base was wrecked. Dramelech and Satan harbored feelings of animosity and shame respectively, and turned towards the direction of the voice at the same time. A demon who was covered in hard skin and had a tail which was split into two was standing there. Alciel, do you have something to say? The demon called Alciel shrugged in response to Dramelech's threatening voice. Sitting in a sunken section of the rocks, he showed a cold smile in an annoyed manner. Nothing much. It's just that seeing the man, who said grand things after defeating me, actually needing his subordinate to comfort him for his stupidity truly makes for a comedic scene. I really have nothing to say. Even if Satan casually pushed aside Alciel's provocative words. Dramelech, you as well. You're the leader of the Azure Horns, and yet you have submitted to his kind of man. Not only are you not resisting him, you even developed lukewarm feelings of pity towards him. I seem to have seen a glimpse of why the Azure Horns lost. But Dramelech was different. Alciel, can I interpret that sentence as a challenge towards the entire Azure Horn clan? Alciel stood up in irritation, showed an even deeper cold smile and looked up at Dramelech. Of course. Alciel used the end of his split tails to smash the nearby rocks and continued his taunts. This time the Azure Horn's mountain will be flattened. You're so arrogant for a poisonous insect. I'm going to bury you and turn you into one of the foundation stones for repairing the fort. Hey. As the meaningless conflict became more heated, the demonic magic from the two powerful demons increased, causing Satan to panic. However, that's enough. A resolute voice attracted the attention of both demons. Lord Adramlech, Lord Alciel, this is not the time to do such things. Everyone turned towards that elderly but imposing voice. A demon smaller than everyone present was standing there. Because of that Lucifer idiot, there has been injuries to the azure horns and iron scorpions. I am not asking all of you to work together, but at least help your own clan. He. Satan, you too. If you do not quickly find a replacement for Lucifer to be the leader of the vagrant demons, the organization will dissolve soon. With the lecture from the aged demon, Satan suddenly raised his head. Adramlech and Alciel also turned away as if their auras have been reduced slightly. I have already sent people to track Lucifer within the best of their ability. All right, shouldn't all of you go to work already? The Demon King and the four kings have lost their calm because of the sudden incident, and the one who settled this chaos was a well-known member of the Pahalo Denino clan, the Demon Bird General Cameo. Sorry, I'm going now. HMPH, Lord Cameo, my apologies. After the aged demon finished shouting, Satan was the one who ran out of the room first, and as if he felt it was not interesting anymore, Alciel left the room with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Lastly, Adramlech bowed to Cameo with a guilty look in his eyes, and the trio left the round table meeting hall like this. Cameo turned around, sighing as they watched the backs of the demons disappearing into the dark corridor. Honestly speaking, it was amazing that he held on until now, but doing it at this point in time is really bad. We'll have to tread carefully from now on. The last thing Cameo heard were the footsteps belonging to Alciel, whose feet were also covered in a hard skin. The strongest vagrant demon, Lucifer, had revolted. The Demon King army, which had just been formed in the northern region of the demon world, had to face this news and the storm of killings Lucifer caused during his revolt at the same time. If it was just based on demonic magic capacity alone, no one could match Lucifer, so not only did his revolt reduce the battle powers of the Demon King army, it shifted the power balance within the Demon King army. There were only a few hundred members in Cameo's Pahalo Denino clan, and the Demon King army was a group which had been established by this small clan, Satan and Lucifer. Even after they merged with the Azure Horns led by Adramlech, the total number of demons in the Pahalo Denino clan, other small clans and vagrant demons still surpassed that of the Azure Horns. Adramlech led the Azure Horns like before, Cameo and Lucifer led the small clans and vagrant demons, and lastly, Satan had overall jurisdiction. However, the addition of the Iron Scorpions broke this balance. Just the population from the Iron Scorpions was enough to evenly match the existing numbers in the Demon King army. During that battle known as the Grand Northern Campaign, the Demon King army led by Satan and the Iron Scorpions led by Alciel fought an intense battle. In the end, Alciel lost to Satan and was brought under his command. In the past, Satan had persuaded Lucifer and Adramlech to help him with shrewdness and ruses, but there was a decisive difference between Alciel and the two of them. Alciel was the leader of the losing army. Based on past practices, the wars in the demon world were battles of the death. Once conflicts have occurred, the war will not end until all the enemies were reduced to ashes. Satan, born in the Black Goat clan, and raised by an elder of the demon world, the famous veteran leader, Demon Bird General Cameo, had turned this concept on its head in the northern region, but this did not mean that all the demons would accept this thinking straight away. Even if they could understand the concepts of coexisting, helping, alliances and fighting together, the demons still could not grasp the idea of forgiving and accepting the ones who had lost. To elaborate more on this, even most of those who could understand this concept did not approve of how Alciel was being treated. Alciel, leader of the Iron Scorpions. He led the large Iron Scorpion clan and grew it into the #1 noble clan in the north. And at the same time, he was a great commander who could fight equally with the revolutionized and evolved Demon King army. There was no one in the northern region who did not know who he was. After a solo battle between the two commanders, Satan was the one who won the grand campaign, but no clear victor had been decided between the two armies. Therefore, amongst the Iron Scorpions, there were still many who did not think that they have lost to the Demon King army, a mixed army, and the ones of the Demon King army astutely felt this attitude from the Iron Scorpions. In the past, there were also many demons who showed animosity to Satan and the Demon King army, and would frequently boast about how they have yet to pledge allegiance to Satan after surrendering to the Demon King army, but they did not have as much influence as Alciel. Anyway, other than Satan, no one trusted Alciel and the Iron Scorpions. Alciel and the Iron Scorpions also did not hide their intentions of finding a chance to assassinate Satan. For the current demon world, this was normal. There were very little demons who knew what pity was. After all, once they pity the enemy, they would be the ones dying next. Giving Alciel, who was filled with hostility, a chance to live, and allowing him to join the Demon King army as part of the Four Kings. From the perspective of the existing members, this was a taboo amongst taboos. Especially for those small clans and vagrant demons, the Demon King army was the first time they were able to find a safe place to stay. By allowing the Goblin clan, whom was thought to be a weak clan, to command the magic specialists, the Skeletal Mage clan, or allowing the giants to be in charge of the production of equipment, the Demon King army successfully built a social structure where one did not have to be strong to rise up the ranks. Therefore, many small clans and vagrant demons felt Satan and the rest have protected them, and would do their best when they were asked to fight. However, their strongest enemy by far was now staying with them. The Iron Scorpions obviously did not plan to submit to Satan, and did not want to interact with other clans. Therefore, many existing members did not understand why Satan wanted to keep them by his side. Of course, Satan predicted that the existing members would think this way. So he worked hard to convince those who viewed the Iron Scorpions with hostility, and frequently communicated with the Iron Scorpions, so they could get used to the environment of the Demon King army. The problem was with Alciel. Just like the Iron Scorpions under him, Alciel did not plan to interact with Satan and the rest. In addition, the troubling issue was that Lucifer, the most veteran member and the one with the strongest firepower, and Alciel got along like fire and water. During the grand campaign before, not only did Alciel give Lucifer a lot of trouble 2 times, Lucifer almost died once. He was saved by Satan later, but Lucifer, unable to let it go, would still frequently find opportunities to seriously fight to the death with Alciel. Satan, a Draemlechen cameo, had spent a lot of time warning him about it. Similar incidents would regularly occur between both their subordinates, so even if they spent a lot of effort to change the #1 faction in the north, many conflicts still existed within the Demon King army. Of course, Satan had known that these things would definitely happen once he accepted Alciel and the others, so he had planned many countermeasures. First, Alciel and the Iron Scorpions had to be separated to weaken their command structure, so they were distributed throughout the whole Demon King army. Then, by giving the Iron Scorpions tasks which require more effort, it would be more difficult for them to work together with their clan members or Alciel. The Demon King army had become the biggest faction in the northern region, but there are still many demons who are hostile towards them. Even if they were not on the scale of the Iron Scorpions or Azure Horns, some clans still possessed a certain level of battle power. By giving the dangerous task of suppressing these clans to the Iron Scorpions, not only would the existing members feel that the upper management was monitoring these Iron Scorpions properly, it would create the impression that the Iron Scorpions would protect everyone. Satan had harbored such thoughts. However, by changing the perspective, the situation would be different. Fighting the enemy was an important task, so there were those who interpreted this as putting the Iron Scorpions in an important position. In addition, as the Iron Scorpions had expanded their territory via organization warfare, they had successfully completed all the tasks. Because of that, within many hearts, the impression that the Iron Scorpions were very strong only grew stronger. Is it possible that Satan wanted the Iron Scorpions from the beginning, and we were just disposable pieces used to fill up the numbers until then? In the end, some of them even started to think this way. And this thought was not restricted to those in the lower hierarchy. 100 deaths, and many seriously injured. Damn Lucifer! Cameo looked up at the ceiling and sighed deeply after reading the whole report in a Dreamlech, who seemed filled with anger, crudely fed through his nose. Alciel looked at everyone with a neutral expression, but Satan only sat in his chair in a timid manner, drooping his head in depression. How long do you plan to act in such a useless manner? Have you really become a good-for-nothing? Even with Alciel's taunts, Satan did not react at all. His behavior was a clear sign that he had gone into depression due to the huge shock of Lucifer's betrayal. Hey, it seems like your boss has turned senile. Feeling frustrated, Alciel directed these words to Cameo and a Dreamlech. However, their replies were unexpected. Ignore him. This cold reply gave the impression that they had already given up on Satan, but in reality, from how they were acting, it was as if the two of them were saying, "So what?" It was as if they were not fussed about Satan's current state at all. Rather than that, you should be the one working properly. Only the damage reports from the Iron Scorpions are still unclear. Then a Dreamlech pointed out the faults in Alciel's report. I already knew that things would turn out like this sooner or later. Even if saying this is disrespectful to the dead, these numbers are lesser than what I predicted. According to Cameo's explanation, Lucifer's betrayal and the destruction that came with it were already within his predictions. Unable to comprehend this, Alciel frowned, and Satan, who had been unmoving until now, stood up suddenly. This sudden action caused Alciel's eyes to widen in surprise. For unknown reasons, as if he had been reborn, Satan was full of smiles. "All right, I have some idea now, Cameo. Yeah, according to the reports, Lucifer seems to be heading south. As expected, a Dreamlech. I feel bad for a certain important figure from a noble clan." A Dreamlech's tone of voice did not contain any guilt. He glared at Alciel with one eye and showed an evil smile. "But it seems like even the Iron Scorpions had a hard time, and there were many sacrifices. The vagrant demons and those under me have also suffered great damage. We need to observe which path Lucifer will fly to next, but if we do not give the retreat order to our underlings in the nearby area, they might be in danger." "I approve. Ask them to retreat immediately. Just tell them to run back as fast as possible." "Understood, eh?" Satan had suddenly regained his spirit, and even if he had not issued any instructions, Cameo and a Dreamlech had given answers which Satan had wanted, surprising Alciel greatly. "Then I will fill in for the position Lucifer had left. A Dreamlech, prepare to welcome those who have retreated. Then Cameo." Satan looked at Alciel and smiled innocently. "Explain the situation to Alciel." "Understood." After a short while, only Cameo and Alciel were left in the half-destroyed meeting hall. "What is going on?" Alciel, who could not keep up with the situation, was very angry, and Cameo explained in a rather uneasy tone. Lord Alciel, it has not been that long since you joined the Demon King army. If this incident had not occurred, you probably would not have seriously developed an interest in us, right? What? Therefore, up until now, we have only shared the minimum amount of information with you. With regards to this, I have to apologize to you first. Cameo was correct in what he said, but since Alciel was considered to have submitted to the Demon King army, the fact that he was the only one to receive incomplete information still displeased him. Please look at this. Not knowing if Cameo had understood Alciel's inner thoughts, he pointed to the round table which had turned into a fountain. In the next instant, a 3D image glowing with demonic magic appeared above the round table. This shows the topography of the land. Alciel, who planned to voice his complaints, widened his eyes in surprise as he noticed the unexpected details in the topographic map which appeared. This seemed to be a topographic map of the area around the Azure Horn Stone City, where the two of them were currently at. Alciel remembered those barren lands, deserts and precarious mountains. After merging with your Iron Scorpion clan, just from the numbers alone, the Demon King army is already the largest faction in the northern region of the demon world. However, you should already know that being the largest faction does not equate to being the strongest. Using this stone city as the center, on the other side of the realm which used to belong to the Iron Scorpions, there are still many noble clans and strong fighters hidden there. The sand dunes that Lucifer used as his habitat in the past, the boulder wasteland where the Cameo and the Pahalo Denino clan hid, and the mountainous region the Iron Scorpions used as their base were located to the east of the stone city. When Cameo waved his hand, the topographic map shifted according to his explanation to the west of the stone fort. Is there a need for you to explain what is already known? An ancient huge forest of iron leaves was located to the west of the stone city. Many demons lurked within its darkness. After going through the forest, there was a huge canyon where no light could shine. It was said that ancient demon abodes and the nests of the Babram, stone demons whose appearances and ecology were just like rocks, were located on the canyon walls. Alciel already knew this before surrendering to the Demon King army, and after they had submitted, his and the Iron Scorpion's main task was to further strengthen their territory in the north, so they have invaded the habitats of the clans which were located to the west of the stone city. But honestly speaking, we do not have to care about those guys first. What we are currently the wariest of is the south. Cameo continued to wave his arm, and the topographic map started to move towards the south. However, the detailed topographic map of the east and west of the stone city gradually became less and less detailed once they crossed a certain river in the south, and eventually, there was no image displayed. This topographic map is made up of the information collected by the Pahalo Denino clan. Once Alciel asked this, Cameo nodded with a pained expression. This means that your people were exterminated by your true target at this place. Exactly. If one headed south from the area known as the northern region of the demon world, it would be discovered that just like the northern region, various kinds of demons lived there, and there were a few species with an especially huge population. That man is really greedy, Alciel said in a stunned manner. Not just my Iron Scorpions, he seriously plans to put the male branches under his control. The male branch clan. Their arm strength and magic skills were not as good as the Azure Horns, their command and defense were not as good as the Iron Scorpions, and their flying ability were not as good as the Pahalo Denino clan. But their numbers were massive. At first glance, the male branches' bodies did not seem to possess any physical characteristics which are optimized for magic, so they do not look any different from Satan's Black Goat clan, just a common clan. But the strong part about the male branches was that even if the Iron Scorpions include their non-combatant members, they would not be able to match the male branch's large population. In the past, a Dramelech had boldly declared that the Iron Scorpions could be defeated if one Azure Horn defeated 5 Iron Scorpion warriors. Using this reasoning, Alciel believed that one Iron Scorpion had to defeat 2 male branches for this to happen. Even if a clan was not strong at fighting one-on-one, the power accumulated from their huge numbers should not be underestimated. In the past, there was a group of Azure Horns who were unwilling to submit to Satan and challenge the Iron Scorpions on their own, but were easily defeated. Using the same principle, the strong point of the male branches was how they could send 50 soldiers who were not afraid of death to encircle one of their enemy warriors, toying with them until they die. The more troublesome issue was that the male branches were skilled in illusion magic. In the long history of the Iron Scorpion clan, they had been at a disadvantage many times because of this skill. The male branches, who already had a large number of soldiers, were good at using illusions to make their army look bigger than it actually was, making use of this to instill panic into their enemies. And when the battle did finally start, no one could predict how many soldiers they have actually sent. They would not actively create conflicts with other clans, but once a war did start, the other party would have to be prepared for attacks from all sides, especially from the sinister-looking sharp claws which grew on all 4 limbs of each male branch. The detailed magic topographic map carefully created by the Pahalo Denino clan only extended to a certain area before getting cut off. This was because they had been stopped by the male branches who wanted to protect their territory. The warriors of the Pahalo Denino clan were very experienced, and within the Demon King army, they were considered very outstanding. From this, it could be deduced that the male branches were a huge threat. At this moment, Alciel noticed one thing. There were no longer any large factions in the area to the west of the Stone City he and the Iron Scorpions had been suppressing recently. At most, there were only small clans and strong vagrant demons who moved around alone. On the other hand, as the path heading to the south from the north had been mostly blocked by the male branch's territories, there were still many areas where no one had explored before. Alciel did not know what kind of lives the male branches led, but Demon Bird General, I remember Lucifer caused chaos in the sandy wastelands on his own and killed many small clans. That's right. You said he was heading to the south just now. This was mentioned in the reports I have received. Cameo replied calmly, and Alciel could not help but speak with surprise. Could it be that he was waiting for this moment? If this situation had been planned beforehand, then this person known as Satan was not as simple as he seemed, just as Alciel thought of this. How is that possible? It is just a coincidence. As if Cameo had seen through Alciel's thoughts, Cameo shrugged his shoulders and wings, speaking in a surprised tone. Did Lord Alciel think that everything had been planned by Satan? The more conspicuous clans have already been defeated by your Iron Scorpions, so as long as we allow Lucifer, who had betrayed us, to head to the south, he would vent his feelings of dissatisfaction and frustration on the male branches. If we allow Lucifer to cause a huge ruckus and ignite chaos, when the male branches have decreased in numbers, we can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and use this chance to absorb them into our army. Lug. He was unhappy about it, but everything was just as Cameo described. However, having perfectly seen through Alciel's thoughts, Cameo turned to the topographic map once again and said in a tired tone, "I'm sorry, you have overestimated that brat Satan. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Lucifer chose the worst time to defect. All of this is a result of Satan's miscalculation." Miscalculation. That's right. I have never mentioned it before, but I have expected Lucifer's outburst to happen sooner or later, so I have implemented some countermeasures beforehand to guard against any unexpected actions from him. He is the strongest vagrant demon after all, so we don't know what kind of meaningless reason will set him off and cause him to harm us. As Cameo spoke, he moved to the topographic map to the wastelands where the grand campaign took place. However, for Lucifer, up until the battle with the Iron Scorpions, he was unexpectedly cooperative. Not only did he take on important tasks, he took care of the vagrant demons in his own way. So that idiot optimistically expected that Lucifer would not betray him or harbor bad thoughts. Cameo waved his hand unhappily, making the topographic map disappear, then took a stone tablet out from underneath the round table, showing it to Alciel. Words, huh? It's been a long time since I've seen them. Satan and Cameo were working hard to educate the whole Demon King army, and one of the areas would be culture of written language, which had been lost over time in the demon world. Even if the process was not smooth sailing, the weaker the clan, the more proactive they were in learning how to write. Lord Alciel knows this, but Satan's final ambition is to unite the demon world. For this goal, we have to maintain our battle powers at a level where we do not have to fear the male branches or other unknown strong forces. But Lucifer, the strongest vagrant demon, left at this kind of time. Just this occurring is enough for us to lag a few steps behind our enemy in battle. The current organization structure of the Demon King army was recorded on that stone tablet, and from this, it could be clearly seen that after Lucifer left, what they were losing was not just his firepower, but also the command structure of the vagrant demon troops under him. If we wish to unify the demon world, we need to abandon the thought that we just have to defeat the enemy. Our enemies are our future comrades. If those demons were killed by Lucifer because he felt like it, we will not have any chance to reconcile in future. I can understand your ideals, but it's impossible to absorb all our enemies, right? Shouldn't we consider completely exterminating one or two clans? That's impossible. It would be fine if the enemy only numbered at 1,000 or 2,000. If we wish to completely exterminate the large male branch clan, I do not know how much time and lives we have to sacrifice. Once we choose the wrong method, we will also become exhausted because of the long war, making it difficult to guarantee that there will be no betrayals in the future. Cameo kept the stone tablet and looked at Alciel with an exhausted gaze. In fact, the reason Satan suggested to fight Lord Alciel one-on-one was because he wanted to prevent more sacrifices from the Iron Scorpion clan, I guess. More of the enemies lived, and it seemed like we were just sowing more seeds for conflict. But after we overcome these obstacles, we can increase the number of strong comrades. Then he could not accept it. But Cameo's reasoning was foolproof. Anyway, until this point, Satan was still doing rather well, but that brat has a bad habit since a long time ago. As long as one thing goes smoothly, he would become overconfident and impatient later on. The demon bird general narrowed his eyes as he sighed. His line of sight had already left Alciel's face, shifting into the faraway past. He would always recklessly put his life on the line, especially after the fight with Lord Adramlech. This habit of his only became more pronounced. Oh yes, when we were optimizing the flying dragons, I lost count of the times he rode those flying dragons to exhaustion. He's so hard to handle. Then again, in the past. Seeing that the old demon was already sinking into a memory swamp, Alciel decided that the conversation had ended and left the round table meeting hall. Even after Alciel left, the old demon still had not extracted himself from his memories. He probably became too happy after obtaining Lord Alciel, the Iron Scorpions. Without considering me or Lord Adramlech, having been treated crudely inside the beginning, it's not strange for Lucifer to feel irritated after seeing him like this. If his prediction had been wrong, then why did Satan and Adramlech ask their troops deployed to the south to retreat? If what Cameo said was true, even if they would be faced with a difficult battle later on, There was no need to ask their troops to retreat so urgently. Was it to avoid them getting caught up in Lucifer's anger? Just as he thought this, Alciel received an idea link from Satan. Alciel, where are you? If you hear me, come to the training grounds at the foot of the stone city. Satan sounded very frantic. What happened? He could ignore this instruction, but Alciel also wanted to clarify his doubts, so, after giving a reply acknowledging this, he leisurely made his way to the training ground. The azure-horned stone city could be divided into the lower levels, mid-levels and upper levels. The round table meeting hall where Satan and the commanders gathered was at the mid-level. The living quarters, factories, flying dragon stables and training grounds, and distributed between the upper and lower levels. The training grounds at the foot of the mountain was the most spacious area, and the guerrilla troops consisting of vagrant demons and small clans were gathered there. Why would Satan ask Alciel to go there? Oh, you came. But he did not need to ask about it. The instant Alciel reached the training grounds, he understood Satan's intentions. With strong wind blowing under the red sky of the demon world, all the troops of the Demon King army, armed to the teeth, have gathered there. It was not just the Pahalo de Nino clan, the Azure Horns and many vagrant demons. Even Alciel's iron scorpions were naturally wearing a huge amount of sturdy armor made from metal, and all that metal was personally made by the crafting group, which the Demon King army was proud of the Dorudolf clan. Personally gracing the scene, Satan and Adramlech were exuding a commanding aura, which did not lose to the feeling they had when they were fighting against Alciel. Alciel suddenly understood. Satan probably wanted to initiate a full-out war with the male branches on short notice. It seems like I don't need to explain. Satan smiled after he saw Alciel's surprised expression. Then, facing the thousands of soldiers from the Demon King army, he swung his well-trained downwards and gave his order. Our army will be heading to the south. In one fell swoop, we will take down the male branches who have always been at loggerheads with us. Everyone follow us. Oh! Various roars and shouts simultaneously responded to the command from the young demon. Alciel received a huge shock. After viewing everyone again like this, it could be discovered that there were truly many varieties of demons in the Demon King army. He had become the fourth lackey of the Demon King army after Cameo, Lucifer, and Adramlech, and received the impressive title of Four Kings. But compared to his three seniors, Alciel did not have as many opportunities to carry out important tasks. In some ways, this was to be expected. Alciel would always declare that he would find opportunities to betray Satan, and even if he was assigned a task, as long as that task was beneficial to the Demon King army, he would not handle it seriously. Therefore, he was not interested in the number of demons or clans in the Demon King army, and even if he had heard the numbers before, it never felt that real to him. Then, what about the large numbers of demons who were now in front of him? It was a united entity, just like the dark rainbow which stretched across the sky of the demon world. Alciel had never seen or heard of this kind of group. Even the Iron Scorpion warriors, who did not like Satan or the Azure Horns that much, increased their demonic magic together with the demons around them, and shouted loudly in response to Satan's orders. What kind of magic had to be used? How much power was needed to be able to command so many powerful demons, and so many demons with widely different ways of thinking? Adramlech, I'm leaving the vanguard troop to you. Go. Leave it to me. Even if he was arrogantly commanded by Satan, a young member of the weak Black Goat clan, the demon who inherited the blood from the founding father of the Azure Horns, still happily submitted to him. Alciel felt dizzy. This was not the demon world he knew. The demons before him were not the demons he knew, but seeing is believing. After he lost in the one-on-one battle during that grand campaign, Alciel's heart had never yielded, But once he saw the actual situation with this large, diversified military group, which was just like the Dark Rainbow, for the first time, his mental state was shock. That man, Satan, truly planned to unify the whole demon world without exterminating his enemies. Alciel had thought that even if Satan was lucky enough to realize his meaningless ambition of unifying the demon world, besides the Pahalo Denino clan and the Azure Horns, he would have killed all his other subordinates before that. To Alciel, based on the common sense in the demon world in the past, this situation would be considered as conquering the whole demon world. The huge frame with a bullhead leisurely walked past Alciel, who was stunned and laughed lightly. "Cuckoo, let's show that guy Lucifer that we have also changed from how we were in the past." What happened in the next instant gave Alciel another shock. Adramelech's large frame actually started floating. "Wah! What's wrong, Alciel? Is it so strange to see me, Adramelech, fly in the air?" After Adramelech saw Alciel's surprised expression, he smirked as if he felt happiness from the bottom of his heart. This was not about whether it was strange or not. Flying magic was not that easy. If those clans who were not born with wings wanted to fly, they needed to use many times more magic compared to those clans who have wings. In fact, amongst the Iron Scorpions, the number of demons who could use flying magic only made up 10% of the whole army. When you're part of this army, you'll have to continuously strive for improvement. If you're going to depend on the title of Satan's greatest enemy and not strive to improve, you'll end up being a normal soldier sooner or later. Kayahaha. After successfully giving Alciel a shock, the very happy Adramelech flew towards the troops which were designated as the vanguard at a speed which was unimaginably fast for his large frame. That guy made himself sound so amazing, but in reality, he only learned how to fly recently. Even the sentence Satan said next to Alciel's ear in a joking manner did not reach Alciel's ears. The Azure Horns, who should not be able to fly, actually flew. The scene was just that shocking. The higher a demon's status, the easier it was for them to stick rigidly to the style of the clan they were born to. For example, the Azure Horns were frequently thought to rely on brute force, but they were also a clan who was skilled in magic. They were especially skilled in water and ice magic, but this did not mean that they did not know how to use fire or lightning magic. If they were willing to learn, they should be able to reach the same standard as those clans who specialized in these skills. However, in the demon world so far, it was impossible for demons to learn from other clans. If a clan leader like Adramelech did that, he would definitely be branded by the other clans as a coward with no principles, then get overthrown by his subordinates. Simply put, only weak demons would use the skills belonging to others. But Adramelech had just used flying magic which would not be used by any Azure Horns in the first place. Then what did he think about this? Alciel felt that Adramelech had obtained a new power. "Are we attacking the male branches?" "It's not what I intended." With a serious expression, Satan nodded in response to Alciel's question. "In reality, I planned to do this after the situation in North had stabilized, but as Lucifer had already revolted, there's no time to hesitate." Satan crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. "Alciel, I wish to ask you to command the troops in the left flank. I stationed more Iron Scorpions there, so you can probably command them like before. Other than the Iron Scorpions, I asked Elusium and Zichkin to look for some vagrant demons who can easily work with the Iron Scorpions to form a guerrilla troop. Command them well." During the grand campaign from before, Elusium and Zichkin were Iron Scorpion warriors who was the first group of prisoners in the history of the demon world. Satan allowed them to return to their original troops after the Iron Scorpions submitted to the Demon King army, but they wished to stay in the guerrilla troops which were made up of many clans. They provided some information after they became prisoners, causing the Iron Scorpions to be at a disadvantage during the Grand Campaign. But after Alciel knew about this after some time had passed, he did not plan to punish them. However, when he thought about how they were just 2 soldiers under his command, but were able to experience how unfathomable this diversified military group was before he did, still made Alciel feel a little envious. I plan to deploy the troops only after you have understood us more, but with things as they are now, we have no choice. We need to suppress our opponent once we start the battle. Don't think so much and fight with all your might. However, do not go ahead of Adramlech's vanguard troops. Either I'll be the one in command, or the instructions will come from the members of the Pahalo Denino clan who are scouting from the sky. Satan's instructions were a little rash, but strangely, I understand. Alciel actually replied in this manner. Then for unknown reasons, it was Satan, the one that gave the orders, who asked this in surprise. Is it all right? What do you mean? This is the first time I've seen you follow orders so directly. Thinking about it, that was true. I said that I would handle it. Stop saying useless things. Oh, sorry, I'm counting on you, HMPH. After Alciel responded scornfully, he flew towards the left side of the camp according to Satan's instructions. The familiar Iron Scorpions were already respectfully waiting for Alciel below. Perhaps they had received their commands beforehand. Once Alciel landed, the surrounding demons knelt at the same time. It feels strange. This was Alciel's first time facing the Iron Scorpion army since he lost at the Grand Campaign. Until now, they still viewed Alciel as their clan leader, and some were even determined not to cultivate any relationships with the Demon King army. Alciel glanced at Satan, who was at the podium at the training grounds. If Alciel commanded the whole Iron Scorpion army to attack all the other warriors in the Demon King army right now, how would things turn out? Just from the numbers, half of the Demon King army was made up of Iron Scorpion warriors. I'll make him regret sparing the lives of me and my clan and placing us under his flag. We prepare to advance. Our target, the male branches to the south-southwest of the Stone City. Unlike what he was thinking, Alciel gave this order. Right flank, maintain close communications with Adramlech's troops. Do not overtake his troops when heading south. If you wish to disperse, disperse towards your right. If you discover Lucifer, retreat immediately. Do not provoke him. That guy is our enemy. No was doing this truly against his own wishes. The instructions he had given just now had already surpassed the commands Satan had given him. Satan did not ask Alciel to maintain close contact with Adramlech's troops, and he did not mention what should be done if they encountered Lucifer. Alciel still saw Adramlech and the rest as enemies, but for the survival of the Iron Scorpions and his troops, he still instructed his subordinates to work together with Adramlech's troops. And with the current situation, even without him mentioning it explicitly, the Iron Scorpions will still see Lucifer as an enemy. If so, why did he have to emphasize the fact that he was an enemy? And when he said our, just now, which group of people did he refer to? Advance. As if to get rid of the doubts within his mind, Alciel gave his command loudly. We seem to have avoided the worst-case scenario. Yeah. Seeing Alciel's troop advance according to the instructions, Satan and Cameo both breathed sighs of relief. The largest crisis which may have resulted from Lucifer's revolt was not the inability to absorb the male branches into their army. The revolt of Alciel and the Iron Scorpions was the scenario they were the most worried about. Satan knew better than anyone that Alciel still saw him as an enemy. Therefore, after the Demon King army's strongest firepower Lucifer had revolted, if Alciel took the chance to lead the Iron Scorpions to start a war from within, the Demon King army would have lost completely. Forget about attacking the male branches, taking the chance to dissolve the strongest faction in the north. The male branches might be the ones attacking instead. Other than the Iron Scorpions, the other clans might respond similarly and rebel. Anyway, we have broken through the first hurdle, but the second hurdle is coming soon. They relaxed a bit because they could deploy their troops smoothly, but Cameo gave Satan a reminder, and the latter nodded and replied, I know. Since Alciel was willing to follow orders obediently, we have to start the battle before Lucifer harasses the male branches too much. My head hurts once I think that we have to defeat so many enemies. When I'm not around, please try your best to restore the stone city to its original state. Please leave it to me. Damn Lucifer, actually giving us unnecessary work. As Cameo agreed without complaint, he still remembered to scold Lucifer. Compared to Lucifer, the male branch warriors are just a bunch of small fry. If we allow him to freely kill those male branches, we don't know how difficult it will be to clean up after the battle. Deploying all our warriors before ascertaining the ecology of the male branches is troublesome enough already. Then Satan looked at the sky in the south and said, Sai, that's why I'm participating in the battle from the start. I will be commanding all the vagrant demons, and if Lucifer interferes, I am the only one who can handle him. I hope things will not end up being like this. Those guys are probably thinking this. Lucifer, flying slowly in the sky in the south, was already deep in the male branch's territory located in the south of the demon world. Of course, he had been hindered by the male branches on the way, but 10 or 20 male branches were nothing to Lucifer. Lucifer flew towards the direction which had a high concentration of demonic magic. A short while later, Lucifer discovered a huge number of male branches, so plentiful in number that the ones from before could not even begin to compare. And when they discovered Lucifer's strong demonic magic, they gathered like a group of flying insects, preparing to meet him head-on. If you don't wish to die, you better mind your own business. An especially powerful aura of demonic magic appeared a long distance behind the troops who responded. Showing an evil smile, Lucifer descended at high speed towards that location. Most of the male branches did not have time to respond to Lucifer's abnormal actions. The male branches who were unlucky enough to be in Lucifer's way exploded just from colliding with his body and lost their lives. On the ground, a lot more male branches than those who took to the air had gathered there. Like a meteor, Lucifer landed in the center of those male branches. Dozens of male branches died because of that explosive shock, causing many male branches to panic, but amongst that, only one man calmly looked towards Lucifer. Oh my, such a rare visitor. The man had the signature 4 sharp claws and skinny frame of the male branches, and as if to hide his stature, which was considered small even when compared to the iron scorpions, that man wore a tattered cloth which was so worn down that it could not even be called a cape. Just from appearances, he did not look any different from the other male branches. Those wings, that demonic magic and a strange appearance. Kyukuku, the strongest well-known vagrant demon from the north of the demon world, what brings you here? He had seen Lucifer's destructive entrance, but the man still let out a low laugh as if it was stuck deep within his throat and showed a smile like he was welcoming a visitor. He stood in front of Lucifer. You're the boss of these guys. Unlike before, Lucifer spoke in a prudent tone, asking this man who looked no different from the other male branches. About that, I am not sure who you mean by these guys, but let's assume it is so for now. I remember your name is Lucifer, is that so? That's right. The surrounding male branches were nervously monitoring Lucifer's every move, but were they able to understand what happened in the next instant? After answering this nonchalantly, purple orbs suddenly appeared around Lucifer. Just like the heat rays, this was scary magic casted by Lucifer. Anyone would burn to crisp after coming into contact into those orbs, but those orbs dissipated into fine smoke as soon as they appeared, vanishing immediately. Well, I see. Are you satisfied? Lucifer and the male branch, wearing the tattered cape, smiled evilly at each other. I heard that all of you aren't that strong, but you're rather skilled. Kyukuku, for the weak to survive, we can only polish some small tricks. Just now, Lucifer had conjured those light orbs to exterminate the male branches in front and around him in one go. But the male branch wearing the tattered cape cut off the magic link between the light orbs and Lucifer, without even moving his claws. The light orbs dissipated in the end because they had lost their source of control, but this was not a skill which could be performed by just anyone. Even within the Demon King army, no one could instantly respond to Lucifer's sudden attacks. Now then, since you have not expressed your intentions, then depending on what you say, you should be prepared that your name as the strongest vagrant demon would end here. Yes. Kyukuku. If you can't do it, then stop spouting nonsense. But don't worry, I'm not here to pick a fight with all of you. This did not sound like the words from someone who had already killed 100 male branches before arriving here, but neither parties cared about this. Those 100 demons had lost to Lucifer. In the demon world, weakness and defeat was a sin. Using their lives to atone for this sin was natural. And I felt that a group of guys almost as strong as you have arrived nearby, after they discovered that I was approaching this place. I am not so dumb that I would get into a conflict with you in this kind of situation. Oh my Kyukuku, I heard that the demon known as Lucifer was just a cruel hunter who saw anything as prey, but it seems like your mind is unexpectedly good. Be careful with your words. I'm not stupid, but I have a bad temperament. After Lucifer warned the other party, he pointed towards the sky in the north which he had just flown past. Soon, the North will send people to attack this place. Oh my, are you referring to that group who has risen up in the North recently and calls itself Demon King Army? I have occasionally heard news about them. It is said that they have gathered various clans, fighting in unison. So they plan to attack this place, huh, Kyukuku? That's right, I have already cut off all ties with them, so they would probably attack this place hastily. Those guys think I would kill all of you without restraint. This would obstruct the goal they wish to achieve. Oh, cut off all ties. The strongest vagrant demon had actually settled on that rotten wood where various trash gathered. Kyukuku. I did not settle down there. I was only asked by someone in the beginning and helped them because I thought it was interesting. I left because I felt bored. That's all. Sigh for these things, it does not matter either way. Well then, Sir Lucifer, especially notifying us about this, what is your goal? For fun. Fun, yeah, that's right. Lucifer spread out his arm and showed a cruel smile. No matter when, I prioritize my enjoyment the most. Fighting when I want, killing when I want, sleeping when I wish to do so. I am not controlled by anyone, and I only truly feel alive when I am living for my own sake. But those guys wish to restrict and interfere with my way of life, so I want to make them pay. I see. I want to destroy what that guy has built up. Lucifer showed a smile that was as innocent as a child's, but at the same time was brutal as a demon's. I can't wait to know what will happen next. What kind of expressions those guys will show, how they will bleed. So for this purpose, I want to make use of all of you. Oh, in what way? He was surrounded by enemies, but Lucifer still arrogantly declared that he wanted to make use of these enemies. Filled with interest, the male branch wearing the tattered cape prompted him to continue. If you were invaded by others at will, all of you should be very angry, right? So you would definitely go to battle, right? If things turn out like this, I'm willing to help all of you. Oh, based on my current experience, the male branch soldiers are weaker than those guys, but are very united. So both sides should be equally matched. As long as you work together with your other comrades who have gathered nearby, you should be able to win easily. But I want to join you and make those guys feel utter despair. Kyukuku. The male branch wearing the cape showed a meaningful smile and nodded. All right, I'm surprised that the strongest vagrant demon would stand on our side, but this is most welcome. Please allow us to make use of you. Wait a moment. Are you serious? With this, how are we supposed to answer to the other chieftains? The man wearing the cape gave a reply which did not conform with common sense, and the surrounding male branches protested one after another. However, Yuga, Kaya, the man wearing the cape only glared at the detractors, and their chests burst open as if they exploded from within, exposing the flesh underneath their skin. Even their bones had shattered, causing them to die on the spot. This is decided by me and the other chieftains. Since you don't have any say in this, don't say such cowardly opinions on reflex. Kyukuku. The man wearing the cape said without any change in his expression, then immediately turned towards Lucifer. It seems like you possess a strange way of thinking which is different from normal demons. I am rather interested in your way of thinking. Using this way of thinking, I will fight for the sake of protecting the clan. A short time later, the chieftains will gather. After we report to them about this matter and obtain their agreement, let's prepare to fight against the invasion of the barbarian clan in the north. You decided so quickly. Seems like your mind is pretty good too. Lucifer nodded happily and bowed slightly to the man wearing the cape to express his respect. I'll be in your care for the time being, head chieftain of the male branches, Malakota. Oh my, what an honor! To think that you already knew my name. Sir Lucifer, I should be the one in your care. Kyukuku. The male branch wearing the cape was called Malakota. This man, who did not look that strong but could use the strongest magic and battle techniques in the history of the male branch clan, also bowed slightly to Lucifer. The male branches were one collective clan, but with the differences in the area they lived in, their physical characteristics and battle styles would be slightly different. Every area had a chieftain, responsible for leading the group they belonged in. For example, the group led by head chieftain Malakota did not have any special physical characteristics, but possessed a rich amount of demonic magic. The group led by the young chieftain Siriato all had sharp teeth and were skilled in aerial battles where flying was required. The group led by the short and stout chieftain Draghignazzo had the sturdiest claws within the whole clan. They were few in number, but the group led by Rubicante, who were the strongest in individual battles, mostly had very burly statures. Not only was their skin redder than the other clan members, their personality was also a lot more aggressive than the other groups. Then, Lord Malakotas intends to accept that vagrant demon's suggestion. In response to the question from the female warrior, a rarity in the demon world, a chieftain known as Calcabrina who had thick shaggy hair and was skilled in illusion magic, Malakota nodded and answered. That's right, Ms. Calcabrina. Kyukuku, think about it, the strongest vagrant demon said that he would help us, asking for nothing in return. There is no reason not to accept this. I still find it hard to believe that outsiders will stand on our side. The burly-sized Rubicante glared suspiciously at Lucifer, who was standing next to Malakota, bored to death. My thoughts are the same as Lord Rubicante. That guy isn't a male branch, he's an outside enemy who stepped into our territory. We should be disposing of him now. Siriato also agreed with Rubicante's opinion. Wait a moment, everyone. Even if you wish to dispose of him, he's not an opponent who can be handled easily. Draghignazzo interrupted Rubicante and Siriato. Lucifer is the strongest vagrant demon who is also well known in the north, right? Other than Lord Malakota, there's probably no one else who can fight with him directly. Since Lord Malakota wants to work together with him, this means that it has already been decided, right? Hey Draghai, what did you say just now? You said only Malakota is capable of fighting with that shrimp. What Draghignazzo said instantly angered Rubicante. My magic skill may be inferior to Malakota, but I am the strongest male branch, and I don't approve of this at all. Once Dragignazzo was threatened by Rubicante, feeling slightly scared, he showed a conciliatory smile. "Oh my, Sir Rubicante, I wonder when was the last time you have won against me. It was so long ago, Cuckoo." However, Malakota laughed as if he was taunting Rubicante. Dusk. By just laughing, Malakota stopped Rubicante from taking action. As Malakota looked perfectly calm, his emotions could not be read at all. In addition, his magic skills were first-rate. If they lost an arm from his surprise attack, things would be troublesome. If it was a head-on battle, Rubicante was confident that he could win, but in the first place, Malakota was not the type of fight others head-on. Since Lord Malakota said so, I will not object against it. However, please promise me that you will at least discuss it with Graffiaking, Libicacco and Cagnazzo, who are not present currently. Oh my, Ms. Calcabrina, what is that supposed to mean? I meant it literally. They are currently guarding the south and cannot return here immediately. If what Lucifer says is true and strong enemies are attacking from the north, if we make decisions without waiting for them to participate in battle, it might plant seeds of discord. What is this? Because he could not tolerate the long discussion, Lucifer interrupted Calcabrina. Those guys are situated far away from here. Why do you have to ask for their opinion? Didn't I just say that enemies will be coming from the north very soon? It should be fine if those present handled it. Sir Lucifer, we have our own way of doing things. Unexpectedly, Malakota voiced his disagreement. A crisis to the clan must be faced by all the chieftains in the clan, forming a united front. This is an iron rule for the male branches. If this rule is broken, there will be a change in the relationship between the factions scattered across the land, compromising of the chieftains and their clan members. Not only will this cause conflicts between the chieftains, the subordinates within the various groups may also wish to overthrow their leaders. If we ignore the remaining 3 chieftains, even my position will be at risk. I am simply the strongest one amongst the chieftains, and we do not have a master-follower relationship. Once I am surrounded and attacked by the other chieftains, I will not come out unscathed. Such lousy efficiency. If it was the Demon King army, the ones who could be deployed would be sent to the front lines to defend it, and when the ones behind were ready, a combined attack will be initiated at once. However, from the current atmosphere, before gathering the opinions of all the chieftains, the male branches did not plan to stop the advance of their enemies. They would only go to battle after their whole army had gathered. Because the Demon King army led by Satan had huge numbers, this decision did not seem strange. But was it possible that they used this battle strategy for every outside enemy? If the male branches always used this strategy, then it would be useless even if Lucifer provided his opinion, and this was not a problem which could be solved with brute force. Then I can go first. Since the male branches were unwilling to act immediately, Lucifer wanted to suggest going to the front lines by himself first. Oh my, what is it? No, it's nothing. But he shut up immediately, because doing so was meaningless. If Lucifer's purpose was to protect the male branches, he would have thought that he should face off against the Demon King army immediately, buying the chieftains time so they could group up. However, his purpose was not to protect the male branches, but to obstruct Satan and Cameo, ridiculing them. In the first place, the Demon King army deployed their whole army because of Lucifer's betrayal. If he faced the Demon King army alone, he would definitely get attacked from all sides, putting himself in danger. With this, the only thing he would achieve was buying the male branches some time. Not only would he be unable to obstruct the Demon King army, he might lose from being attacked from all sides by Satan, Adramlech and Cameo, perhaps even Alciel. To take revenge against Satan, because of the time he wasted in the Demon King army and the grievances he had to put up with, Lucifer had to fight with the Demon King army together with the male branches, making Satan submit to him. Of course, the male branches did not know what Lucifer was thinking. There were some differences in the groups led by the chieftains, but basically, everyone was a male branch. Unlike the Demon King army, it was impossible for them to group with those who were born or raised in different environments. Even if Lucifer was standing right there, they only treated him as a famous person who spoke strange things. What is this? Everything doesn't go the way I want it to. Irritating. He had left the Demon King army, which had been filled with restrictions, but in the end, it was just a change in the people around him. What he wanted to do was still restricted by others. Then again, these people are the same clan, so why are they acting so slowly? Lucifer watched the chieftains anxiously. They were still debating how to handle Lucifer and the validity of the information he delivered. If it was the underlings of the Demon King army, a meeting of this level would reach a conclusion in less than 1 hour, and actions would have been taken. Since these guys were from the same clan, they should be able to communicate more easily compared to the Demon King army, so Lucifer did not understand what they were arguing about. Lucifer did not notice that he was subconsciously comparing the male branches and the Demon King army. Forget it. Either way, before the absent chieftains have arrived, I won't do anything reckless, but what do all of you plan to do? Whether you believe it or not, the Demon King army will really attack from the north. Do you plan to quietly watch your enemies advance their forces during this time? Just as all the chieftains looked towards the dumbfounded Lucifer. Of course, we do not plan to do so, Kyukuku. Malakota got up slowly. I am known as the head chieftain and can lead all these people, and this is not only because I am stronger than the others. HMPH, you sure can brag. Even if Rubicante said something mean, Malakota still continued speaking with a calm expression. The foreign enemies invading this time are large in number, so even if the head chieftain goes to the battlefield alone, the others will not complain. Let me be the scout and observe how strong those guys from the Demon King army actually are, Kyukuku. Even Lucifer was surprised. He did not know how confident Malakota was in his skills, but a Dramelech and Alciel should be included within the attacking Demon King army. And Malakota planned to face them alone. Sir Lucifer, you should come along too. The two of us can delay them, and during this time, the chieftains from the south should have gathered. It's nothing much. We don't know the enemy's situation, but with both our powers, any huge army will not be much of an issue. Then, to Lucifer, who was familiar with the lineup in the Demon King army, this was too foolhardy. Let me say this first. All the Azure Horns and Iron Scorpions and their clan leaders are attacking together, you know. Oh my, this is amazing. Lucifer wanted to give a warning, but Malakota clapped happily and cheered instead. A Dramelech and Alciel are working together. This is interesting. I am getting more interested in that group now. Kyukuku, I heard that their boss Satan was born from an unknown minority clan. I really want to ask him what kind of magic he used to create this miracle, Kyukuku. Hey, that's not what I meant. Sir Lucifer, please do not underestimate me. Malakota spread out his arms and smiled in a pure manner. There are 60,000 warriors in the male branch clan. Do you think I, standing at the top of all of them, will just say big words without any basis? Around 30,000 members of the Demon King army had been deployed this time. In front of the rapidly flowing river separating the north and south sides of the demon world, the leader of the Azure Horns, a Dramelech, who was leading the way, used his prized ice spear to freeze the surface of the river, allowing the army to cross. Lug. However, the souls of the Iron Scorpions, covered in hard skin, stuck to the ice easily, making it frustrating for them. He knew it was a normal physical phenomenon, but Alciel still felt some malicious intent from a Dramelech. The members of the Iron Scorpions frowned slightly, and as they tolerated the uncomfortable icy cold feeling from their souls and crossed the river, Alciel turned back to the river which they had just crossed over. Someone communicate my proposed battle strategy to Adramlech's and Satan's troops. Tell him that just in case, our troop will leave 1,500 troops at the north bank of the river. Understood. A sorcerer from the skeletal mage clan responded. A magic glow flashed across the black eye sockets formed from bone, and after a short while, a reply from Lord Satan's troop. Leave 1,000 soldiers, my troop will provide the remaining 500. How about Adramlech? He has expressed that he had left behind a magic troop made up of 300 azure horns on standby. I see. Alciel closed his eyes and thought for a short while. Contact Zichkin's troop. Other than the 1,000 soldiers from earlier, leave behind 200 members of the Iron Scorpion's cannon squad. I will convey it now. After listening to the report from the skeletal mage clan, Alciel faced forward once again, placed his hand under his chin and said, "This is too easy. What is going on?" To the male branches, this huge river was a natural boundary of their territory. How could they possibly allow a huge army to cross the river so easily? There were occasional reports from Adramlech's troop about their encounters with a small number of male branches, but compared to the estimated population of the male branches, this number was unbelievably small. Adramlech was probably very concerned about this. So that brash man was able to command the Azure Horn clan, who could use ice magic to allow the army to cross the river, to stay in the north. Adramlech and Satan both felt uneasy about the smoothness of the army's advancement. However, even if Alciel sent any scouts, they did not discover any huge armies who could resist the Demon King army, and there was no terrain which could hide a huge army. Did they run away? There was so little movement from the enemy that they could only think this. Such a huge army was moving. It was impossible for the male branches to miss this. So the only possibility left was that they chose to take all their clan members, running away to avoid a conflict with the Demon King army. No, if so, that topographic map should have been completed. There should be some guys who chased away the Pahalo and pushed back the scouting troops sent by us before we left. What is? Just as Alciel was thinking about the various possibilities, a communication from Adramlech's troop, The skeletal mage next to Alciel shouted that he had received an idea link, but quieted down immediately. What happened? An indescribable feeling caused Alciel to prompt the skeletal mage to continue, and the contents which came out from the chattering mouth was unbelievable. Adramlech's troop has been defeated. The enemies number only 2. What is going on? What did you say? Including the elite from the Azure Horns, the vanguard troop commanded by Adramlech were made up of 15,000 soldiers. With these numbers, how could they be defeated by only 2 people? Perhaps the idea link he received was very confusing. The skeletal mage started to shout out a mix of information during this period. What, not 2 people but 10,000? Hey, don't convey such messed up information, be more accurate. They suddenly appeared from the sky, attacked from behind. What are you saying? Hey. This appears to be an abnormal situation. Yes, but how did 2 people suddenly increase to 10,000? At this moment, behind the troop led by Alciel, the low sound of an explosion came in the direction of the river, which they had just left. What happened? This was an obvious sound of battle. Angry shouts, sounds of slashing and reactions of magic being released. A short while later, without Alciel's command to ascertain the situation, emergency reports came from injured Iron Scorpion warriors. It's the male branches. The troops at the back were ambushed by a large squad. Battles are occurring at various locations. You said that the enemies are attacking from behind. How many enemies are there? Around 3,000, no, maybe more. Impossible. There should not be any locations around here which could hide 3,000 enemies. Even if they used magic to hide themselves, just using invisibility magic against so many people would use up so much magic that heat would be generated. At this moment, Alciel remembered what the skeletal mage said just now. Not 2 people but 10,000. Is it illusion magic? The male branches were skilled in necromancy and illusion magic. This was knowledge which was as commonly known as the male branch name. Alciel had never fought directly with the male branches before, so he had never seen this magic in an actual battle, but he roughly knew what illusion magic was. Calm down, there aren't that many enemies. Most of the hidden troops are illusions. Look for the magic source carefully, don't get misled by their appearances. Alciel deduced that most of the 3,000 enemies were illusions. Simply put, it was an empty show of strength where magic was used to make the numbers look more than what was really there. It was not known how detailed the male branch's illusions were, but if they make it through the initial chaos, this should not be a huge issue to the well-trained iron scorpions. But in this instant, Alciel missed one thing. If most of the attacking enemies were illusions, why did a Dramlech's troop lose? Rewinding time a little, the one to discover that figure first was not a scout but the troop commander Adramlech. That is, everyone stop. Adramlech quickly halted his advance. He discovered 2 small figures facing in their direction, standing on the plains some distance away in front of them. There was still a considerable amount of distance between them, but it was impossible for Adramlech to make a wrong identification. One of them was Lucifer. It does not seem like he's waiting here, because he changed his mind and wanted to apologize. Adramlech felt perplexed because he did not know how to interpret this situation. A male branch was standing next to Lucifer. He was wearing a tattered cape, but there was no mistaking those characteristic horns and skull shape. The problem was other than those 2. No other figures could be seen, and no other demonic magic could be felt. What are they doing? No matter what, Lucifer and that mysterious male branch appeared to be waiting for Adramlech's troop. In other words, they were waiting for the Demon King army. But if it was to battle, the disparity in numbers was too large. Even if that male branch had the ability of a clan leader, Adramlech did not think that 2 people can win a troop which, including him, numbered 15,000. Clan leader, what do we do? Just like Adramlech, a young Azure Horn looked towards those 2 uncanny demons and asked him this. First, tell Satan that we have encountered Lucifer. In addition, tell Alciel's troops that we are slowing our advance and ask them to stay where they are and be on standby. After the young member headed to the back to convey the orders, Adramlech turned towards the troop and raised his spear in the air. Warriors of valor, let us carve out a path of blood once again and make the male branch territory ours. There are 2 enemies in front of us. Don't get careless because the enemy is few in number. Think about the grand campaign from before. We will fight our enemies at full force at all times. Attack. Under Adramlech's command, an advanced troop of 2,000 soldiers rushed towards Lucifer and Malakota. No matter how strong Lucifer was or how careful the male branch was, they would not have any chance to win against this huge group of enemies. It was impossible for them to lose this battle. Gihialishalia. Even if the male branch raised his skinny left arm which had a huge sharp claw on it, Adramlech did not slow down the speed of the attack. No matter what magic the male branch used, he would not defeat this army troop. This was what he thought, until the next instant. The troops continued to advance their attack, but the scene in front of Adramlech still caused him to doubt his own eyesight. Until just now, Only Lucifer and the male branch wearing a cape was in his field of vision. But once the cape-wearing male branch swung his left arm down, a phenomenon occurred. A large amount of male branches, enough to flood his field of vision, suddenly appeared out of thin air. This is. Adramlech could not hide how shaken he felt, and the warriors behind him were even more shaken. Only the words appearing out of thin air could be used to describe this situation. Numerous male branches, enough to cover the whole sky, threw magic orbs in unison towards Adramlech's troops who were running on the ground. Don't be scared, continue advancing. Judging that each magic orb was not powerful, Adramlech increased his attack speed, closing the distance to Lucifer and the cape-wearing male branch in one go. Have a taste of the power from our ancestral spear. Adramlech swung his spear directly towards the male branch. But in the next instant, the spear he waved passed through Lucifer and the cape-wearing male branch without any resistance. This is. There was neither flesh nor blood on the tip of the spear. Looking carefully, the figures of Lucifer and the cape-wearing male branch became warped and fuzzy. Those are illusions. Adramlech looked up at the countless male branches, who had suddenly appeared and saw through the trick. Looking back compared to the number of magic orbs which fell from the sky, not only did the troop avoid taking a huge amount of damage, there were no explosions at all. Damn it, actually fooling us like this. He felt that he had been fooled, but immediately judging that the caster who set up this farce was nearby, Adramlech started to survey his surroundings. Thus he then discovered that the cape-wearing male branch was standing alone on a nearby hill. Male branch, I am going to make you regret fooling me. A demonic ice surface extended outward from the tip of Adramlech's spear. Using the skill which he named Demonic Ice Umbrella, he aimed towards the faraway male branch and using magic, he shot processed ice bullets. Faced with the ice bullets which flew at extremely high speeds, the cape-wearing male branch had to either dodge or use his claws to deflect them. With this, he could confirm if that male branch was an illusion or the actual thing. Take this. Using flying magic, Adramlech used his huge body to fly towards that male branch at unimaginable high speeds, swinging the spear passed down from his ancestors in a horizontal arc. Kick. An ear-piercing sharp voice from the male branch entered Adramlech's ears. At the same time, just like the illusion just now, that cape-wearing male branch raised his left hand, and at the same time, a dark mass appeared behind him. A huge group of male branches flew out from that dark mass. More than 10, 100, even thousands of small male branches flew out like bees. Just in time, Adramlech roared as if that alone was enough to dispel the illusions and waved his spear. However, the cape-wearing male branch whom he thought was the enemy commander was also an illusion. Even if the tip of the spear pierced through the body, that illusion still disappeared like a fog without spilling a drop of blood. This perplexed Adramlech. It was an illusion which could deflect the magic ice bullets. They had already entered a battle state, but the enemies disappeared when they attacked, causing this troop to be at a loss of what to do next. Adramlech surveyed his surroundings angrily. The thousands of male branches who had appeared from that black mass had already disappeared without a trace, causing the surroundings to turn peaceful once again. They had already raised their blades but lost their prey, and the army, who could only stand in a dazed manner, made for a comedic scene. If it was Adramlech before he met Satan, he could be angrily running around because he felt that he had been fooled by the enemy. But he tried to suppress these strong emotions, exhaled a steamy breath of anger and took a deep breath. We have been slowed down by the enemy. It seems like the other party has sent a rather skilled person. Falling victim to the series of illusions created by the enemy's magic, the advancement of a Dramelech's troop was slowed down. The whole troop had been forced to stop because they could not understand the phenomenon in front of them. Contact Satan and Alciel. Before ascertaining the enemy's methods, we cannot speed up the advancement of the army. Even if he was grinding his teeth in anger, a Dramelech still conveyed this calmly. Since they could not ascertain the enemy's methods and battle power, and were hinted of Lucifer's presence to be on the safe side, they could not advance rashly. It morphed into a difficult battle, damn Lucifer. A Dramelech groaned. After that, they were assaulted by a few more male branch illusions, and after just half a day, a Dramelech's troops had become mentally fatigued. They had not bled at all, but as they had to remain on high alert at all times to guard against the sudden appearance of any enemies, this still chipped away at the strength. Who is that cape-wearing male branch? All of the illusions of being attacked have included the figure of the cape-wearing male branch who had been standing with Lucifer in the beginning, and he would leave behind an ear-piercing laugh every single time. Was that demon who kept appearing in the direction the troops were moving considered a powerful demon amongst the male branches? Or was it just a trap to make people think that way? Lahi. Just as a Dramelech thought this, that cape-wearing male branch appeared once again at a spot far ahead. A Dramelech tensed up and raised his spear. He had lost count of the number of times it happened, but he still raised his guard, wary of the appearance of any illusions. He did not notice that this action was a slow-acting poison, corroding deep into his body. Ugre! A scream was heard from behind. Agad! Yuga! Those voices came from the warriors in a Dramelech's troop. And even if a Dramelech discovered that something was not right, he could not afford to look back. Ugh, Yugo! The phenomenon which occurred this time was clearly different from those earlier. The illusionary attacks have all appeared in front of a Dramelech's troops and attacked them directly. However, the mysterious darkness where the male branches would appear from had actually distributed themselves within a Dramelech's troops. This is, Yuga, a flaw in thinking, even for an instant could be fatal. The magic ice armor covering a Dramelech's body was pierced and cracked by countless sharp claws. The countless male branches who appeared from the countless dark holes in his surroundings surrounded a Dramelech, holding down his ancestral spear, planning to strip off his magic ice armor. This aura, weight, and attacks definitely did not come from illusionary magic. No, these were not illusions. How is this possible? This is Yuwa. Countless magic orbs shot out by the male branches hit the top of the demonic ice helmet, and the strong impact threw a Dramelech off his feet. These guys are the real deal. Even during this period of time, the male branches kept appearing from the darkness in front of him. Then a Dramelech finally realized that over time, without noticing it, he had only thought of what kind of illusions would the enemy create next. When he realized that his mental state had become fatigued because of this simple but drawn-out action, it was already too late. Yugo. The magic ice armor, which could withstand the Iron Scorpion's physic cannon spell, started to crack. The male branches stuck closely to his body, repeatedly using their magic to attack the same place. Even if they were weaker than a Dramelech, this was still magic casted by the warriors of the male branch clan. It did not matter if their quality or power was weaker than the skill used by Satan when he was still young. Damn it. There were simply too many enemies, and even if a Dramelech tried to attack the heads of the male branches who were stuck to him, he could not move freely. During this time, a Dramelech felt that the troops behind him had already descended into chaos because of the unexpected strange attack, and this only made him more anxious. This situation was too strange. The male branches had suddenly appeared out of thin air. He needed to let Satan and Alciel know about this. However, the The current situation did not allow a Dramelech to do so. If his exposed face or eyes were attacked, his life would be in danger. Ugh so! A Dramelech roared and injected demonic magic, which was of a completely different characteristic from before, into his demonic ice armor, which was about to shatter, and shouted, "Demonic Ice Sword Mountain!" At this instant, all the male branches who were stuck on a Dramelech's body died after being stabbed by countless ice spears. Merg. A Dramelech moved his body to shake off the male branches on his body and distanced himself from the darkness which had suddenly appeared. That figure looked just like a pufferfish with ice thorns. Elegance is a virtue of the azure horns. If Alciel sees me like this, I wonder what he'll say to me. After a Dramelech mocked himself, he tensed up and confirmed the situation. However, by the time a Dramelech escaped from the first wave of the male branch's mysterious ambush, his troop had been thoroughly defeated. The enemies had suddenly appeared within their formation after all. And that had just seen so many illusions, and naturally thought that the enemies appearing after would also be illusions. Most of the warriors who saw those enemies as illusions were all lying on the ground now. Those who successfully withstood that wave lost to the large numbers of the male branches, because they could not smoothly work together with their comrades around them, and died one after another. We can't go on like this. This scene caused a Dramelech to remember the past when the young warriors of the Azure Horns lost control, causing them to be massacred by the Iron Scorpions with no way to defend themselves. Damn it, what is going on? Led by Satan, the mixed army consisting of vagrant demons, Azure Horns, the Pahalo clan and Iron Scorpions was also completely under attack by the enemies. Satan, commanding the Flying Dragon Squad, only saw the troops on the ground suddenly get surrounded by a large number of what could be black fog or darkness. Then male branches continuously appeared from those places. This was despite not sensing any traces of demonic magic within their range of sight from the sky until now. The aerial squad made up of the Flying Dragons and Pahalo Danino could only be most effective when they could clearly discern between the enemy army and their own army on the ground. When it has turned into a tangled battle like this, a large-scale attack would only hit their comrades as well, and they could not cause a huge amount of damage to the enemies. Thus, the male branch's actions in battle could not be considered polished. But there was a lot of them. In addition, the way they appeared was very strange, completely flustering the Demon King army. They were enemies who were not that scary if they were handled calmly, but the Demon King army could do nothing but be manipulated by the large numbers of male branches. In some areas, our troops are killing each other. An Iron Scorpion who was also riding on a flying dragon reported this. Satan looked towards the ground and noticed some Azure Horns and Iron Scorpions attacking their own comrades. Ugh, what is going on? If it was the vagrant demons who came from different clans, this was still understandable, but for the Azure Horns and Iron Scorpions who survived for so long by depending on teamwork, even if they are in a state of panic, it was impossible for them to start killing each other. Illusion magic, to think they could do so much. The ones who caused the Demon King army to kill each other were the male branches who used magic to transform into the warriors belonging to the Demon King army. Satan did not know this yet, but the group led by Calcabrina was skilled in transformation magic. The transformation magic did not refer to changing their own physical appearance, but stealing their enemy's sight, causing them to see something which did not exist. However, the transformation magic casted by Calcabrina and the others greatly exceeded what the Demon King army knew about transformation magic, accurately replicating the figures of their enemies. Even Satan, who watched the battlefield from the air, could not tell the difference. They probably had many casters use magic on specifically small scales. Using this method, they did not have to create the illusions of the warriors one by one, but create a simulation on the whole space. The ground was filled with screams and shouts from the soldiers, who could not do anything as they were suddenly defeated by their comrades who had gone berserk, collapsing in despair. Damn it! Satan clenched his fist so tightly that his skin broke and bled, but he sighed lightly. Let's retreat. But if this goes on, even if we continue to battle here, if we cannot see through our opponent's tactics, everyone will just die in vain. Give the retreat signal to Adramlech's and Alciel's troops. You understood. An iron scorpion riding on a flying dragon moved to convey Satan's order. After watching his subordinate leave, Satan sent a signal bomb towards the ground. After the signal bomb exploded, it let out a loud sound and a bright flash. On a battlefield where the command system and battle situation had turned chaotic, giving instructions or commands were not easy. Therefore, all the soldiers had to first memorize simple and clear signals. This would make it easier to give instructions to their comrades in the middle of the chaos. With a sound loud enough to split the sky open, Satan emitted the signal to retreat 5 times. Immediately, there was movement on the ground. All at once, countless figures started to move towards the large river which made up the boundary between the north and south. I wonder how many of them have survived. They had successfully begun to retreat, but the battle had not ended. To the male branches, they would start to pursue and attack. The enemies were already excited because the battle was tilted in their favor. Their side was flustered and downhearted. In addition, the male branches had a geographical advantage. If their speed of retreat slowed down slightly, the male branches will catch up and trample on them. Even if they were not large in number, there were male branches who shot magic orbs towards Satan, and the others who were in the air to threaten them. Damn it! A complete defeat. In Satan's life, ever since the eradication of the Black Goat clan, this was the first time he was defeated so badly. Where did things go wrong? Did we misinterpret Lucifer's actions? Or did we not gather enough information on the male branches? No, even if it is like that, I have never seen such magic. You can reflect if you want, but did you think that you can see through everything? Since when did the other party come? When Satan noticed, it was already too late. Lucifer was calmly flying in the middle of the flying dragon squad. In other words, he was flying next to Satan. Very good, Satan. I wanted to see you show that kind of expression. Lucifer, how did you? This was it. When the male branches appeared just now, they also appeared out of thin air like this. No matter how shaken or careless Satan was, it was impossible for Lucifer to fly this close to him without anyone noticing. What kind of magic was this? But there is something else I want to see. Lucifer showed the same innocent smile he had when he was still in the Demon King army. How strong are you now? His black wings shot out countless heat rays, instantly killing everyone in the flying dragon troop. Lucifer. Satan quickly maneuvered the flying dragon, and while in the air, he created the ice spears which he learned from Adramlech. It was hard to believe, but Lucifer did not eradicate the flying dragon troop because he wanted to challenge Satan. He came to delay the enemy's leader, Satan, because he wanted to obstruct the retreat of the Demon King army. A complete miscalculation. Lucifer had joined forces with the male branches. Your anxious expression is really good. I have only seen your composed expression in the past. Show me some more interesting expressions. With one punch, Lucifer shattered the ice spear which brushed past his body. From how the snapped area showed signs of melting, Lucifer probably used his heat ray magic to generate high temperatures on his fist. Ugh! After Satan threw all the ice spears, he floated all the boulder debris into the air and shot them towards Lucifer, who was flying in the air. using the Iron Scorpion's battle strategy of the physic cannon to throw rocks the size of a first at high speed. This was more magic efficient compared to throwing out a huge boulder and could be used to perform large-scale attacks. However, wanting to catch me using such a dim-witted magic beast, you're 1,000 years too early. The distance between him and the enemy was more than 500 meters. Even so, Lucifer's heat rays still accurately penetrated the head of Satan's mount, causing it to die instantly. Yugo, suddenly losing a place to stand, Satan was flung into the air. Damn it! Satan focused on his back and created an illusion which looked like the wings of a flying dragon. The Black Goat clan had wings too, but with their original shape, just floating in the air was taxing enough. Therefore, if he spread his demonic magic wings, he could better focus on flying. The one who taught Satan this technique was no one else but Lucifer. Even if Satan was a talented young demon, it was still difficult for him to surpass the techniques of his enemy and teacher. Lucifer closed in on Satan in a short amount of time, and with various freestyle flying techniques, he mercilessly toyed with Satan, who was still regaining his orientation in the air. Heat rays, light orbs and fists continuously juggled, struck and tortured Satan's body. What, so you're this weak after all? You're just a thief who can only steal techniques from others. You're not that powerful. Even if Lucifer insulted him happily, he could not fight back. You're noisy, you half-ass. Managing to distance himself from Lucifer only after Lucifer kicked him hard in the chest, Satan finally regained his orientation in the air. Phew, damn it, it hurts. Satan spat out the blood in his mouth and moved his finger slightly, making a certain object on the ground float in the air. That was a sword. It should be a weapon carried by one of the soldiers in the Demon King army who had been killed. Based on the knowledge of the demon world in the past, the weapons made from the metal known as iron was considered very sturdy, but were still a lot weaker than a Dramelech's demonic ice spear. That weapon in Satan's hands, which looked like a short sword, could not match up against the current Lucifer at all. Die small fry. As Lucifer roared, he emitted an extremely thick heat ray which was enough to envelope Satan's whole body. If the heat ray landed a direct hit, then even Satan would be exterminated. But Satan deflected the heat ray by just waving that iron sword. Lucifer, don't get too full of yourself. Once Satan held the sword with both hands, the sword suddenly emitted a black glow, turning it into a sword of darkness which was almost the same size as himself. In the next instant, countless black gleams of the blade flashed through the sky of the demon world. The lighting fast afterimages of the sword tore Lucifer's coat, which was made from demonic beast leather, and blood spurted out from his ivory skin. Lucifer, since you said I'm just a thief who steals techniques from others, I will show you how it's like if the current me uses the Black Flame Sword, a secret technique from the Black Goat clan which is known as the weakest clan. You should be honored, because even Cameo had never seen me use this move. After being consumed by Satan's black demonic magic, the iron sword had lost its original form. The dark blade, whose length exceeded even Satan's height, was the concentration of Satan's demonic magic, radiating with flames which were even darker than the night sky. The Godspeed afterimages from the sword flashed again. Lucifer, who could not dodge, could only use his hands to catch Satan's dark blade, but his palms burned continuously after touching the blade. The high temperatures which could not be generated by normal flames caused damage to Lucifer's skin. Damn it! Lucifer kicked Satan's elbow, using that to avoid the initial strike. You're not running away. But Satan ignored Lucifer's flying speed and released his attack with snake-like sword techniques, not allowing Lucifer to increase the distance between them. Lucifer had an impression of this tenacious sword technique, which was difficult to avoid. This sword skill is Camio's, that stinky old man's. That's right. The sword skill from the demon bird general is greatly praised by even a Dramelech and Alciel, and I am his first disciple. The blade of darkness weaved freely in the air, moving so fast that it felt like a sword dance at God's speed, with the next move closing in before the trajectory of the previous move could disappear completely, creating a black light orb in the air. Lucifer could not move away from Satan's sword range, and serious injuries from the blade started to appear on his body. Damn it. Based on the situation, I might have to make you disappear here. It's fine if you just want to leave us, but why are you standing on the side of the male branches? HMPH, because everything has been going too smoothly for you recently. I am teaching you that things will not always go your way. Do you know how many of our soldiers died because of this? I don't care, I kill when I want. The one who broke this promise first and planned to restrict me was you. I only followed you then because I thought it was interesting. After I feel that it's boring, I will naturally join the side which is interesting. What did you say? The dark blade which was aimed at Lucifer's shoulder and was going to cut through, it instantly deviated in its path because of an explosion. The explosion was very weak, but just making Satan's sword deviate a little was enough for Lucifer to make use of the small window of opportunity to escape from the downpour of consecutive attacks. Even if I stay with the current you, I'll only feel bored. Satan planned to continue chasing after the injured Lucifer who escaped the attack range of the dark blade, but he could not do so. Kukuku, Sir Lucifer, thank you for your hard work. A male branch who harbored a shocking amount of magic flew lightly behind Satan. This guy is the Demon King from the legends. I thought the Black Goat clan had gone extinct very early on. A burly-sized red male branch flew to Satan's right side. The one who flew to Satan's left side was a petite female male branch. Ms. Calcabrina, where are the others? The demon behind him addressed the female male branch to confirm the situation. Most of them have been pushed back and chased to the north side of the river. Based on the reports, half of the troop led by the Azure Horn clan leader have been killed by our army. But I don't know how much I can trust Draghignazzo's words. I have also received a communication from Siriato that he had caused a lot of damage to the Iron Scorpion group. The tip of the long claw of the demon behind Satan was pressed against Satan's neck, and the demon spoke in a calm tone with a hidden determined killing intent. The one who calls himself Demon King, it seems like we have won this war. At the tip of the claw which sank into his neck, Satan saw the shadow of death. How can this be? The first huge defeat faced by the Demon King army, since their formation caused Cameo to become completely speechless. It seemed like they had not stepped into the male branch's territory at all. Not only that, even one of the four kings, a Dramelech, was receiving treatment because he had serious injuries. The Demon King army lost 1/4 of their soldiers. In addition, Alciel was also injured, though not as seriously as a Dramelech. What made Cameo felt the most despair was not seeing Satan's figure amongst the returning troops. Does no one know about Satan's whereabouts? What happened to the flying dragon troop? Why did none of them return? He knew the reason without having to ask. If someone who set out had not returned, that meant the person had already died on the battlefield. How can this be? Cameo knelt weakly on the ground. Even if the members of the Pahalo quickly came to support Cameo, they could not pull the elderly general out from the depths of despair. What happened? Even retreat was impossible. It's not that strange for that guy to encounter a situation where he is unable to retreat. Alciel, whose wounds have mostly stopped bleeding after receiving treatment, recalled the strange way the male branches had appeared. Those male branches can only be described as suddenly appearing out of thin air. When my troop was attacked, the ones at the back were attacked first. appearing out of thin air. The ones at the back were attacked first. That's right. In the barren plains, there should be nowhere for them to hide, but their huge troops suddenly appeared, ambushing us. Ugh, my troop had also encountered something similar. A Dramelech, who was so injured that he could not get up, also groaned thus in pain. First, they made us see the illusions of Lucifer and a male branch. Then let us see the illusions of a huge group of male branches. But in the next instant, the real male branches swarmed out, mixed amongst the illusions. Since both the Dramelech and Alciel encountered the similar ambushes, then Satan might have been caught in a similar situation. However, a Dramelech had been on the front lines and was able to retreat successfully, even if he was seriously injured. So why had Satan not returned when he had been commanding the flying dragon troop? There are male branches who are also good at aerial battles. If not, it would be Lucifer, is it? Damn it. The Lucifer a Dramelech saw had been an illusion, but since the male branch made an illusion of Lucifer, then Lucifer could have been hiding nearby. That guy seemed to have become a little more intelligent after staying in the Demon King army. That's right. If it was Lucifer from before, he would have immediately went to cause trouble for the male branches, just like what Lord Alciel said. Sigh. Cameos did not sound commanding at all. Currently, anything concerning Lucifer or the male branches did not matter to him anymore. The fact that he had lost Satan had crushed the elderly person's heart. Satan, you, not just Cameo, even a Dramelech sighed once in a depressed manner and did not move at all after that. Is it the end? Alciel thought. It was unexpectedly dissatisfying. If he could defeat Satan personally, that would be the best, but in the end, he had been sacrificed for an impossible dream. With this strange group would not last long. The aging Cameo was not Alciel's match and Lucifer had already left. A Dramelech, the only one left, was seriously injured, and Alciel could easily kill him. Getting rid of everyone present currently, then leading his iron scorpions back to their habitat in the mountain ranges, then revitalizing the clan just like before, dominating the north once again. Alciel formed rough plans in his head and mumbled. Seems like there's really no hope this time. Of course I know that. It's obvious even without you saying it. Cameo and a Dramelech replied, but their voices lacked any spirit. This was a good chance, just as Alciel thought this. Then Alciel, what should we do next? What? A Dramelech still lying down asked Alciel this. You're asking me what to do next. That's right. How should we reorganize the army, and after we do that, do we attack the male branches again or retreat back to the north? We have to ask Lord Alciel to make a decision on this. Wait a moment. Because Cameo followed up after a Dramelech, Alciel could not help but raise a hand to stop the two of them. Why are you asking me? Alciel's genuine question caused Cameo and a Dramelech to look at each other. Even if you ask us why. Oh my, could it be that Lord Alciel had not heard about this at all? What's going on? What are the two of you talking about? What did I miss? It seemed that Cameo and a Dramelech had not expected Alciel to react this way. Cough. After a while, discovering that Alciel was not following the situation at all, Cameo cleared his throat, raised his spirits once more and turned towards Alciel. Then said something which surprised Alciel greatly. From today, the authority as the commander of the Demon King army will be passed to Lord Alciel. After staring for a while Alciel, who still did not comprehend what Cameo was saying. Oh, what did you just say? Could not help but ask this in return. This proposal was that unexpected to him. You must have heard that. What we meant is since Satan is already dead, you'll be the one to command us from now on. A Dramelech explained this in a simpler and more direct way. Wait a moment, are the two of you serious about this? Do you know what you're saying? Alciel was clearly flustered. What were the two of them saying? Why, you're saying that the Demon King army will be given to me. Calling it giving is not that correct. It's just that the seat Satan sat on before will now be taken by you. The two of you are all right with it. Alciel could sense that they were serious about it. However, the Demon King army was a man-made organization, which expanded its faction little by little over the period of tens of years, with Satan and Cameo at its center. Why were they entrusting this organization to a newbie, who until just now had been aiming for the lives of the clan leaders? My power can no longer match up to Satan, Lucifer, and Lord Adramlech, and of course Lord Alciel is equally matched. The aging me cannot lead this army. Perhaps he sensed that Alciel was hesitating. Cameo started to mock himself. Adramlech, you. I don't think my leadership abilities is weaker than yours. His voice contained more spirit, but Adramlech still spoke weakly. But long before I met you, I already knew that the talent for being in power and the talent for being in the front lines are two completely different things. Adramlech lightly touched his ancestral spear, which had been placed horizontally next to him. The young demon which had been pierced by that spear had established such great things, but showed him great dreams, but it still faded away so easily. Tears appeared in the eyes of the bullhead. My leadership belongs to the front lines. Alciel, if it's on the battlefield, I would definitely not lose to you. I will show you. No matter what tricks the male branches use, I will defeat them next time, but I do not have the ability to command this huge army. In this aspect, I am clearly no match for you and Satan. Alciel knew that the tears welling up in the demon's eyes meant. This man was expressing pity, regret, and mourning for another man. There was actually someone who could make the Azure Horn clan leader feel this way. Then what Adramlech said next caused a decisive shock, which matched the impact caused by those tears. When Satan was commanding this army, he said that if anything happened to him, you would inherit his seat. So we have decided to entrust this army which was built up by Satan to you. What? Satan had said this before. That's right. Since he said so, I can only accept it. What shocked Alciel had not been the fact that Satan had named him as his successor. Just what Satan had said was enough for Cameo and Adramlech to willingly give up the authority of command to Alciel. To Alciel, this was earth-shaking. Why? The two of you have been in this army longer than me. If the commander position is passed to me, a new person who has not joined that long ago, this army will immediately become mine. The Pahalo and Azure Horns will not allow this to happen. They had taken some damage from the earlier battle, but the Demon King army was still the largest faction in the north, and Alciel had obtained this organization without needing to lift a finger. Even so, he still could not accept this reason. So the way he spoke would definitely sound like he was trying to get Cameo and Adramlech to change their minds. But the two of them were determined. For the Azure Horns, as their clan leader, I will persuade them. But even if I do not make an effort to do so, as long as I say that it's Satan's will, the Azure Horns will probably listen. It's the same for the Pahalo. Satan's judgment will not go wrong. The vagrant demons as well, no matter what they think, they will not openly raise any objections. Once again, it was because Satan said so. Why did they have to follow the words of a dead person so closely? The person who suppressed him had disappeared, taking the chance to declare that he was the new leader, treating his comrades from yesterday as enemies, killing them to raise his own status. That was what a demon was, right? He was already dead, but what kind of magic did his man leave on these people? Don't the two of think that you are more suitable to lead this army? Then Alciel finally said something which he would definitely not say in the past. In response to this, the reply from the two great demons was simple. If we're really suitable, then we would not have needed Satan's power in the first place. Alciel started to think. If he was defeated and killed in the war with other clans, how much will the Iron Scorpion change? Will everyone be willing to hand the authority of command to someone, supporting that person as the new clan leader? The answer would be no. After all, Alciel became the clan leader because he killed the other potential candidates during the internal strife, which killed the previous Iron Scorpion clan leader. Even the Iron Scorpion clan was like this, but these great demons who commanded this army, made up of many species, actually actively passed the command to a new joiner. This was really too abnormal. The two of you better not regret this. At this moment, this was the first time Alciel had a personal interest in the demon known as Satan. What kind of magic had to be cast to create this kind of army? What kind of demon did he have to become to make others willing to listen to his orders even after his death? Just this once. We are going to fight the male branches again and obtain our victory. The traitor will pay for what he did. Then, only in this instant, Alciel took the first seat of amongst the great demons as the replacement commander for Satan's army. Conquer the demon world as Demon King. Chapter 2. Heading further south from the plains, south of the huge river, which was piled up with the corpses from the Demon King army. Deep inside the home, the living quarters of the male branches which had been dug out from a strange rock, a man mumbled softly behind a certain locked door. "Ah, my back is so itchy." His arms were tied behind his back, and his ankles, wrists and thumbs were shackled with magic locks which restricted his movements and the flow of demonic magic. The man, lying on the rough floor of the stone jail, kept struggling like the larvae of demonic insect. "My back itches, my back itches, my back itches, damn it. And it's just out of reach too. Foo, foo, someone help me scratch an itch, Yugo." The male branch on the other side of the door heard the man's shouts and covered his ears with a stony expression. "Seriously, why do I have to be in charge of watching this kind of guy?" His large-sized male branch known as Libikako was considered a veteran commander amongst the chieftains. As Libikako, feeling irritated, listened to the voice complaining of an itchy back, he turned his gaze to a faraway point in resentment. Sir Malakota is really too much. Why did he have to imprison the clan leader of the enemy? All would have been fine if he was killed earlier. Libikako peeked through a small gap to investigate the situation inside the stone jail. The man from the Black Goat clan was still complaining about his itching back. "Hey, the one over there, please, stick your claw into the gap and help me scratch this itch. I'm going to die from this itch." "You're too noisy. If you want to die, then die already. What the heck is wrong with you? Hey, please, I'm really reaching my limit, ack." I don't know if he's called the Demon King or Satan, but this guy is really the boss of that strange group. Unbelievable. I hate to admit it, but I have lost thoroughly. While paying attention to the sharp claw pressed into his neck, Satan said this without turning his head. "Are you the clan leader of the male branches?" "The male branches are different from other clans. We have no absolute leader." "But you look like the strongest one. It's good to have a keen eye." The red male branch on the right side clicked his tongue as if he thought it was boring. "Before I die, I want to know your name." "Oh my, such a strange thing you're saying." "No, I'm just hoping to at least know the name of the one who would kill me before I die." Satan did not think he could get out of this situation. Lucifer was an enemy now, and behind him was a demon whose demonic magic capacity was around Lucifer's level. The abilities of the male branches surrounding him were also clearly much stronger than normal male branches. This was not a lineup he could fight directly and win, but the male branch behind him said something surprising. "What I feel is strange is why you think that I am planning to kill you, Kikyuko." "Huh, what?" Lucifer and the red male branch were more surprised than Satan. The man behind moved his claw away from Satan's neck. "The victor has been determined, but I have gained an interest in you. Sir Lucifer did very well. I never expected to capture the leader of that intriguing group alive. Sigh. Lucifer looked up and sighed while the red male branch spoke in a furious tone. Malakoda, what the heck are you thinking? At this moment, Satan finally knew that the man behind him was called Malakoda. Oh my, are you asking about what I am thinking, Kyukuku? At any time, I am thinking about how to continue the glory of the male branch clan. That is all, Kyukuku. Malakoda said. Demon King, sheath your sword. If you are willing to cooperate, I will not continue chasing after your soldiers retreating to the north, and you can keep your life. Is that all right? Compared to your existence, the small fry in the north are not worth mentioning. Ms. Calcabrina, Sir Rubicante, Sir Lucifer, you have no objections, right? This was not a confirmation, but an order. Even Satan, who could not observe Malakoda's expression directly from the front, could sense that Malakoda's stare included a power which forced others to submit. Even so, the red large-sized Rubicante seemed unconvinced, but he did not raise any objections. Then let's go, ah yes. In a sliding movement, Malakoda moved next to Satan, and this was the first time Satan saw Malakoda's appearance. From his appearance, he did not look any different from a normal male branch. His only distinguishing characteristic was the tattered cape covering his body. However, without question, Malakoda was stronger than any of the male branches who were present. Demon King, I want to know your name. Satan Jacob. Then Demon King Satan, I wish to invite you into our home. Please do not come up with any malicious ideas. I think you should know this with just one look. Malakoda showed a sinister smile and spoke, as he looked at Satan's face. The sharp claws of the male branches will be watching you closely from behind, Kyukuku. I will remember that well. To express his willingness to listen, Satan dispelled the sword of darkness and threw away the iron sword which acted as the core. Then, hey, Lucifer, use those demonic magic cuffs on me. Satan moved his arms behind his back and spoke to Lucifer, who up till just now had been fighting with him to the death. Demonic magic cuffs. That lady and the red mister have been staring at me with a scary aura because they're afraid that I would do something to this Malakoda. It feels like I would get beaten up by them any time, so if I get tied up, they can relax more. Hurry up. HMPH. Demonic magic cuffs are a spell used by the Demon King army when they are capturing prisoners. Not only can it tie the arms of the demons, it can cut off the supply of demonic magic. Of course, very few demons would be abiding because of this, but the removal of the freedom of their body and demonic magic was a fact. This would at least ease the minds of Rubicante and Calcabrina a little. Despite not understanding, Lucifer still cast the demonic magic cuffs on Satan, and as he did so, oh my cuckoo, this is amazing. The magic you're using is really interesting. Malakoda moved behind Satan as if he was really interested in the demonic magic cuffs and started to carefully examine the demonic magic cuffs on Satan's wrists. Hey, Malakoda. Oh my Kyukuku, dear me. Malakoda came to his senses from Lucifer's reminder and led everyone in flying back to their living quarters. Such a strange fella. Satan pushed aside his own issues and said this while looking at Malakoda. On my back. After a short while, Satan was tired from the shouting and tiredly laid on the floor as his thoughts drifted. I couldn't confirm anything at all. I wonder if they managed to escape successfully. After Satan gave the retreat order, he had been fighting with Lucifer, so he could not confirm if the Demon King army had retreated successfully. Satan was not so gullible to believe Malakoda's words just like that. I wonder if Adramlich and Alcil are quarreling. Sigh, I'm so worried. If they really started to quarrel, Cameo would probably die. Ah, if only I paid more attention to the situation of the whole army. Seriously, it feels like I have a lot of regrets. I keep regretting over those things which I didn't do. I hope they will at least go their separate ways without quarreling. Less people will die like this. That's impossible. A Dramelech and Alciel are the type to get angered easily. You're noisy, can't you be a little quieter? He had thought that Satan's back was not itching anymore, but unexpectedly, he started to talk about his troubles and regrets as king, causing Libikako to finally lose his patience. Male branch chieftain, even if you say that, I'm still worried. When I was still king, I would worry every day about what will happen tomorrow or 2 days later, but once I'm in a situation where I could die any day, my only worry would be if those left behind can live on safely. Who cares? If you don't stop soon, I'm going to kill you. Don't forget that you're only alive because Sir Malakota said that he wants to spare your life. I'm grumbling because I have not forgotten. If you want to do it, then I hope you can end it quickly. With that, I don't have to worry about so many things while finding a place where I can scratch the itch on my back. Why you? This man should be unable to use demonic magic because of Lucifer's power. Might as well say that he tried to resist and kill him just like this, just as this thought crossed Libikako's mind. Oh my, both of you seem to be chatting happily. Libikako turned around, his hair standing on end. Sir Malakota appeared, accompanied by Lucifer and Calcabrina. Libikako was considered the youngest amongst the chieftains, and the group he led was one of subgroups under Malakota, so there was a large gap in between their abilities. The magic ability and fighting ability of that group was not especially good. It was just that the stature of the members of that group was almost as burly as Rubicante, and they knew some weather manipulation magic. Because of this, from just being glared by Malakota, Libikako would be unable to resist. Luckily, Malakota was not reprimanding Libikako. He asked Libikako to back down and looked into the jail through the small observation window. Sir Satan, I am very sorry that you had to experience such inconvenience. It's really inconvenient. Ever since I came here, my back has been itching like hell. Are there actually strange bugs here? Oh my, this will not do. Sir Libikako, please stick your claw in and help Sir Satan scratch that itch. I really have to do that. This guy won't bite, right? How did things turn out like this? Libikako showed a very reluctant expression, but unable to disobey Malakota, he still obediently stuck his claw into the stone jail. Shouldn't it be good if you did that from the start? Ah, it feels good. I feel alive again. Phoo. Sir Malakota, what is wrong with this guy? Libikako, feeling angry about this, asked Malakota this question, but Malakota did not reply and mentioned for Calcabrina to take action. Then Calcabrina actually opened the door of the stone jail. Sir Satan, I wish to bring you to a place. Can you come out, please? Lucifer, Libikako and Satan expressed their confusion at the same time. Because it's the right time now. Oh yes, I am asking you to leave this jail, but I will not dispel the demonic magic cuffs in you. Kukuku. Hey, let me warn all of you first. This guy is the type who can naturally increase the comrades around him as long as he can talk freely to the ones around him. If you give him freedom carelessly, you might be the ones being checkmated. Lucifer glared unhappily at Satan, who had slowly walked out of the stone jail, even if he still felt suspicious about it. But Malakota did not take Lucifer's words to heart at all. Kukuku, that's fine. To be more precise, I wish to witness that happening. Satan glanced sideways at the unhappy Lucifer, but he did not say anything to Lucifer and asked Malakota directly. Then where are we going next? We are going to a place within this home where only few can enter. Sir Lucifer, please come along. Lord Malakota, you're going to show these outsiders that thing. Malakota's words shocked Libikako greatly. That was an underground space within the home known as the Treasury. That's right, Libikako, come along too. I also summoned Barbarixia and Siriato. What exactly is there? Calcabrina's answer was simple: the male branch's true enemy. A few corpses were placed there. With Malakota leading the way, the group arrived at a space where many corpses had been arranged neatly. Every dead body had hard skin like the exoskeletons from the Iron Scorpion clan. Many of the corpses had been damaged, but the male branches who recovered the bodies had rearranged those corpses like a puzzle, so the state of those bodies when they were still alive could be imagined. That creature was a flat-looking giant whose whole body was covered in a hard and sturdy exoskeleton, but also had many segmented joints like those demonic insects which crawl on the ground. The strange bodies lying on the floor had many round, flat feet, and attached to the top half of the body, the only part resembling a demon, was a cylindrical-shaped arm. However, their joints, such as their shoulders, knees and ankles, were protected by a strange-looking mass which swelled up around the joints. The other parts of the body, such as the arm, had their bones exposed, and even their head did not have any eyes, nose, and mouth, looking perfectly flat. Upon closer examination, there were also spheroid objects on the ground which had many eyes on them, giving off a sinister feeling. Faced with such a scene, Satan and Lucifer were stunned. Kyukuku, what do the two of you think? This is what the male branch's true enemies look after they have been destroyed. Even if Malakota said this, for a long while, the two of them could not speak. Sir Satan. Oh my, it seems like you really got a huge shock. I wish to confirm one thing with you. In the north, within your area of activity, do you know any clan which looks like this? No, I have never seen any. Satan answered this after thinking for a while. Then their area of activity is not in the north. Then how about Sir Lucifer, who has traveled all over the demon world? Sir Lucifer. For unknown reasons, compared to Satan, Lucifer was more fixated on the bodies in treasury. Sir Lucifer. Oh, excuse me. No, I have never seen this kind of strange demon as well. Really? For some reason, Malakota probed Lucifer further. Really, what else do you want? The head of that giant can be opened, Barbarixia. Following Malakota's instructions, a young male branch whom Satan was seeing for the first time walked towards the body of the giant, and using some force, started to lift up the part which was the head. Both of you please look inside. Inside? Do not worry. There are no strange traps or mechanisms inside. However, I hope that the two of you can confirm this properly, especially Sir Lucifer. Me? Without any other choice, Satan and Lucifer looked towards the head of the giant which Barbarixia was holding up. In the next instant, Satan and Lucifer inhaled sharply at the same time. There was a body inside which had different characteristics from the others. The body had already shriveled up over the long span of years, but faded silver hair could be seen on the head. Then it was the empty eye sockets and nasal cavity, and the lower jaw which had molars and canine teeth. At first glance, this looked like a dead body of a skeletal mage, but skeletal mages did not have hair. This was clearly a body of a creature with bones and a spine. In addition, with closer examination, there were signs of work being done within the giant's head, resembling a seat for the silver-haired corpse. Other than that, there were many strangely textured bumps and panels, so it did not look like the insides of an organic creature. Have the two of you seen this before? I'm sorry, I have seen this before after all. This is my first time seeing this. Satan announced this once again. He had clearly never seen such a strange structure before. This is. However, the reaction Lucifer showed was clearly stronger than Satan's. Lucifer was staring at the corpse's hair. Feeling satisfied, Malakota watched Lucifer, who had reacted this way. I don't know. I thought I had an impression, but I don't know anything after all. Lucifer answered this way in the end, but Malakota did not press him any further this time. Then what? Why are you showing us these things? Kyukuku, Sir Satan. You have gathered up many clans in the north and named that group the Demon King Army, right? Yeah. When I heard that the strongest vagrant demon Lucifer was the most veteran member, I really got a huge shock. Kyukuku, Sir Satan, I have high hopes for you. That would be perhaps you can make these corpses your comrades, just like how you handled those guys in the Demon King army. These corpses, Calcabrina helped to further elaborate for Malakota, who had not made things clear. These guys are located to the south of our territory. South of here. Without any change in his demeanor, Satan pulled out the map of the demon world from deep within his memories. Other than the giant, these demons have been occupying the land to the south of our territory and have continuously posed a threat to us. This war has been going on for 5,000 years. 5,000 years. This insanely long period of time caused Lucifer to groan on reflex. Even now, these demons continue to come out from the south with no end in sight. To resist against these, our ancestors chose to do the same as them and increase the number of our clan members. But these demons are so powerful that even us chieftains find it hard to defeat them. I thought so. That's obvious. No, it's nothing. Satan and Lucifer each gave their frantic reactions to what they have mumbled, so they did not hear what each other had said. When our great ancestors defeated these demons for the first time, this giant seemed to be the enemy's clan leader. We had not seen this giant after this, and we thought that the enemies would fall apart after losing their clan leader. However, the war still continued. It was said that there was a time when our ancestors have been trampled on one-sidedly by these demons, but over the years, we had accumulated a lot of experience and battle skills, and finally acquired the power to fight equally with them. Currently, the chieftains will take turns to lead our clan's people to guard the south of the territory to fight back these demons. Despite this, all of you still wanted everyone to gather because of the invasion from the Demon King army. Lucifer commented in surprise, and Barbarixia responded to his query. There was no choice. Unfortunately, the male branches are not united. Even when battling these demons from the Silver Arm clan, it is still possible to be attacked by our fellow members from behind so they can obtain the coveted seat of chieftain. It appeared that the male branches addressed those corpses attacking from the south as the Silver Arm clan. These guys are strong. Malakota spoke once again. Even if us chieftains attack together, they will keep appearing without end. They basically have no concept of retreat, and they look like they do not know the meaning of fatigue and fear. The strangest part about them is that no demonic magic can be felt from them at all. Satan and Lucifer quietly listened to Malakota's explanation. Being able to settle things once and for all with this Silver Arm clan, which can continuously execute powerful attacks despite having no demonic magic, is a long-cherished wish of the male branches. However, based on the current situation, we are lacking methods of attacking. Even if we have found ways to defend ourselves over these 5,000 years, we still do not know how to attack. You have prepared for so long, so why can't you launch an attack? Don't you guys have a strange technique where you can send your troops into the midst of ours? The reason is simple. Malakota approached the corpse of the Silver Arm clan and used the tip of his claw to poke the skin of the corpse, and the sound of solidness which could not be imagined from just looking at the corpse was heard. They are very hard. Compared to this, the exoskeleton of the Iron Scorpions is nothing. After saying this, Malakota swept his gaze over the chieftains who had gathered. The male branches are a weak clan. We have fought until now by relying on our huge numbers, but that is because our enemies do not have a strong body which can resist our sharp claws and teeth. We cannot penetrate the armor-like skin of these demons with only the sharp claws of our warriors. Is it the same for Rubicante, and that one called Libicako over there, who look like they have a lot of strength? It's not as if it can't be done at all, but you can see the results for yourself. It could have been the result of a defense or attack battle strategy, but the corpse of this Silver Arm clan was a good example of the few victories they had obtained. Satan looked towards the direction Libikako had indicated with his claw, and discovered that the fatal injury of most of these bodies bore signs of shattering from a huge impact. Of course, in our long history, it's not as if we only defeated these few, but whether it was this giant who looked like the clan leader or the small-sized insects, we have preserved them for research because of their relatively good condition. Research, huh? This term caused Satan to smirk, and Lucifer, who noticed this, frowned unhappily. So you're hoping that I can think of a way to take care of these opponents, whom you could not defeat even after spending 5,000 years. Malakota nodded to acknowledge Satan's statement. Pushing them back, winning them over, or extermination, it doesn't matter which method you use. Are you willing to help? This was in order. Perhaps ever since Malakota decided to spare Satan's life, he had already come up with this plan. I am confident of your abilities. You have commanded such a mixed group organization after all. Malakota praised Satan greatly, but from his perspective, perhaps he had only seen an opportunity to fulfill his goal after a long time and did not truly hold such high expectations for Satan. No matter what, as long as Satan said that he could not do it or did not want to do it, then the male branches will have no reason to continue allowing Satan to live. Can't be helped then, I'll try my best and see. Once Satan agreed, Malakota showed a smile which could only be described as pure and said happily, "Oh my, I see, you're willing to help, this is great, Kyukuku. You're really a strange fella. I still cannot match up to Sir Satan. Kyukuku, I simply like amazing and capable people." The only thing Malakota did not do was use his vicious-looking sharp claws to hug Satan. Barbarixia mentioned just now that the male branches are not united, and in fact, that man called Rubicante has been eyeing my life because he wants to be the head chieftain. Is that so? Once Satan expressed surprise, Calcabrina and Libikako showed stony expressions, but Barbarixia only shook his head in frustration. This kind of attitude is amazing, right? Without a passionate heart and the ability to act when the right circumstances arise, one cannot become a clan leader. In fact, Rubicante and those who admire him are my enemies, but at the same time, I feel most at ease when I assign tasks to him. He is always willing to head to the south to defend the territory. This is because he wishes to make use of defeating the Silver Arm clan to gain more prestige than me. Because of this, the male branches and I have been relieved of a lot of burden. I am truly thankful to him, Kyukuku. Then Satan looked towards Malakota, who was rambling on like a child, feeling a little envious. Having someone who could be described this way, and the other party definitely understood this. To Malakota and Rubicante, the other party should be their best competitor, as well as their best comrade. Because Lord Malakota is always like this, we frequently have to take pains to scheme against those guys who follow Rubicante. That is what politics is about, Satan replied Calcabrina with a wry smile. Ms. Calcabrina, that is because I trust all of you. Malakota spoke as well. I like amazing and capable people, but I hate weak and noisy people. I'm waiting for Sir Rubicante to show an opening so I can make use of the chance to kill Draghignazzo. From how the others around him were showing troubled smiles, the one called Draghignazzo was probably not present, and a chieftain who worked with Rubicante. Then, when will you arrange for me to meet with the guys known as the Silver Arm clan? And no matter what, it's impossible for me to handle so many enemies alone. You would probably give me some manpower, right? After developing some sense of closeness to the male branches and their strange sense of unity, Satan asked this, and Malakota nodded in response. It shall be done. I will respond to your requests as much as I can. Of course, you must produce comparable results in return. Sai, I will do my best to meet your expectations. Good. Malakoda nodded in satisfaction, but this next sentence caused all the chieftains who were present to show melancholic expressions. Well then, Sir Satan, please handle the Silver Arm clan together with Rubicante, Grafyakin, Draghignazzo and Cagnazzo. None of the chieftains present went by any of the four names. In other words, those people were part of Rubicante's faction. It was not difficult to imagine how Rubicante, who wanted to defeat the Silver Arm clan to raise his own prestige, would react after he heard about Malakoda's proposed plan. He had a melancholic expression, but Satan still laughed. Your personality is amazing. I am still no match for Sir Satan Kyukuku. 30 days had passed since that shameful defeat. The stone city which had been damaged by Lucifer had been mostly repaired, and the Demon King army finally had the time to reflect on that battle with the male branches at the plains to the south of the river. Without any reservations, Alciel sat on the seat which had been sat on by Satan in the past when he was the chairman, analyzing the battle with the male branches together with Cameo. That should be a magic from long ago, known as Darkness Tunnel. Darkness Tunnel. That's right, I have seen that magic once when I was younger than Satan is currently. With regards to the male branches appearing out of thin air in the battle south of the river, Cameo and Alciel have determined that analyzing this phenomenon was of utmost priority. After all, Adramlech's and Satan's troops definitely lost, because of the mysterious way the male branches had appeared. The damage suffered by Alciel's troops was less serious, but the ridiculous situation of being attacked from the back of the formation still caused a huge amount of chaos. This was something they found out later, but many demons had seen the flying dragon troop led by Satan get taken down by purple heat rays, so it appeared that Lucifer had appeared at that battlefield. How should I describe it? Actually, I don't know the details. I only know that it seems to be a magic where an exit and entrance can be set between two faraway places, and using that, this large distance can be traversed in one go. Such a fearsome magic. A magic which can be used by a huge army to move around without detection or interference from the enemy. This was too shocking. Even if demons do not need food to advance the troops during a war, they had to maintain logistics routes to transport equipment and resources, to help the injured and keep up communications. As the battlefield moved further away from the base, they had to establish sturdier logistics routes, but the male branches did not need these things. After all, no matter where they fought, it was as if the battlefield was right next to their base. It was not known if, in one go, meant that time would also be compressed, but either way, the male branches' attacks could not be handled with a normal way of thinking. They aren't invincible, but the enemy can attack and retreat whenever they want. There's no way to fight against this kind of opponent. If he had that kind of power, he would probably have won against Satan that time. This fantasy suddenly appeared in Alciel's mind, but the current problem was the male branches. Is this a skill which is only used by the male branches? Cameo, the caster you saw before was. I don't have much impression of it because it was something which happened too long ago, but it should not be a male branch. In other words, as long as they post a few sentries in their territory, they can send their armies to head to a place anytime. This is really too unassailable. If our side cannot use the same skill, then history would be repeated no matter how we advance our troops, but currently, no other solutions come to mind. However, it might not be like that. With his injuries fully healed and gradually becoming more energetic, Adramlech slowly entered the room at this moment. Fu, seriously, I hate doing such things. My shoulders will become stiff. Adramlech rolled his shoulders, which produced a thunderous sound, then threw a stone tablet in front of Alciel. I finally obtained the complete picture of the losses suffered by us at that time. Don't you think it's strange? Alciel swept his gaze over the stone tablet, then immediately noticed what Adramlech wanted to say. The losses are lower than expected. That's right. Of course, this is still the largest amount of losses suffered by the Demon King army in our history, and Satan's death is a loss 10,000 times more than this. At the beginning, Cameo and the others have thought they have lost 1/4 of their army, but the actual number of deaths was not even half of that. Some demons were injured in battle but still managed to return alive, and some demons spent a longer period of time to return. They had discovered many similar examples, and in the end, the ones who died in battle only made up less than 1/7 of the whole army. It was so chaotic at that time, but we only lost this many. Honestly, I thought I was doomed at that time, but even if I was surrounded by so many male branches that I could not use my spear, I'm still brimming with energy like this. Sai, not considering your physical condition, the enemy had ambushed us successfully and had a good opportunity to trample over our army, but the actual losses was only this much HM. This means that the enemy also has some kind of limitation. For example, the numbers which can be sent at one time using that magic is not that much, or there is a restriction on the total amount of demonic magic which could be transported. But the number of enemies is about the same as ours. I suspect that there were illusions mixed within those male branches who appeared later. Adramlech crossed his arms and said this regretfully. I had seen illusions of Lucifer and the army of male branches since the start, so I assumed that those actual male branches who appeared later on were probably illusions too, and ended up suffering for it. However, on the other hand, I actually could not confirm if those male branches who appeared from within the black mass were all real. So the enemy's strategy was to continuously cause chaos so that we cannot share accurate information. But if Adramlech's assumption is correct, then how do we differentiate between the real ones and the illusions? In response to Alciel's question, Cameo and Adramlech mumbled their responses. If we use large-scale magic with a huge effective range. But if it develops into a battle situation like before, it would be useless. It did become a melee battle from the beginning. I understand that the scary part about them is how they can send their soldiers directly into the enemy formations. Because they can appear in places we did not expect, formations are completely useless. Which means they can instantly turn any battle into a melee. It looks like we can only predict that the enemy is going to do this, and be mentally prepared that our troops are going to be separated. This would completely compromise the speed of the army's advancement. Not only would we be ambushed, our movements would be exposed before reaching the enemy base. The enemy might also position the whole army to lie in wait for us. If we get attacked after we have been exhausted, we will suffer more losses. But each male branch is not individually strong, right? Even if we are slightly weakened, we should be able to handle the situation if we manage to pull through the initial melee battle. Cameo, you might not know because you were not there at that time, but for us to remain calm after being ambushed like that is not that simple. Alciel, who listened to their discussion, felt anxious because the discussion had not reached any conclusion, and he started to clench and unclench his hands. Alciel had defeated a few male branches at that time, and he felt that the enemies were not that strong. If it was just individual strength, the vagrant demon troop of the Demon King army had many talents who were much stronger than the male branches. However, as what Adramlech said, because the warriors panicked from the strange ambush, they could not exert even half of their strength. If the male branches repeatedly used the tactics of ambushing and escaping, the mental fatigue would sap the warriors' physical stamina. Is there no way out? Alciel mumbled. When he repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists, the claws on his fingertips coincidentally came into contact with each other and made a sound. Alciel stopped this action he was performing subconsciously. But that sound just now seemed to have touched something in Alciel's mind. The sound just now contained a hidden hint to fight against the male branches. Alciel's expression did not change, but within the depths of his eyes, his mind was racing. The male branch's teleportation spell was fearsome, because they could transport the warriors from that huge army into the base of their army. The source of this teleportation must be within the male branch's safe zone. As long as it turned into a melee, our side could not deal with it effectively. Within the enemy army, it was possible that illusions have been mixed in. The male branches were not strong individually. Discovering the enemy's ambush was difficult. Wanting to avoid a melee battle was close to impossible. What species of demons did the Demon King army have? No way out. Cameo. Chirp, W, what is it? Having his name suddenly called loudly, when he was having an intense discussion with a Dreamlich, caused Cameo to let out a sharp screech. The members of the Flying Dragon Troop was only made up of those led by Satan. See, chirp. No, of course there are substitutes and those who have been left behind to guard the Stone City. How many of them in total? About that. Those led by Satan made up about half of the total numbers, so there is still half left, about 200 members. 200, huh? Alciel added that number into the structured plan which had flashed through his mind. I still need 100 more, no, 50. How long would it take to train this number? You need 50 more. There's still some time until the Flying Dragon's breeding season. We can train as many riders as we want, but the riding skills are not easy to learn. The Flying Dragon stable on the upper level just produced 22 dragons, adding the other Flying Dragon stables. It'll take at least 1 year. 1 year, is it? Because Satan and I have developed a technique to rear flying dragons within a short period of time, compared to the beginning stages of the formation of the Flying Dragon Troop. The time to maturity has been reduced to 30% of the original amount of time needed. To the demons in the demon world, 1 year was not considered a long time. As he had no such interest before, Alciel had not known that flying dragons could be bred in such a short amount of time. He felt bad for Cameo, who was proud of this, but if they wanted to wage a war with the male branches, this period of time was too long. Then to fill up the deficit with the flying dragons, how many demons are skilled in aerial combat? If possible, including the Pahalo Denino clan, it is best to have 500 demons. It seems like you have thought of a good idea. Alciel nodded in response to a Dreamlich's question. In your plan, there should be a situation where I can make use of my skills, right? Of course, Alciel nodded. Both you and I have to relearn different ways to command the soldiers. Oh, feeling deeply interested, a Dreamlich smiled. We have to move our troops in a completely different way from before. Can you do it? Who do you think you're talking to? A Dreamlich hit his fists together confidently. They are strong warriors who have been trained by Satan and me. We are already used to Satan's strange plans. With things as they are now, even if you overturn 1 or 2 things which are considered common sense, no one would be surprised. I see. Alciel realized deeply that this group was filled with many strange demons. As he felt satisfied with a Dreamlich's reply, Alciel understood that his strategy could only work in this group which Satan had left behind. If Alciel had done the same things as Satan since the beginning, then the days when he and a Dreamlich would work together would never arrive. Such a strange guy. Alciel showed a wry smile and realized something at the same time. What's wrong? Is something wrong? After looking at the faces of Cameo and a Dreamlich in order, Alciel thought back to Satan, who had been sitting on this chair until recently, then spoke. Thinking about this, I find it more and more difficult to understand why Lucifer would stay here before. Alciel asked this question which in a sense could be considered innocent, causing Cameo and Adramlech to turn speechless. Achoo! Hey! Sorry. Lucifer sneezed suddenly next to Satan, causing chills to go down his spine from fright. He looked around him frantically, but luckily, that sneeze did not cause any change in the situation. Be careful, if it attracts a group of those things, I'll be scared to death. I know that. The two of them were hiding in a small cave within in the plains. Around the pit, which was large enough to hide Satan's large body, there was a thin layer of ice particles made from demonic magic. There's one over there. Yeah, it's that long one, right? Can you kill it? It's better to give up on that one. There's a huge group further up. This is difficult. Satan exhaled deeply and laid on a slope within the cave. What do we do? If this goes on, we won't be able to advance any further today and get nagged by Rubicante again. Seriously, I never expected the Silver Arm clan to be this strong. It's completely different from what I heard. The Silver Arm clan was a mysterious clan from the south of the Male Branch's territory. At this moment, Satan and Lucifer were investigating their nature. Rubicante actively accepted the task to defend the territory from being invaded by the Silver Arm clan and dismissed Malakota's notion of winning them over, so he was unwilling to lend a lot of manpower to Satan. And the Male Branches who had been sent to assist Satan had been easily killed. Satan had investigated the territory of the Silver Arm clan a few times, but because he must not encounter them, just expanding the exploration area a little resulted in this situation. There was a wide, spacious plain in the Male Branch's territory to the south of the river, but in a place further south, there was a stretch of strange flatland made up of a gradual downward slope which extended to the horizons. There was no place to hide there. Satan, who moved forward while being wary of his surroundings, had brought with him 20 hairy Male Branches whom he had borrowed from Dragignazzo. But in the end, all of them had been killed by 5 Silver Arm clan members, which had been positioned on a gentle hill on the plains. At the beginning, Satan did not understand what had happened. He had just noticed a green heat ray approaching from the edge of his vision, and the head of the Male Branch next to him disappeared. By the time they scattered frantically, it was already too late, with an accuracy matching that of Lucifer's purple heat rays. The green heat rays killed the Male Branches one after another, so even if he had spent so much effort to encounter the Silver Arm clan, Satan could not approach the other party at all. But at this moment, Lucifer actually ran over to assist Satan. Cast an ice mist. In a state of confusion, Satan casted the ice mist according to Lucifer's instructions, and after the heat rays hit the ice mist, they were diverted to a random direction. Uggs Hugo. Lucifer had been hit by one of them, but he still used the heat rays he specialized in to instantaneously pierce through the 5 Silver Arm clan members which were located far away. At the 5 figures fell behind the faraway hill, there was also a mysterious explosion. You're pretty capable. Satan said this in surprise, but Lucifer did not change his tense expression. Hurry up and run. The attack just now would attract the others. Hurry up and run. Oh. He did not know the reason, but Satan still retreated from the plains with Lucifer. However, the enemies chased after them immediately, launching attacks. Damn it, they're still this fast. Lucifer cursed loudly, and in the sky behind him, the spheroid objects with countless eyes which they had seen in the Male Branch's treasury were flying towards them. What is that? Just fly already. The iron birds are coming to attack us. Iron birds. As Satan felt surprised at this term which he was hearing for the first time, it was already too late. It can't be. Lucifer had discovered 10 new pursuers behind the spheroids, which were covered in eyes. What are those things? Find a place to hide first, P-wah. As if the spheroids knew where Satan and Lucifer were since the beginning, The spheroids which Lucifer called iron birds flew directly towards the two of them. Once Lucifer noticed their movements, he shot a magic orb towards the ground and exploded it, throwing up a cloud of dust and sand. What are you doing? Be quiet, listen to me if you don't want to die. Come this way. Lucifer randomly threw magic orbs onto the ground around him, and when explosions were occurring on the ground, he led Satan as far away from the initial battle area as he could manage. Hey, Lucifer in front. Damn it. However, the mysterious demons known as the Silver Arm Clan did not allow them to do so. In the direction the two of them were heading towards, there were about 30 of the demons which were of the same type as the ones who attacked them from the hill, catching up to them using a movement akin to sliding on the ground. You go. Then this group started to shoot green heat rays towards the two of them. On reflex, Satan casted the ice mist which had successfully defended against the heat rays before. All right, idiots. When Lucifer gave a warning, it was already too late. Gee. Around more than 60 heat rays started to twist around each other in a complex manner, tracing out completely unpredictable trajectories. Gah! And 5 of those heat rays hit Satan and Lucifer. Oh, what is going on? Not just the accuracy of the attack, even the strength and impact did not lose to Lucifer's heat rays. Oh! Satan aimed at the thin Silver Arm Clan members approaching him and shot out magic orbs. But the Silver Arm Clan moved to their left or right with a sliding movement without slowing down. This looked like normal horizontal movement, but as the other party's feet did not show any signs of moving, Satan got a huge shock. Satan! After Lucifer judged that they could not escape through the air, he threw a more powerful magic orb towards the ground, after digging up a hole of about 10 meters deep. Cover it! He pulled Satan into the hole and shouted this. Satan sensed Lucifer's intentions immediately and used demonic magic ice to block the hole. The green heat rays continued to flash on the other side of the ice, but it looked like the enemies would not shatter the demonic ice and jump down after them. During this period of time, Lucifer started to use heat rays to melt the ground to create a tunnel. Just melting the ground was enough to fill the hole with an incredibly high temperature, and to prevent the demonic ice from cracking and leaking air out. Once Lucifer finished his melting, Satan would use demonic ice to cool the air down. The two of them progressed bit by bit like this, slowly escaping the encirclement by the Silver Arm Clan. Then just as they moved forward underground like moles, not good, I'm at my limit. Strange, why am I so tired? Lucifer's fatigue had finally reached its limit. I'm almost drained of strength too. Let's move upwards and take a look. We have already moved very far away, they're probably not chasing after us anymore. I hope so. As Satan was equally tired, they decided to change their direction of advancement to up, breaking the surface to take a look. They poked their heads out nervously and noticed that there were no Silver Arm Clan members in their surroundings. To guard against attacks, Satan cast a thin layer of the ice mist, dug out a pit so they could escape to the cave below them at any time, then laid their exhausted bodies on the slope within the pit. Lucifer looked out for the figures from the Silver Arm Clan warily, then finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Seems like they have already left. They don't seem to be chasing us and are only patrolling the nearby area. That's great. I still wish to rest a little more. Seriously, there's no demonic magic in the nearby underground areas at all. I don't know, but if we get surrounded by that group again, we probably can't use the same move again. That's true. Looks like we have to run back and be prepared to be scorned by Rubicante. Sigh. Satan used the demonic magic. He finally managed to recover, to heal the injuries obtained from being pierced through. Thanks, you were a huge help. And said this to Lucifer at the same time. But if you had not come, I would have been killed without knowing what happened. It's nothing, I just happened to see. As if he was giving an excuse, Lucifer replied awkwardly, "Weren't you already thoroughly disappointed in me?" "That's true, but—" Lucifer acknowledged this immediately, but quickly looked down and mumbled, "Once I thought that you might be able to achieve it, I could not help but take action." "Huh, Satan, you know the true identities of the Silver Arm clan, right?" In contrast to his tone, the gaze Lucifer had when he looked towards Satan was not as confident. "Why do you think so?" "I hate to admit it, but because I spent a significant amount of time with you, I roughly know your habits." Lucifer looked away from Satan and spoke, as he looked warily at the location where they had discovered the Silver Arm clan. "When Malakota showed you the corpses of the Silver Arm clan and asked if you knew about these things, you answered that you had never seen any, right?" "Did I?" Satan tried to act clueless, but Lucifer glared at him viciously. "With what happened until now, you can forget about lying to me. You were troubled over how to answer for a while, then said that you had never seen any. Don't be so loud, then. During important occasions, your words and actions will contain many layers of meanings. I believe that you hesitated at that time because you were thinking of some kind of plan. You have truly never seen the Silver Arm clan before, but you knew about their existence since a long time ago. Since a long time back, you knew things which even Cameo, that stinky old man, is close to forgetting about or doesn't know about. It would be normal if it was you now, but ever since you were young and smaller than me, you were already like this. During that time, you already knew about the Silver Arm clan, is that so?" "Sigh, it'll be meaningless even if I lie to you now. Just like you said, I knew about the Silver Arm clan since long ago, but this is really my first time seeing them." "How do you know about them?" "A long time ago, I heard it from a strange person." "Strange person? Did the Black Goat clan have an old person like Cameo?" "No, it was during the time after my clan was exterminated and before I was picked up by Cameo. It's just that I didn't really believe it at that time, or more like I was suspicious over whether such a creature existed, so I wasn't listening very seriously. After all, the important part was what was located behind those guys." After Satan scratched his head in a perplexed manner, he laid down next to Lucifer and started to think back to the thin Silver Arm clan who had attacked the two of them in groups. "I remember that they're called Polar Patrol Combat Cyborg Seraph Mk3. "Huh?" Satan suddenly mentioned a strange term, causing Lucifer to widen his eyes in surprise. "Polar Patrol Combat Cyborg Seraph Mk3. That's the name of the thin, Silver Arm clan which run along the ground. The guys you called Iron Birds are unmanned combat wings Cherub Mk4. Lucifer really got a shock this time, and stared at Satan's side profile. "Then the one which looked like it was made from a bunch of eyes is called Enemy Observation Orb Providence. That's the names of those guys. Yeah, there should be other types, but I don't really remember them anymore. The giant Malakota showed us should have a strange name as well. You know such complex names already, so why don't you know how to deal with them?" I said I wasn't listening seriously at that time. I heard that they were strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong, and according to my plan, even if we have to fight with them, there should be a way to deal with it. I just never expected to come here under these circumstances. Though, according to your plan, huh? Then Lucifer said rather unhappily, "What is that supposed to mean? Is it related to what you want to do after Alciel joined?" "Yes." It was not known if he had noticed Lucifer's feelings. Satan acknowledged this bluntly. "Do you know what is there if you go further ahead?" "Further ahead? Are you referring to the area past the plains which are filled with the Silver Arm clan?" Lucifer could not help but look towards the other side of the plains. "I really don't know, but—" Then he mumbled subconsciously, I always wanted to know. Huh, no, it's nothing. Anyway, what exactly is there? Lucifer asked unhappily, and Satan said that name seriously. The castle where the ancient demon king Satan lived, the demon king capital, Satanasarch. Huh, this answer was too unexpected, giving Lucifer a huge shock. Those Silver Arm clan seems to be an army guarding the already destroyed demon king capital. Ancient demon king refers to that great demon king Satan. The Satanasarch located to the south of the male branch's territory is this place. That's right. Including me, there are now many demons called Satan in the demon world. The origin of this name appeared to have ruled the demon world from that demon king capital. You heard this from someone else as well. That's right. Who told you about all of this, then? According to your plan, what kind of circumstances would have led you here? Satan blinked. Then, after remembering what he had said to Lucifer, he covered his mouth with his hands on reflex. Oh dear, I even said those things. This is bad. With that, didn't I accidentally say something I shouldn't have because I tried to cover up my past? Then Satan glared towards Lucifer resentfully. If you had not thrown a tantrum, things would have gone smoothly. Huh, of course. The tantrum Satan was talking about referred to Lucifer destroying the Azure Horn Stone City and leaving the Demon King army. I only remembered that the Silver Arm clan is strong and that those giants might be around, so I planned to go over after I managed to gather as much battle power as I could on my own. Even Cameo does not know about this. I plan to tell everyone about this after subduing the male branches. The Demon King capital Satanasarch has the power to control the demon world. Power to control the demon world, what is that supposed to mean? I don't know. You don't know. You plan to make us help you work for the sake of this unconfirmed fact. Just the fact that the ancient Demon King had used that place as a base is convincing enough already, right? Many old seniors in the demon world had heard of that place, so just conquering that place is enough to influence those in the surrounding areas. My first goal in uniting the demon world is Satanasarch. Huh, you finally showed your true colors. What is it? You mentioned this before when you tried to stop me from destroying the Stone City. Uniting the demon world sounds like a grand goal, but that is your ambition, and not everyone's ambition. Honestly speaking, if you truly unified the demon world, I'll be very troubled. Why? Isn't it obvious? Just killing a few weak vagrant demons during training is enough for you to lose your temper. When all the enemies have disappeared, I will truly have no opponents I can fight against. You had said it in the beginning that you would prepare the enemies I need when I wish to kill. If the whole demon world was unified, everyone would become comrades, then I would have no one to kill. Lucifer vented his dissatisfaction to Satan as if he was trying to pick a fight. Not just that. The Iron Scorpions and Alciel caused us to suffer a lot, and you treasured them so much. I heard that you were working hard to win Alciel's favor. Do you know how much I had to toil because of that? So what if I killed 2 or 3 Iron Scorpions during training? You, a Draimlich, and that stinky old man only cared about Alciel. Who do you think has been working hard all this time, damn it? Lucifer, what is it? When welcoming a new member who loved to rebel like a child, having to pay attention to the opinions to a veteran member who also loved to rebel caused Satan to feel some regret and happiness. Sorry about that. Satan gave a small troubled smile, and reaching out to Lucifer, whom he had to look upwards to see in the beginning and was now shorter than him in the blink of an eye, he patted Lucifer's head lightly. Stop with this nonsense. You're treating me like a child, aren't you? Feeling surprised, Lucifer shook Satan's hand away. That's right, because you were acting like a child just now. Satan healed his arm, which started turning red when Lucifer pushed it away. Then to Lucifer, who was looking up with him with a glare, Satan said, "But I'm a little happy. So you thought I could unify the demon world after all? Huh? Since you're seriously worried about having no enemies, it means that you have acknowledged me, right? To the point that you believed I might really unify the demon world if this continues. That is. Sigh, let's not care about this first. I was clearly too focused on winning over Alciel. Because you were different from Cameo and a Draimlich and had an equal relationship with me since I had nothing, you would always be blunt when talking with me. And because I can speak freely with you, I accidentally snubbed you. Sorry. Satan lowered his head in apology, and Lucifer showed a curious expression. The first time he did so in a long while. Because he had recently become too used to Satan's style of doing things, Lucifer almost forgot that this demon was a strange person who was not bound by the limits of common sense. As long as you know it. I wish to build a relationship with someone which is similar to the one between Malakota and Rubicante. Simply put, someone who can compete with me in terms of ability despite being my subordinate, and if something happens to me, he can replace me to lead the people I have gathered. I feel that would be Alciel. Then Satan placed his hand on Lucifer's head again. But without you, none of this would have begun. I'm really sorry. Didn't I tell you to stop treating me like a child? Lucifer pushed Satan's hand away again, using a force as if he intended to chop Satan's hand off. Sigh, return to us when you feel like it. I won't commit the same mistake again. You're noisy. If you continue speaking, I will really kill you. Sorry. Lucifer turned around as he said threatening words, and Satan bowed slightly towards that back. Then again, why did you come to help me? Weren't you with Malakota? Because that big guy called Rubicante said you were here. No, that's not what I meant. Satan's intentions were clear. Currently, Lucifer had cut off all ties with Satan. And not only that, based on his personality, he was rather improbable for him to rush over to save Satan. And you knew how to handle the strange heat ray attacks from the Silver Arm Clan. Why is that? Satan knew the true identities of the Silver Arm Clan, but he did not know how to fight with them. On the other hand, Lucifer did not know their true identities, but knew how to fight with them. Not only did he know the way to avoid the heat rays from the Seraph Mk3, he could predict the responses from the Iron Birds, also known as the Cherub Mk4. There was also the action of escaping to the underground when he was pushed into the corner. Using a different basis from Satan, Lucifer knew about the Silver Arm Clan. The first time I fought with Cameo, have I ever mentioned to you when it happened? No, but since that old man made it sound like it happened when he was in his prime, it should have happened a long time ago. Around 3,000 years ago. Oh, 3,000, 3,000. This exaggerated number caused Satan to widen his eyes in surprise. He had an impression that Alciel's age was around 1,000 plus years, and Lucifer's age was actually 3 times that. In addition, even if Lucifer had lived until now, he did not turn old like Cameo did. His ability, which greatly surpassed the demon bird General Cameo, who should have been very well known at that time, had not weakened at all, and even became stronger. It could be seen that he was an existence who was very monstrous even amongst demons. The time when I was born should be much earlier than that. Honestly speaking, the memories from that time have become very hazy, so I don't remember what I was doing there at that time, but I still remember that before I fought with that stinky old man, my mind and body had already grown to a state which was very close to this. Since it was about the events which happened much earlier than the fight between Lucifer and Cameo 3,000 years ago, it was truly difficult to imagine how long ago that was. Since that time I was unbeatable, so in some sense, I was living a very flat life which had no fluctuations. Unless it was something which left a deep impression on me, I don't really remember it. I see. However, amongst the events which happened before that, there's only one thing I remember very clearly. Lucifer pointed towards a faraway location within his sights. The first thing I ever killed in my life was them. There were 5 Seraph Mk3 in the direction he pointed in. I don't know when and where this happened, but I remember killing them before. I defeated those guys and obtained my freedom. Freedom? You've been to Satanas before. No, at least I don't have an impression of it, but I remembered after seeing that giant from Malakota's place. A long time ago, I had spent a lot of effort trying to escape from them. Because I couldn't escape, I could only defeat them. Every few hundred years, I felt like I could remember where that was, but I still could not remember in the end, and I quickly pushed this matter away from my thoughts. However, I probably. Satan crossed his arms and seriously thought about what Lucifer said as he acted as if he was talking to himself. Hey, Lucifer. What is it? Do you have parents? I must have, though I don't have any memories. Then do you have comrades or fellow clan members? No, I have never seen any and I don't have any impression of them. From how Lucifer answered without any hesitation, it should be true. Thinking about it carefully, Lucifer had been flustered when he was the Silver Arm clan inside Malakota's treasury. Basically, Lucifer would not hide his own feelings and was not good at it. Therefore, he would show his anger easily and live a life which clearly showed this personality, doing whatever he pleased and living his life as he pleased. To Lucifer, who lived his life based on his emotions and what he felt at that time, the Demon King army and those Silver Arm clan members were probably rare exceptions which made him unable to act according to his wishes. Have you never thought about how strange it is? I have not. In fact, you're also all alone right now. They must have either been too weak or screwed up somewhere, resulting in all of them being killed or destroyed, such that I am the only one left. Either way, since I became aware of my surroundings, they are no longer around. If not, I would not have thought that it didn't matter even if I didn't remember them. It was probably something like that. Yeah, that is true as well. Satan had memories of his parents and clanspeople, but as he took in countless vagrant demons and small clans, he had never seen any of his relatives or clanspeople. This made him believe that he was the only one left in the Black Goat clan. Anyway, we definitely cannot handle them if we do not understand their power. The male branches have fought tirelessly for 5,000 years and are still fighting a difficult battle. I actually mentally prepared myself for the possibility that you had died before I arrived. Thanks to you, I barely made it out alive. Yeah, Lucifer nodded. Honestly, I had thought that you might unify the demon world before. If so, I cannot allow you to be killed by the Silver Arm clan here. If it's you, even if no one asked you to do it, you would reveal the secret of the Silver Arm clan. So if you died before that, I would be troubled. This is unexpected. Why are you so fixated with the Silver Arm clan? You're not the type to be so stuck on your origins or past, are you? Isn't it obvious? Lucifer frowned in disbelief. I have almost forgotten everything in the past, yet I remember fighting and killing them. What do you think is the reason for this? His eyes showed the color of anger. Because I'm afraid of them. I seemed to be rather weak at the time, so I could not win no matter how many times I challenged them and was trashed very badly, but I finally broke through their ranks in the end. I have killed many Silver Arm clan members, but for some reason I'm still afraid of them. Can you believe it? I am known as the strongest vagrant demon, yet I cannot forget my past when I had been trashed by such thin bastard demons and feared them. This is such a huge humiliation. I see. Did Lucifer notice it? The strange traces left within the fragments of his memories, and how inconsistent they were. To be frank, I don't really remember how to defeat them in battle. There should be a better way to avoid those green heat rays. Anyway, I want to fight another battle with them and win overwhelmingly. However, the male branches have been unable to suppress even after 5,000 years, so I am not confident of achieving this goal alone, but you're different. Lucifer pointed towards Satan. If it was you who gathered me, a Dramelech and Alciel together, you might just unravel their mystery and find a way to exterminate this trash. That is why I saved you. Satan, you said that you would help me find some entertainment. Keep your promise. It was not something which happened that long ago, but it felt like a long time has passed. What are you talking about? To me, you looking up at me, feels like something which happened only yesterday or 2 days ago. At that time, you said that you were going to change the demon world and go to the other end of the sky, and I didn't believe you at all. I really can't match up to a senior like you. It can't be helped, a promise is a promise. Just like that time, you and I are alone right now, so let's cause a huge commotion. Of course, yeah. What kind of reaction is that? At that time, you were the one who suggested it, right? Lucifer held out his hand in front of Satan. Satan looked towards that hand in surprise but showed a huge smile a few moments later. He placed his hand on top of that hand and grasped it tightly. Lucifer looked towards that huge hand which covered his palm and showed a stony expression. This makes me angry. You were clearly shorter than me in the past. Please do not underestimate the growth rate of children. This should not be said by a child. With this, they could not retreat. The last time we did this was when we infiltrated into the Azure Horn Stone City, right? This can't be compared with that time. This might be disrespectful towards a Dramelech, but the Silver Arm clan is much stronger than the Azure Horns. Seeing that the 5 Silver Arm clan members from earlier had already disappeared to the other side of the horizon, the 2 of them focused their minds on detecting any threats around them as they lightly floated into the air. Unlike those guys on the ground, the Iron Bird do not like to move around in groups as much. They are quietly flying around within the clouds. I understand. Let's just head to the south like this. In the southern sky, where strong winds blew, 2 demons flew towards the Satanasarch located in the south. Would that guy come back? That's impossible. Currently, the only ones who went deep into the lands of the Silver Arm clan and returned successfully are me and Malakota. Rubicante and Draghignazzo were at the boundary between the territories of the male branches and Silver Arm clan. This was drawn out by the male branches, staring towards the plains in the south. The 2 of them who were looking towards the faraway plains were currently standing on a crudely built long wall made from materials collected from around their territory. When they heard that the man called Satan was sent to conquer or exterminate the Silver Arm clan, the chieftains laughed out loud. Everyone thought it was impossible. However, unlike what he had said, only Rubicante did not laugh. Just considering fighting ability, that demon known as Satan should be on the same level as Rubicante. But that demon had commanded that strange group. This was a fact which could not be ignored. During that battle, the group led by Rubicante had fought with the vagrant demon troops led by the Flying Dragon troop. In that battlefield, what surprised Rubicante the most was not the number of enemies, but the large varieties of races. He had never seen most of those demons, and even if the ambush was successful, they still experienced an unexpected counterattack. The groups led by Rubicante and Cagnazzo has suffered serious losses. When he heard that the commander of that army was a man called Satan, he thought that even the Silver Arm clan might be pulled into that army. Therefore, unlike Draghignazzo, who lent some soldiers to Satan, Rubicante was looking forward to the good news Satan might bring back. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the person who sent that man into Silver Arm clan territory was Malakota. In addition, the underlings he brought with him were those trash under your command. Perhaps not bringing anyone would have been better. That is too harsh. Those people are still the more capable ones under me. Both of them were chieftains, but why did this conversation sound like a chat between a big brother and his follower? In fact, Those guys from the north have not been exterminated yet, so even if someone is sent to handle the Silver Arm clan now, what is the meaning in? Already feeling weary of the long battle, Rubicante said this, and at this moment a hole made from darkness suddenly opened up next to him, and Malacota's trusted aide, Barbarixia, stepped out from it. "It's you, huh? What business do you have today?" "Sir Rubicante, this is a summon. The guys from the north are attacking again." "Huh, it hasn't been that long since the last battle, and they have come to seek death again." Dragignazzo showed an attitude of taking the enemy lightly, but Rubicante turned quickly towards the territory of the Silver Arm clan. "Hey Draghi, did that guy pass through the territory of the Silver Arm clan and return to the north?" "Cagnazzo and Graffiakin are watching. If there were signs of doing so, they would have told us." "HMPH, if they or their subordinates have been killed, then there will be no surveillance. The earlier reports described seeing a figure which looked like Lucifer, perhaps the advancement of the Northern Army." "No, I'm not that kind of person. You go." The one who interrupted Rubicante was Satan, who had appeared from the ground behind his large stature. "Ah, damn it, this sucks. This really sucks." The one who appeared behind Satan was Lucifer, covered in burn wounds, injuries, and blood. Even his coat was all tattered and torn. "Sir Rubicante, I'm an honorable person, all right. Since I made an agreement with Malakota, even if all of you only assigned me a group of useless underlings, I still tried my best and entered a very deep place. But all of you actually believed I ran away and led the enemies here. You've made me so sad." "Why you?" Rubicante became flustered when Satan, covered in injuries, climbed onto his back. Dragignazzo also started to panic. Hey that hairy fella, I'm giving this to you." Lucifer suddenly threw a large object at Dragignazzo, and the latter, unable to bear the weight, fell from the wall to the ground. That is. Barbarixia got a huge shock. What Lucifer threw to Dragignazzo was actually an undamaged corpse of the Silver Arm clan, Seraph Mk3. "I moved another 10 more back here, just bring it back to Malakota first." Seriously, this sucks. I'm covered in oil. What's wrong with the bodies of those guys?" Amongst the Silver Arm clan members whom Barbarixia knew about, he did not know of any varieties which could manipulate oil, but Lucifer's leather coat was clearly covered in a foul-smelling black liquid. "Sir Rubicante, we should be clear of all suspicions like this, right? To be frank, I'm so tired that even if I heard that my army is coming, I would still want to take a break first, you know." I understand, it's my bad. Hey Draghi, how long are you going to stay there? Hurry up and move the corpse back to the home." I understand, it's heavy. Hey, isn't this too big? Ugh. You're really weak, but I'm already very tired, so I'm not going to help. I really want to change my clothes and sleep." Seeing how Satan and Lucifer were shouting angrily at the chieftains, Barbarixia swallowed nervously and froze on the spot in shock. What was up with these guys? Only a little more than 10 days had passed, and they had already found a way to kill these opponents whom the whole male branch clan had fought for 5,000 years. Perhaps the male branches, who made enemies out of these people, had just committed a very fearsome mistake. Anyway, everyone please return to the home first. Satan, Lucifer, I will report your progress to Lord Malakota in detail. Our clan is now facing a crisis. Sir Rubicante. I get it. Hey Draghi, move faster. And how long are you going to sit on my shoulders? Yeah. After listening to the conversation between the chieftains, Satan jumped down from Rubicante's shoulders. He first celebrated the fact that he had returned alive, then tried to imagine the impact the earlier defeat would have on the ones who were attacking the male branches from the north. Timing is important. Since he could not tell them that he was still alive, if Cameo acted according to Satan's instructions, the army attacking right now should be commanded by Alciel. Let's see how capable you are, Yash. To get some rest, Satan spurred on his extremely tired legs, following Barbarixia. They had been trashed by us, but they have come again so quickly. Kyukuku. Lord Malakota, this isn't funny at all. Within the living quarters, the home of the male branches, Calcabrina smacked the stone table agitatedly. According to the reports from the scouts, their numbers and advancement speed are both lower compared to before, but we can't let our guard down. If Satan accidentally agitates the Silver Arm clan, those guys might attack from the south. What do you plan to do if things end up like that? It's nothing much. Since our opponents is the Demon King army from the north, there will be no issues if we use the same battle strategy as before. It seems like they do not know about the darkness tunnel spell. Even if they do, they can't do anything to counter it. We won't be able to win as easily as before, but the number of enemy soldiers are clearly fewer in number compared to before. We have no reason to lose. Everything will be all right if we handle the south immediately, after cleaning up the ones from the north. It might be like that. Compared to that, Barbarixia's report is more exciting. I never expected that the man known as Satan could obtain an undamaged corpse. What kind of fighting method had to be used to achieve such a thing? I really want to commence my research immediately. Those remnants from the north are too much, actually choosing this time to come over to cause trouble. Ms. Calcabrina, gather everyone quickly and push back those enemies from the north. Then come back quickly to research the Silver Arm clan. I understand, but just in case, please imprison Satan and Lucifer in the treasury so they won't take the chance to escape. All right, we might as well throw them in there together with the corpses they gathered and have Barbarixia watch over them, then commence the research immediately. Kyukuku. Calcabrina felt a little uneasy about Malakota, who was over the moon, but it was difficult to see how the weakened Demon King army could develop an effective way to counter the male branch's tactics in such a short time. Tell all the chieftains to gather their elite soldiers. We are going to completely crush those ragtag group of soldiers from the north this time, so they will no longer dare to think of threatening us. Then Calcabrina conveyed Malakota's instructions to the chieftains who had gathered, and the chieftains agreed to act according to the instructions. Hey, I remember that your name is Barbarixia. What is it? Satan, who was imprisoned in the treasury, spoke to the unlucky young chieftain who had to stay with the ex-commander of the enemy and a strange vagrant demon Barbarixia. During this emergency situation, Malakota seriously wanted to inspect and research on the Silver Arm clan which Satan brought back. I want to ask you something. Will you change your tactics in this battle? Who knows? Even if I know, I won't tell you anything. That makes sense. You can treat me as a meddlesome person, but I want to give you a warning. Satan grabbed the corpse of the brand new Seraph MK3 next to his feet and shook it like he was controlling a puppet. If you think the remaining members of the Demon King army cannot match up to me, then all of you would definitely lose, you know. What? At this moment, the inanimate head in Satan's hand started to glow, and the body which should have been dead started to move with a grinding sound. What? Just as Barbarixia shouted, because of the unexpected situation. Yash. Lucifer, who had moved behind him, reached out towards Barbarixia's head to make him lose consciousness. Satan grabbed on the Silver Arm clan, which continued to wriggle its body while producing ear-piercing noises. This was the last scene Barbarixia saw before he fainted. This was a scene which was stranger compared to before. For this scene to be established in such a short amount of time brought feelings of satisfaction to Alciel. But at the same time, he also felt a little apprehensive. Wow, you actually thought of such a thing. A Dramelech standing next to Alciel said this in surprise and admiration. But strangely, after hearing and seeing it for a while, I feel that this is the only way. As if he had just received a new toy, Adramlech's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he floated lightly into the air. "See you later, then. I hope that black hole will open up next to me again." Feeling very motivated, Adramlech moved to the position which Alciel directed him to. "Lord Alciel, the Flying Dragon Troop, the Pahalo and the aerial troop of vagrant demons have already reached their designated positions." Completing such a large-scale deployment so quickly, as expected of the subordinates of the demon bird general. "Because we're the ones who have the most experience with Satan's strange plans." This time, Cameo was fully equipped and going on the battlefield. With his elderly body harboring a burning fighting spirit, he looked very imposing and dignified. "The Azure Horns who are leading the way have sent a message. They have already positioned themselves at the end. They can commence their advance any time." "Yeah, the only and greatest weakness of this formation is that it makes retreating difficult. If we lose this time, we might never rise again. Ask everyone to be careful. This is the deciding factor in our path towards dominance." "Understood, then see you later." After saying this, Cameo spread his wings and flew towards the sky. "Lord Alciel." "What is it? For being willing to inherit Satan's dying will, I sincerely thank you." After saying this, Cameo's figure disappeared into the other side of the sky. Alciel looked towards Cameo's back, which was covered by the clouds in the sky, and mumbled to himself in a self-mocking manner. "I did not inherit anything. It's just that everything had already been prepared." This was a genuine thought from the current Alciel. Alciel adjusted his breathing and surveyed the areas to his left and right. After leaving the minimum number of forces at the Stone City, almost all the remaining soldiers of the Demon King army had gathered here, standing in formation. But compared to before, there was a decisive difference in the formation this time. That would be with Alciel as the center. The two troops at the side stretched as far as 5 kilometers, making up a formation which was abnormally low in density. Being blocked by the horizon, Alciel could not even see the ends of the formation from where he was standing. Since it would turn into a chaotic battle if a formation of normal density was attacked in the middle, they just needed to scatter. Every soldier within the formation was allocated a specialized area of 5 square meters. Because the whole Demon King army was positioned this way, the appearance of the soldiers being distributed in this manner was like planting a group of trees on barren land to create a forest, with the number of demons who could be seen from any location being very low. However, the area occupied by the whole formation was very large. Since the distance between each soldier was very far, even if the enemies suddenly appeared within the formation via the darkness tunnel spell, they could reduce their fatalities to the minimum. As long as the surrounding demons gathered quickly to surround the tunnel, it would not turn into a chaotic battle. As the male branches were not strong individually, Alciel believed that as long as it did not turn into a chaotic battle, it would be a fight which could be handled even if some of their numbers in specific locations found themselves in disadvantageous situations. As the male branch's territory was located amongst the spacious plains with a wide field of visibility, the Demon King army, which had already suppressed most of the north, only had to worry about the male branches and not any other enemies. In addition, as the various demons had not neglected their routine training, they could fulfill this kind of wide area army advancement which did not adhere to any common sense. Moreover, even if they were not aware of this, as the demons did not need to eat to stay alive, not having to worry about food as they built up their logistics routes also played a huge role. The warriors located near the exit of the darkness tunnel would likely be sacrificed during the enemy's first wave of attack, but to reduce their fatalities to the minimum, Alciel formed a second troop made up of the Flying Dragon Troop, which could spread out in the air, and the demons who were skilled in flying with the Pahalo Denino clan as their core. If they watched their own army from the air, They would not miss out the moment of activation of the darkness tunnels. They had also undergone training to accurately transmit the location of the enemy's appearance to the troops on the ground. If 3 demons who were capable of flight surrounded one flying dragon as they flew, they could counter any ambushes from the air or ground. Of course, even if they had countermeasures against the darkness tunnel, the male branches still had a powerful weapon known as illusion magic. But Alciel did not think that it was an issue at all. The male branches were not strong individually. Alciel had already notified everyone. If the enemy wanted to send a large number of soldiers who were real, they had to depend on the darkness tunnel. Therefore, any other large numbers of male branches who suddenly appeared via other methods can be considered illusions and handled appropriately. Illusions were still illusions after all. Their purpose was to make the enemy panic, so once they understood this, it would not be a hindrance. If a never-seen-before strong existences appeared, they were all illusions. After reflecting on the previous defeat and observing the previous battlefield, Alciel was confident that he had come up with a counter-strategy which was close to perfection. Even so, he might have still missed something out. The enemy might have a hidden trump card. This was the first time Alciel felt this emotion since he started to command this army. It was uneasiness. Before being defeated by Satan's army, Alciel had felt a sense of danger, but uneasiness was a vague sense of foreboding from any possible misfortunes which might be encountered in the future. He had never been acquainted with this emotion. Defeat meant death. Perhaps after experiencing that grand campaign which overthrew all the long-established principles in the demon world, Alciel was undergoing a fundamental change. Whether it was victory or defeat, Alciel was only thinking of how to minimize the losses on his side. During the process of commanding the Demon King army in these few weeks, whether Alciel was willing or not, he had already deeply understood that if he thought about things this way, it would lead him to find better methods to victory. When he led the Iron Scorpions to war in the past, even if he sent his underlings to their death, he would not feel any sense of loss. However, he did not only have the Iron Scorpions under him now. With the Azure Horns and the Pahalo de Nino clan making up the core of the army, these were people who harbored many possibilities. As long as he could prevent these people from dying, he could think about how he could put them to use in the future. If he was only leading his own clan, because everyone had similar levels of ability, he would definitely not think about such things. Had that man been living his life while harboring such thoughts the whole time? Alciel mumbled softly. A short while later the time to advance would come. At this kind of time, what would Satan do? To motivate everyone, he would probably use a light tone and a smile to say a few things to lift everyone's spirits. What am I thinking? As he thought to this point, Alciel shook his head with a wry smile. He was not Satan. He was only a demon who had borrowed the soil cultivated by Satan. If so, he can only lead everyone his own way. The signals have already been defined. Only the marching of the army was left. Alciel raised his right hand quietly. The airborne demons of the flying dragon troop saw this, and cast a wind spell which could produce a loud noise. After another member of the flying dragon troop next to them saw this, they transmitted this to the neighboring troop. The sounds of exploding air was heard one after another, and the north side of the river, which had been a source of humiliation for the Demon King army, was filled with the signals to kick-start the advancement of the army. When the army reached the bank of the huge river, taking 5 times longer compared to before. Ice magic activate. Once a Dramelech gave the order, spanning 10 kilometers, the Azure Horn troop lined up along the overflowing banks of the river, and they hit the surface of the water with their weapons at the same time. At the same time, a wind storm appeared over the skies of the river because of the rapidly falling temperature. The ice magic which the Azure Horn specialized in froze the river on a scale which greatly exceeded the scale of before, sealing its flow, and providing the army with a path to cross the river. Because they created an ice bridge which was much wider compared to before, they might not be able to break the ice bridge when retreating to shake off their enemies. From this, their determination to not retreat in this battle could be clearly seen. Alcil. After freezing the river completely, Adramlech contacted Alcil using IdeaLink. The easternmost area is the same as the plan. The topographic map by the Pahalo is amazing. After saying this, the huge bullhead demon smirked. Adramlech had been deployed to the east edge of the army. His mission was not limited to freezing the river. Upstream from the river, which had been frozen by the Azure Horn's strongest magic, there was a huge demonic magic ice wall which traced a strange curve in the sky, covering the sky completely. On the other side of the demonic ice wall created by Adramlech, the water from the largest river in the demon world changed its flow with a thunderous sound, surging towards the territory where the male branches lived. Chapter 3. Graphiakin's darkness tunnel has been destroyed. Calcabrina received one devastating news after another. The aerial troops under Siriato are being shot down one after another. Lord Malakota. Oh my, this situation seems to be developing strangely. How about the situation with Sir Rubicante? Sir Rubicante is confronting a clan leader-level enemy, so he does not have time to command the troops. Oh my, what did you say? Azure Horn's DHL Lord Malakota. Rubicante's opponent is the Azure Horn clan leader Adramlech. Looks like I cannot expect anything from Rubicante, since he is facing the Azure Horns who are well known for their brute force. Even if he does not lose, he probably would not win. What do we do then? Calcabrina, who was listening to the reports from the female warrior under her command, pressed her hand against her head because the idea link was cut off suddenly. How is this possible? What is it now? It seems like the communication squad under my command have all been killed. We won't be able to grasp the battle situation like this. But our side is clearly at a disadvantage. At least we can confirm that the enemies are different from before. They are not shaken at all. This is not good. His tone was not any different from usual, but Malakota was not smiling at all. This scared Calcabrina, but it was meaningless to lie about the reports on the battle situation. Let me go to the field as well. If we just leave it to our subordinates, they might be unable to stop the enemy. That's true. Rubicante and Siriato, the ones skilled at fighting, have already been completely suppressed. Graphiakin's subordinates have been surrounded and isolated. Libicacco cannot be expected to perform as well as Rubicante. Cagnazzo and Dragignazzo cannot be counted on at all. Then. Wait a moment, Ms. Calcabrina, please stay here. But don't forget that Satan and Lucifer are still in the home. In case of any issues, I have already given numerous instructions to Barbarixia's subordinate and my subordinate, Scarmiglione and Farfarello. Please lead and command them. You understood. Not only was Calcabrina one of the chieftains, she was also the right-hand person whom Malakota trusted deeply, so as Malakota expressed his approval at her answer, he stretched his muscles a little, causing his tattered cape to flap around. Then let me see what kind of tactics the enemy has used to push us back this much. After saying this, Malakota's figure was immediately sucked into the darkness tunnel, disappearing without a trace. Calcabrina watched him leave, feeling conflicted, and just as she turned around, planning to contact the Malakota's young subordinate. It looks like our side has won. It's not I didn't say I am returning. Why, you people are. She did not know when they arrived here. But Satan and Lucifer, who should have been locked in the treasury, were standing behind Calcabrina, and they definitely saw Malakota leaving. She did not know how much they had heard, but what she clearly knew was that she could not defeat Satan and Lucifer by herself. The evidence for this was that Satan was currently carrying the unconscious Barbarixia over his shoulders. Amongst Malakota's subordinates, Barbarixia's ability had been gaining the most attention. Based on the amount of demonic magic alone, he even surpassed the chieftains Draghignazzo and Cagnazzo. If even Barbarixia had been knocked unconscious, even if Calcabrina fought them and was prepared to take them down together with her, she would only get defeated. Just as Calcabrina froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. "Your name was Calcabrina, right? Can I bother you for a bit?" What is it? I want to know how many battle-capable demons are there in the home right now. Are you planning to attack this place when Lord Malakota is absent? If you want me to do so, I can do that, but regretfully, I don't have such plans. It's because of this. Kaya? When she saw the thing Lucifer casually threw over, Calcabrina screamed and fell to the floor. That was the corpse of a Silver Arm Clan warrior. But the corpse, being held by the neck by Lucifer, seemed to be moving on its own will. Calcabrina was one of the chieftains, but she was not powerful enough to fight with the Silver Arm Clan. Because she was almost killed by the Silver Arm Clan a few times, a Silver Arm Clan member who could move would only instill fear in her. Isn't that the corpse of the Silver Arm Clan member which both of you have killed? Why is he still moving? Satan, did you make use of the strange tricks which you employed to subdue to vagrant demons to make the Silver Arm Clan? Calcabrina tried to use her confused mind to process the situation in front of her, but Satan shook his head with a perplexed expression. No, it's not like that. These guys won't fall for such methods at all, and you can relax. This guy cannot fight anymore. It's just that we accidentally brought him back without making sure he was dead. He did not regain consciousness until just now. Then what is it? I definitely don't have any bad intentions. That guy just sent a distress signal. What? Sent a distress signal? Calcabrina, not understanding what Lucifer just said, showed an expression of confusion, but after hearing his next sentence, she froze completely. Yeah, he asked his comrades for help. A short while later, a group of this guy's comrades would probably come here from the south. The Silver Arm Clan was going to attack from the south. Calcabrina instantly turned pale. Lucifer and I worked together to use different electricity spells to defeat these guys, but only this guy was barely alive. Within the home, Calcabrina was the only chieftain left. Including her, there was still some warriors on standby, but their strongest fighters Malakota and Rubicante have already gone to the battlefield. Even if Satan and Lucifer defeated 10 Silver Arm Clan members and brought their bodies back, this meant that even if they used their full power, they could only defeat this many Silver Arm Clan members. But if you knew he was breathing, then why didn't you stop him? Because it would be meaningless. The distress signal, or rather the idea link, had already been transmitted to their base. Even if we stop him now, he would be the only sacrifice. We cannot stop the others from coming here. Then at least kill this one first. I asked you how many battle-capable ones are here so I could judge if I should do it or not. Satan continued to ask in a troubled tone. You're a chieftain too, right? If hundreds or thousands of Silver Arm Clan members attacked, can all of you fight? You're asking for too much. Hundreds or thousands of Silver Arm Clan members. How many comrades do you think we have sacrificed to collect those in the treasury? In other words, it's impossible. That's right. We have to ask Lord Malakota and Sir Rubicante to return right now, but if we do that, we will lose to the remnants of your army. Most importantly, will the Silver Arm Clan really attack? I have never heard about their distress signal. I understand why you're saying this, but I cannot show any evidence to prove it to you now. And unfortunately, what I said is the truth, which is why I came to get Malakota's opinion. If I explained this to Barbarixia from the beginning, There won't be enough time. H. How can this? W. Wait a moment. Let me confirm this with those who were left at the southern border. After realizing that Satan, Lucifer and the Silver Arm clan member did not plan to attack her immediately, Calcabrina calmed down a little and planned to go outside. Lord Malakota. Lady Calcabrina, I'm very sorry. In a stroke of bad luck, a young male branch rushed in and bumped into Calcabrina. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Calcabrina, who was squashed, shouted as he tried to push that young demon away, but the demon, who was panicking too much, shouted frantically, Sorry, no, this isn't the time to say such a thing. What's wrong? A dust cloud caused by advancing enemies have been sighted on the plains in the south. The Silver Arm clan is attacking. Calcabrina was shocked speechless. The timing of this report was so good that she could not help but suspect if this young demon who rushed in had already arranged this with Satan beforehand. But looking at him carefully, this young demon was Farfarello, whom Malakota had just mentioned. It was impossible for a demon specially appointed by Malakota to be won over by Satan so easily. After Calcabrina kicked Farfarello away, she got up and cleared her throat and stated a despairing fact. Lord Malakota had left for the battlefield in the north just now. You said the Silver Arm clan is attacking. Are you able to confirm the numbers? At least 3,000. Farfarello's answer pushed Calcabrina into the depths of despair. And we discovered the figures of many iron birds, but we were unable to confirm it in more detail. Everyone was killed. Now what? Why are so many critical events happening at the same time? Calcabrina shouted hysterically, but the situation would not be solved no matter how much she shouted. Hey, Calcabrina, no matter how much you shout, you won't solve the problem. Shut up, Satan. In the first place, this is all because you did not give a final blow to that Silver Arm clan. I know that, so I will take responsibility for it. What? Stop with this nonsense. Of course, Calcabrina would react this way, because taking responsibility of one's own mistakes could not be trusted in the demon world at all, to the point where if this sentence was understood by others, it was already a strange affair. In addition, Satan was the male branch's enemy. He should be the one who wanted to see the male branches and Silver Arm clan kill each other the most. But Satan continued to speak with a serious expression. Either way, you don't have a lot of warriors left, right? Then is there anyone else who can use that strange teleportation method? What? If you're referring to the darkness tunnel, then Farfarello and I can use it. There are also a few others. Is it enough to transport away all the male branches in this home? What? Everyone in this home? This sudden proposal caused Calcabrina to widen her eyes in surprise. Not just the warriors, even the non-combatants have to be transported. We would only know after we try it. The numbers which can be transported with the spell is limited by the power of the caster. If you don't try it, all of you would be exterminated. Ask everyone to gather quickly. If there are no male branches in their path of advance, they probably would not destroy the home. What? Can you confirm that? Because that's how the Silver Arm clan is. They are not demons and would only kill living things which fulfill certain conditions. They are tools with 4 limbs. Destroying buildings or forcefully changing the landscape are only the results of their fighting activities. How can I trust what you're saying? Have I lied to you yet? It's up to you if you want to believe it or not, but if your clan gets destroyed because of this, Malakota would not let you off. From your point of view, you might think I'm saying stupid things, but I plan to unify this demon world. You male branches are included within this goal. I will not plot against all of you, and if any of you are dissatisfied about it in the future, I will convince the Demon King army to choose another day to have another battle. So if you treasure the male branch clan, then do what I say. Satan sincerely persuaded Calcabrina, and Lucifer, listening from behind, showed an irritated expression. Ah, there he goes again, using the move of discussing after everything is over. If someone feels unhappy, I don't care anymore. If I wanted to plot against you, I would have already killed that Barbarixia guy. But I didn't do that. If you still don't believe me, I'm leaving first. Wait a moment, I get it. I get it already. Because her mind could not keep up with the rapidly developing situation, Calcabrina moved away from Satan a little, then took a deep breath to calm herself down. Seriously, it's been a few hundred years since I experienced such a busy day. After mumbling this, she commanded Farfarello, who was in a daze. Instruct everyone who knows the darkness tunnel spell to make preparations for helping their fellow clan members escape. Ask the casters and our subordinates to try their best to gather in the plaza in the middle of the home. If they can't do it, then look for the caster who is the nearest to them and escape outside via the tunnels. But even if you ask us to escape, we don't know where to run to. There is a war in the north, and considering that the Iron Birds are approaching, even if we run towards the east or west, we will be discovered sooner or later. I see. Hey Satan, what should be done? Once Calcabrina, who could not make an immediate decision, turned towards Satan, the latter showed a confident smile, and as if he had given up, Lucifer's shoulders sagged. It's obvious. Then Satan pointed towards the north. Of course it's towards the battlefield, where the Demon King army and the male branches are fighting. What? Calcabrina and Farfarello gaped in surprise, and Lucifer, who knew that things would turn out like this, did not react at all. Satan held up the Seraph Mk3, whose limbs were twitching like a bug which was close to death, and said, "We are going to skirt past the edges of the battlefield, so the northbound Silver Arm clan members will switch their targets to those who can fight. Calcabrina, I will take the darkness tunnel which will carry the most people and lead your noncombatants. We are sending them to the battlefield, but I will not make those within the home fight. If you feel uneasy, you can come along. I swear on the name of my dead clan's people that I will not allow the Demon King army to attack them." Calcabrina hesitated. At this moment, sharp metallic alarm sounds were heard through the home. That was the signal sent out by the scouts within the home to notify that the plains in the south were showing abnormal activity. With such a development, Calcabrina finally made up her mind. Don't betray us. You better save that sentence for this guy. I have never betrayed anyone, though. After glaring at each other, Calcabrina resolutely led Satan and Lucifer towards the plaza within the home. I knew you would come. Even if roars were heard from various locations, there was still an eerily silent battlefield within the sparse formation. Two figures were currently facing each other. Oh my, Iron Scorpion clan leader Alciel, the leader of the enemy, actually came to face me personally, Kukuku. The fires of battle were raging around them, and from where the leaders of both sides were located, Alciel and Malakota could still hear the distant sounds of weapons making contact with each other. Are you the male branch clan leader? Strictly speaking, I am not, but it does not make much difference in this current situation, so let's consider it to be so. I am no match for your fame, but my name is Malakota. Alciel glared at the cape-wearing male branch. He was strong. The body of the other party contained demonic magic which could not be hidden by that frivolous atmosphere and normal appearance. In the earlier battle, were you the one who transported Lucifer into the air? Why do you think so? I have observed the transportation spell used by all of you. It seems like every dark cave can transport 2,000 demons at most. Oh, but when that person called Rubicante appeared, he only had a few subordinates with him. If you truly wished to defeat us, you would have allowed him to appear with more subordinates. After all, you cannot confirm how many troops you will be facing until you arrive. But Rubicante appeared on the battlefield, with only a small number of subordinates. This means that the amount of power which can be transported is limited. To transport Lucifer, who harbors such a huge amount of demonic magic from a safe zone into the air, a lot of power is needed. I feel that this can only be done by the clan leader. And even though that dark cave can transport so many at once, you emerged from it alone. Kyukuku. Malakota was not obligated to explain this to the other party, so he only smirked. We have won this time. After your soldiers appeared in the gaps within my army, they were surrounded by us and could not do anything to retaliate. With things as they are, even if you send a stronger person out, it will not reverse the outcome of the battle. Oh my, then this is strange. Alciel's words caused Malakota to laugh in surprise. Then, as the commander, why did you come to find me? Since the outcome of the battle will not change, for you, the core of the army, to come to the front lines, it will only increase the risk of you losing to me. Alciel could think of many rebuttals. For example, only him, a Dramelech and Cameo, could fight against a clan leader. However, a Dramelech was currently fighting against many strong male branches, including Rubicante. To guard against reinforcements, Cameo could not leave the sky. If so, having Alciel handle the enemy clan leader was the most suitable. Doing so would also reduce unnecessary sacrifices. But there was only one main reason why Alciel appeared here. Why is that? Even I don't understand it. Alciel laughed in a self-mocking manner. I wanted to imitate that guy. That guy. I wished to lead everyone just like how he did. I judged that if I wanted to understand his way of thinking and goals, I needed to do the same things as him. After I have personally experienced the scene after completing these things, I will be freed from that man's shadow. Male branch clan leader. Alciel spoke quietly. I want to fight with you one-on-one. If I win, I am going to take in you and your whole male branch clan. Absurd. In response to Alciel's bold declaration, Malakota showed a sinister smile. I harbor the magic history created by the male branches over 5,000 years, and a mere poisonous insect from the north dares to speak so boldly to me. Having a long history does not only consist of good things. Do you not know that depending on quantity and flood tactics will only cause you to lose that history which had been painstakingly accumulated? I will intentionally accept the shallow challenge from a young warrior. You will regret it, because the victory you could have obtained will fade away because you went up against me. Alciel's eyes could not keep up with the other party's speed. He turned his head sharply, dodging the outstretched claw. You go. It should have been like this, but Malakota's claw crossed the gap of what should have been a few dozen centimeters. Alciel was sure that he had dodged successfully. But in reality, Malakota's claw reached Alciel's throat. The impact was strong enough to pierce through the iron scorpion's exoskeleton, which was known to be the hardest, caused Alciel to temporarily stop breathing. Malakota displayed an ever-changing fighting style with his 4 limbs, preventing Alciel from regaining his balance. Every attack was fast and heavy, far surpassing a normal male branch. The sharp claws were not enough to cut open Alciel's skin, but the impact alone was enough to cause damage to the body. No, if it was just a blow, Alciel should not be feeling so heavy. Your claws are really nimble. For this to be called the toughest in the demon world, how laughable. This doesn't match up to the Silver Arm clan at all. It felt as if he had heard an unfamiliar name, but the situation would only worsen if he continued this fistfight. So after preparing himself for a trashing, Alciel dropped his defense, took a direct hit from the opponent, and took the chance to jump backwards. With Malakota's speed, it would not be that easy to shake him off. But countless rocks suddenly floated upwards at high speeds, blocking Malakota's jumping route. The iron scorpions were skilled in using telekinesis, and if the caster was a clan leader like Alciel, even the rocks floating in the air would be enough to shatter an azure horn's horn. Ugh. Aiming at the areas Malakota left vulnerable as he was forced to move a lot to avoid the boulders, Alcil used telekinesis to pull off the claws from the corpses of the male branches and threw them at Malakota. The sharp claws, a speciality of the clan, was also a weapon. Even if this would cause more damage than a rock if he was hit, Malakota did not avoid them. But it was only an appearance. Alcil did not expect that Malakota would allow himself to get hit by the sharp claws. Even if he felt that he had hit, and Malakota's body was spurting out blood, Alcil immediately saw that it was an illusion. At the same time, before visually confirming the large amount of demonic magic he sensed behind him, Alcil jumped upwards, causing a scorching hot fireball to skim below his feet. Alcil had no time to confirm where the caster was shooting from. When he came back to his senses, Malakota's illusions were already surrounding him from all sides. How nimble! All of these have solid bodies. Not all of them was the real one. Just like the earlier illusion which could bleed, these were puppets which were given mass via demonic magic. However, just like how the rocks controlled by Alcil could become never-ending bullets, the puppets controlled by Malakota could easily kill a normal demon warrior. Now, let's see how long you can last. Once the illusions produced multi-layered ear-piercing echoes, many pairs of claws attacked Alcil from all sides. It was not known if the real Malakota was amongst them, or if the real one was at another place preparing to use other skills, but based from the speed alone, all the illusions were not worse than the actual Malakota. All the realistic illusions attacked with their 4 claws, and even Alcil could not dodge them all. A short while later, the sounds of sharp claws hitting exoskeleton could be heard on the battlefield. Alcil looked like he could not retaliate. All of them are fake. But he was actually using his exoskeleton to withstand one attack from every illusion, to confirm that the power of the claws was much weaker than that first attack. At this moment, Alcil sensed an immense amount of demonic magic approaching him. He let the illusions continue attacking him and stretched out his palm towards that demonic magic. Don't use such an easily seen through trick. And accompanied by an angry shout, Alcil's tremendous amount of demonic magic pushed a large amount of soil upwards, created a huge earth wall. Under the protection of the earth wall, the dazzling flames created from demonic magic only scorched the air. Garg! Before getting hit by the next attack, Alcil smashed the earth wall he just created, turning the sand he had stirred up into an earth pyramid which contained demonic magic, instantly burying all the surrounding solid illusions. HMPH. Oh! The moment the illusions disappeared, 2 actual claws which had the same weight as speed as the first attack swung downwards right in front of Alcil's eyes, and without hesitating, Alcil used both his arms to block them. It seems like you're perceiving things rather calmly. Being able to cast that kind of flame while controlling so many illusions with real bodies, such amazing demonic magic and spells. The claws and arms created sparks as they made contact with each other. The leader of the Demon King army and the leader of the male branches smiled a little more honestly compared to before and talked. I have a greater desire for that power now. Our power has not weakened so much that it can be used by a poisonous insect from the north. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of metal knocking against each other, the two put some distance between them. Then I'm going to make you break out into more cold sweats. When dealing with crustaceans, roast them with fire. Let me produce some healthy amount of sweat. Alcil and Malakota were equal in terms of ability. Strength and toughness were Alcil's advantages, and Malakota was better in magic and speed. This battle would take longer than expected, as the both of them thought this. A black bird flew across the red sky of the demon world. HM. Seeing a Dramelech pause in his Godspeed stabbing attacks, Rubicante shouted. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm still brimming with energy. Sir Rubicante, I can't go on anymore. Unlike what he was saying, Rubicante was already covered in injuries, and on the ground next to him was Dragignazzo, who was tied to the ground by ice thorns. In comparison to that, Adramlech was the one truly brimming with energy, bearing close to no injuries. But as he stopped his spear dance, he was no longer paying attention to Rubicante. It's not a flying dragon, that a flying insect demon who lives in the south. A creature with strange wings flew through the sky. He did not feel any demonic magic, but Adramlech's instinct and rich battle experience warned him that the movements of that flying creature was not normal. His premonition came true when countless lights appearing underneath that flying creature. Lo! Jaya! Adramlech and Rubicante shouted in surprise at the same time, and Dragignazzo, who could not move, could only scream. Countless rockets descended towards the demon's battlefield. High-temperature metal bullets swept over the area at high speeds, yet no demonic magic could be felt. Adramlech and Rubicante, moving with a speed which did not match their large builds, managed to dodge to initial wave of attack. Yuga! But Dragignazzo, tied to the ground, screamed. Draghai! Rubicante shouted, but the rockets shot out by the flying object did not allow Rubicante to approach Dragignazzo. What is that? Which demon is attacking? Adramlech discovered that the flying objects in the air were increasing. He initially suspected that it was another strange spell from the male branches, but the stomach of those flying objects kept shooting rockets towards the ground. It was not only him or his subordinates, even the male branches were targets. How can this be? What is the purpose of this wave of attack? After using his spear to deflect the rockets, Adramlech saw through the bullets which appeared to be made from advanced technology. Their appearance had warped because of the high heat and the impact upon launching and hitting a target, but just based on the shine of the charred metal surface, he could tell that the crafting skills were at the level or even better than the Dorudolf clan inside the Demon King army. Kaya. Even if he felt frantic, Adramlech still analyzed the situation, and at this moment he heard Dragignazzo scream once again. Upon closer examination, Dragignazzo had been pierced by the rockets from his right shoulder to his left waist, and he was screaming while spurting out blood. I've turned soft too. Adramlech only glared towards Dragignazzo. Then the ice thorns tying him down dispelled immediately, dissipating into the air. You're called Rubicante, right? Quickly take that man and run away. What? Rubicante was already exhausted from dodging the rockets from the flying objects, and upon closer examination, highly concentrated magic orbs were floating around him. Looking up at the sky, the only reason why Dragignazzo was still alive when he was tied to the ground and unable to move was because Rubicante used some method to attract the rockets from the flying objects. It seemed like the male branches have some understanding of those flying objects. I don't know who the guys who interrupted are, but the victor of this fight can be decided later. Hurry up and take that man and your subordinates and retreat. Run away first. With such a development, we will not chase after you. But Rubicante only showed a dazed expression and did not approach Dragignazzo. Adramlech had thought it was because the attacks from the rockets were too overwhelming, but he heard an unexpected reply. Since they are already here, that means there is nowhere to run. What, Hugo? Adramlech had just asked this question in return when a huge explosion occurred in front of him, giving off a blinding flash. No demonic magic was felt this time as well, but Adramlech, who was fully caught in the explosion, had the surface of his ice armor melted and his exposed body hair caught fire. Hugo Hugh. Even if he sustained unexpected heavy damage, Adramelech still used all his effort to turn his melted armor into mist to try and put out the fire. Draghai, are you still alive? You, ugh, sir, Rubicante, why is the Silver Arm clan? Who knows, even if I have no idea, but the home might have been destroyed already. What is that Malakota doing? Dragignazzo shouted out the name of an unfamiliar clan. From the conversation just now, other than the Demon King army, the male branches seemed to have another huge faction as an enemy, and the flying objects which increased continuously in the air was part of that faction. HMPH. I don't know who they are, but they dared to interrupt this hot-blooded final battle. Adramelech seemed to have gotten used to the rockets from the flying objects, and he said this angrily while dodging them. This can't be the only place these strange objects came to, right? In this huge battlefield, it was difficult to confirm the situation in the other areas, but what can be confirmed was if they continued to drag things on here, this might affect the advantage on the battlefield which they had obtained after much effort. Adramelech made a decision quickly. You're called Draghai, right? Hold on for a little longer. Then Adramelech stood tall as if he was protecting Dragignazzo behind him, and faced towards the sky. Damn bull, what are you? Rubicante thought Adramelech was going to give the injured Dragignazzo a final blow, but Adramelech was not looking at the sky anymore. Just continue to divert the rockets like what you're doing now, Ugra. Adramelech stuck his spear into the ground, and released all the demonic magic within his body. Then, without knowing what happened, huge volumes of water suddenly burst upwards onto the initially dry male branch plains, as if they were surrounding Adramelech and Dragignazzo. What? This was part of the water from the river, which had been diverted by Adramelech in the east, when the Demon King army crossed the river. They initially planned to divert the river flow to move the water to the battlefield, to create a situation which was advantageous to the Azure Horns, but Adramelech used this setup on the third faction which appeared suddenly. The water which surged upwards gathered onto Adramelech's spear and froze after resonating with the demonic magic. I want to let you guys with wings know that the sky does not only belong to you. Oh! Adramelech threw the spear which had frozen the river's flow into the air. The spear thrown from the well-built arm of an azure horn traced a path of ice crystals, flying straight towards the air and piercing the body of the flying object. But things did not end like this. The pierced flying object froze instantly. As the river water and the moisture in the air froze in one go, the flying object which appeared the earliest stopped moving. Then, with that as the center, ice thorns expanded outwards rapidly, attacking the other flying objects in the air. The ends of the ice thorns seemed to have grown eyes, continuously attacking the airborne flying objects above Adramelech and the others to capture all of them within a few seconds. This feeling is weird. It does not feel like a creature's flesh. Adramelech, who connected his thrown spear to his arm via a demonic magic rope, supported the huge ice spider web which was spreading out in the air, and as he nodded in satisfaction, he did not forget to ask questions. That figure, who looked like he was supported a huge umbrella, stunned Rubicante completely. Yeah, but it looks like it would only buy a short amount of time. Rubicante, hurry up and heal that guy. Why, yeah. Rubicante, who only came to his senses after getting undressed, was still wary of Adramelech, who was supporting the ice umbrella which stretched into the sky, but he still rushed to Dragignazzo, who was breathing weakly, and examined his condition. Sir Ruby can't. Hold on, Draghai, isn't your robust body your only good point? That's right, he's still alive after sustaining such a fierce attack. It's amazing. Adramelech, who was standing with his back facing the two of them, said this as if he agreed with Rubicante's words. Who are those guys? They are the Silver Arm clan. They have been fighting with us at the area south of our territory since a long time ago. South of the male branches, Satan Asark. A Dramelech softly said the name of the ancient capital which Satan set as his goal in the past. As expected of the legendary lands of the ancient demon king, they are still filled with mysteries which I do not know of. You're amazing. You could kill so many iron birds in one go, so you were just toying with us just now. After witnessing a Dramelech's power and the ice magic which could cover this section of sky, Rubicante strongly believed that the power of the other party greatly surpassed his own. And yet, he had been assuming all this while that if it came to a brawl with the leader of the Azure Horn clan, he would have been able to fight on even grounds. However, a Dramelech grunted in anger. If you're asking if I had gone easy on you, the answer is I have not. I was fighting with you at my full power. That's nonsense. If you had used this ice, Draghai and I would have died already. Rubicante, complaining continuously, had lost his will to fight. Since the Silver Arm clan have attacked this area, this meant that the home had fallen. Their remaining subordinates could not win against the Silver Arm clan. Faced with such an overwhelming force in front of him, it was impossible for him to survive. But a Dramelech spoke with an admonishing tone. I am a commander who leads the soldiers. If so, I cannot fight at full power all the time, as if I am burning out my life. Commander. My definition of full power is different from yours. You are fighting as a warrior. I am fighting as a commander. If I used this huge demonic ice umbrella on you in the beginning, perhaps victory would have been decided in an instant. But as you have seen, this is a large-scale spell, making it difficult to ensure that it would not be disrupted by your faster sharp claws. In addition, even if I defeat you, it is possible for me to be defeated by backup troops after I have used up all my power. Therefore, when I am fighting with you, I am already using the full power which I can use in that situation. You're strong. You're so strong that I began to worry about being unable to conserve energy for future battles. HMPH, it sounds like you're praising me, but you're still much stronger than me in the end. Of course, I'm a great clan leader who had inherited the Azure Horn's ancestral spear. A Dramelech huffed out a breath of air from his nose proudly, and Rubicante smiled. Either way, I don't plan to fight with you anymore. Since the Silver Arm clan possesses so much power, I have to check on the damage taken by my subordinates. Let's set aside the result of this battle. This is fine, right? Set aside? All of you are a bunch of strange fellas. Even if he had displayed overwhelming power, it was willing to let his enemies live. This was too strange. Recently, we have become used to being strange people. A Dramelech laughed. Farewell, Red Giant. Let's have your sharp claws go against my spear another day. After saying this, a Dramelech really left Rubicante and Draghignazzo behind, flying to other areas. The subordinates of a strange person are strange people after all. After staring at the huge body floating in the air without wings, Rubicante finally noticed Draghignazzo, who was groaning at his feet, and frantically began to treat him. But during this period of time, he kept looking in the direction which a Dramelech had left in. The power of the rockets shot by mysterious flying objects were not enough to penetrate Alciel's exoskeleton. But if a normal demon was hit in a vital area, it would not be strange if they died on the spot. What is going on? However, to Alciel, the flying objects in the air were not the problem. Alciel happened to be attacked by a few green heat rays, and those heat rays easily pierced through the earth wall which could block Malakota's scorching fireballs. The attacks, which were as powerful as Lucifer's purple heat rays, burned Alciel's exoskeleton easily, causing him to remember the sharp feeling of pain which he had forgotten. The thin demons with strange appearances arrived in droves, so numerous that they covered the horizon, and the heat rays appeared to originate from their hands. Alciel started to worry that it was another of the male branch's hidden trump card like the darkness tunnel. But when he saw Malakota being pierced by the heat rays in front of him, he rejected this thought. Kyukuku, this is really bad. What has happened? A hole opened up in the middle of the cape, and on the other side, the skin stuck to the cape because of the burn. Malakota should be experiencing unimaginable excruciating pain right now. But this clan leader glared towards the mystery army approaching from the horizon, as if he was not affected by it at all. The Silver Arm clan had not crossed the boundary of our territory until now. Why is this? Silver Arm clan, the male branch's enemy, a clan with the strongest exoskeleton which dominates the south. Alciel, even your Iron Scorpion clan cannot match up to their toughness. South of the male branches, citizens from Satanasarch. HMPH, the Satanasarch is only a fictional existence passed down by word of mouth. That place only consists of fearsome plains where the Silver Arm clan wreak havoc. Oh. Malakota made 10 illusions with physical bodies at the same time. He was already ignoring Alciel completely, and rushed straight towards the approaching Silver Arm clan group. The 11 male branches moved side by side, running, flying, jumping, or turning, toying with the Silver Arm clan's heat rays. Every figure seemed to possess their own will, startling Alciel. Not only that, even the magic casted by those illusions were real. "You bastards, what did you do to our homie?" Malakota shouted, but the enemies did not answer. Just that when the heat rays and scorching heat made contact once again, the victor was. Yuga heat rays, Malakota, there were simply too many enemies. Malakota's scorching heat spell did destroy a few Silver Arm clan members. But the heat rays, many times more numerous, shot towards him at the same time. Goff! Even if it was Malakota, he would not be able to fight after being pierced by a few heat rays. The fact that he was still alive was already something to be admired, but the abilities of the Silver Arm clan were not limited to the heat rays shot from their hands. This is. Alciel and Malakota, who had been surrounded quickly, were already imprisoned in a green light cage known as a heat ray barrier. Damn it! Alciel used telekinesis on the light cage, trying to snap it, but for unknown reasons, forget about manipulating the green light, he could not even control it. Even if he wanted to attack the caster, the physic cannon would only be destroyed by the heat rays shot from other places before it could hit the caster. And even if Alciel used fire or ice magic which he was not good in to hit them, it would only delay their movements a little and would not kill them. Alciel switched to trying to destroy the light cage, but the rocks he launched using telekinesis split into two once they touched the light cage. What is this? Kyukuku, this is bad. I don't know why, but they seem to be planning to kill your side and our side together. What? Who are these guys? I want to know this more than you do. Before the clan known as the male branches were born, we have been fighting with these guys. We don't even know why we're being attacked. To survive, we sacrificed many warriors and managed to protect our home from their hands. As the two of them were talking, the surrounding green light continued to approach. Just one heat ray was enough to easily pierce through Alciel's exoskeleton. Just they have been surrounded by this web of light, it was just a matter of time before they were easily sliced to pieces. Kyukuku, did that man use an unexpected terrifying power to win over the Silver Arm clan? Did I misjudge him? Actually, pulling wool over my eyes, that damned Satan. What? Because he heard a name he could not ignore within Malakota's self-ramblings, Alciel raised his head quickly. Even during this time, the light cage continued to shrink in radius to shatter these two powerful demons. Malakota, your leader Satan is still alive. Lug, Alciel inhaled sharply. I grew interested in your army, so I asked him to help devise a strategy against the Silver Arm clan. Kyukuku, I seems I have miscalculated. That man obtained the Silver Arm clan, the strongest in the demon world, and destroyed the home of the male branches. He probably plans to kill all the demons who might obstruct him. Kyukuku. If I did not harbor such meaningless curiosity, I would have killed him then. As if to lend credit to Malakota's words, countless heat rays flashed outside the light cage, and every time they flashed, huge numbers of demons will have their lives erased. Alciel looked up at the sky and discovered that the Flying Dragon Troop, Pahalo Denino clan and male branches were getting chased by black flying objects and getting shot down one by one. You sent Satan into the Silver Arm clan's territory. I did so while thinking that it was fine even if he failed. They were facing a hopeless situation, yet Alciel's emotions suddenly calmed down. Satan was still alive. That Satan might have stepped into the territory of the Silver Arm clan and made contact with these strange guys. Therefore, Alciel thought of one possibility. So that's how it is, Kyukuku. What's wrong? Have you suddenly turned insane before your death? Alciel watched the approaching light cage and showed an expression. He could not remember the last time he showed his expression. That man will not think about such a meaningless issue of exterminating his enemies. He is the type of guy who would pick up a stone along a road and spend a whole night pondering if it can be used in battle. If he is involved in this situation, he will not leave things alone and let us and your side get killed. How can you be so sure about this? I heard Sir Lucifer say that his goal is to unify the demon world. Isn't it obvious? Alciel spoke with a calm expression. Because we believe that he is that kind of person. He might die here. But the wide formation was successful, so the overall losses should not be huge. Alciel did not think that Satan would abandon those who had survived. You're a strange group. That calm expression, which did not seem demon-like at all, caused Malakota to fall to the ground in surprise. But it seems like a miracle will not occur. Whether it's you or me, we probably have not relied on that sort of thing for a long time. Kyukuku, you're right. The light cage finally shrunk so much that they could touch it. However, at this moment, Alciel rushed towards Malakota, and as if he was protecting that small figure, Alciel wrapped his arms around Malakota. What are you doing? I have already witnessed many miracles. Countless explosions suddenly occurred around the two of them. Even if the two of them were hit by high temperatures, the light cage suddenly disappeared. The situation changed suddenly. Dozens of purple orbs appeared in the air, and as they spun, the orbs rushed towards the sky, shooting down the flying objects chasing after the flying dragons. This is the miracle you mentioned. A darkness tunnel appeared behind Alciel, who was smiling. Then from that darkness tunnel, we came too late. Isn't your magic too slow? That's because your demonic magic is too heavy. You had to depend on someone else's spell to come here, yet you're saying such things so shamelessly. Miracle turned into reality, and a bustle of noise jumped out. Oh, Alciel. Lord Malakota, are you all right? You appeared so calmly. Miss Calcabrina, what is going on? Satan and Calcabrina appeared from the cave together, with the male branch warriors who were stationed at the home. Look for this woman if you wish to complain. I compressed my demonic magic as much as I could, but she still complained that it was too heavy. Annoying, hurry up and give your instructions. The Silver Arm clan have already reached the hills over there. In the direction pointed by the agitated Calcabrina, there were some Silver Arm clan members which were part of the troop which had pushed Alciel and Malakota into a corner. Very good, because the troops are widely distributed on the battlefield. There should not be many people in each area. Calcabrina, when I give the signal, do what we have agreed on. Don't order me around. In front of Alciel and Malakota, Satan and the female male branch chieftain quickly worked together. Covered in injuries, Satan created mist with demonic magic, amongst the demonic ice magic of the azure horns. This was not considered a special skill. Unlike normal circumstances, Satan made the mist linger in a certain area, creating a few fog-like clouds. Very good right now. Calcabrina activated a spell, according to Satan's signal. However, even if she raised the level of her demonic magic, Alciel only saw fine particles of sand and dirt floating in Calcabrina's palm. These microparticles floated into the ice mists, which Satan has created. You go so heavy. After that, Satan shouted in surprise as he supported the ice mists. They don't look that big, but they are all illusions with physical bodies. Of course they would cause a magic burden. Now you understand the hard time I had just now, right? Yes, I'm really sorry. Go, solid decoys. Satan threw those decoys some distance away from the approaching Silver Arm clan. Countless clouds were continuously thrown to a place about 20 meters above the ground, and in the next instant, take that. Once Satan clapped his hands, all the clouds shattered on the spot, spreading out into the air in an explosive manner. Oh my, this is amazing. There was an immediate change in the situation. The initially approaching Silver Arm clan stopped on the spot when they made contact with the ice mist. Then they started to chaotically shoot heat rays in different directions. What kind of magic did you use? It's as you have seen. I combined the ice mist with the skill you chieftains are so proud of. Other than that, I did not do anything that difficult. Satan explained proudly, but Malakota still could not accept it. And even if Calcabrina did contribute to the spell, her eyes still widened from the unexpected results. When the extremely small doppelgangers were mixed into the ice mist and spread out, the Silver Arm clan members were suddenly unable to aim properly. No one truly knew the reasoning behind this. However, as if he had predicted such results, Satan nodded in satisfaction and announced to everyone present. All right, just follow what you saw just now. Calcabrina's subordinates should form groups with guys who can use ice magic and spread out onto the battlefield. After it turns out like that, they will be in chaos for a short while and become unable to move. Be careful of stray shots and hunt them cautiously. The male branches who appeared on Satan's order started to spread out on the battlefield in small groups. Only Satan, Calcabrina, Alciel, and Malakota were left at the scene. By the way, Alciel, that was excellent judgment. Spreading out the army as much as possible to avoid being ambushed by the darkness tunnel, you're pretty capable. Thanks to that, the Silver Arm clan cannot cause too much damage to us. Alciel did not reply Satan and only gave a mocking smile. Then he threw Malakota, who was in his arms, to Calcabrina. Your clan leader got hit by a lot of heat rays from those guys. Bring him to a safe place and treat him. Lord Malakota. This is. The famous Iron Scorpion clan leader Alciel actually said that he wanted to spare Malakota's life. This shocked Calcabrina greatly. Do as he says, Miss Calcabrina. Understood. Her own common sense could not be applied to this battle. Calcabrina gave up on thinking and complied with her head chieftain's orders. At this moment, hey, how long am I going to carry this? Barbarixia jumped out of a darkness tunnel which opened nearby, crying as he did so. He was holding the Silver Arm clan, which was close to death, the one who could be considered the culprit of this situation. Sorry, pass it to me. I was almost scared to death, take it. Once Satan raised his arm, Barbarixia threw the dying Silver Arm clan member to him. By the way, the people from within the home are all right. Huh? Yeah, because the change in the direction of the river flow changed the geographical landscape. Everyone seemed to have escaped to the other side of the river. A few of them were hit by the iron birds, but those guys who move along the ground could not cross the river, so most of them are all right. Alciel looked towards the Silver Arm clan member hanging off Satan's arm with narrowed eyes. Even if its limbs kept twitching, the head of the Silver Arm clan member was still glowing in a strange way. It looked like that Silver Arm clan had the same appearance as those who had surrounded Alciel and Malakota, but the glow on his head probably meant something. After trying to think about things and coming up with a deduction, Alciel could not help but look towards Satan's side profile. What is it? Nothing. If he voiced his deduction, he would probably get hostile reactions from Malakota and Calcabrina. We dealt with those guys which move along the ground, but how about the ones in the air? With the speed of those strange flying objects, they should be able to pass through the mist easily. Therefore, Alciel brought up a completely unrelated topic, and Satan smiled cheerfully. Don't worry, I have already thought of a countermeasure, and... At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the western sky. Everyone looked towards the direction of that sound on reflex, and discovered that a huge ice pillar had appeared in the distance. We should be more capable than the male branches when it comes to dealing with those guys in the air. A Dramelech can fly now. Perhaps we might not even get a chance to do anything. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Aren't you guys really good at shooting rockets? Why are all of you just running now? A Dramelech was flying freely in the air, and the flying objects equals Iron Birds equals Cherub Mk4 were easily cut down by him. For unknown reasons, the flying objects which were attacking the flying dragons and demons ignored a Dramelech completely. Not only that, even if a Dramelech stood in their path, they would avoid him to search for other targets. How boring. This only makes it look like I'm bullying the weak. A Dramelech, it's because of your armor. A Dramelech, feeling a little weary of the one-sided massacre, heard the detestable voice of the betrayer. Lucifer, you actually dared to show yourself. Upon closer inspection, the petite demon was flying next to a Dramelech's huge stature. Lucifer ignored a Dramelech's angry roar and summoned 4 magic orbs under this wings. Look at that one in front. Once Lucifer launched the magic orbs in front of the flying objects, they would shoot the rockets towards the magic orbs. They react to heat. You're covered in magic ice armor right now. For anything which is significantly lower in temperature, they would not see it as a target but an obstruction. That's why they avoided you to search for other prey, just like that. Lucifer manipulated the magic orbs as if he was toying around with the flying objects, and in the end, he flicked a finger to explode them. This explosion attracted more rockets and caused a chain of mysterious explosions which did not contain any demonic magic, just like the one which burnt a Dramelech when he was on the ground. Satan named this demonic magic flames. Anyway, to reduce the casualties on our side, he already instructed the male branches he brought with him to cast high-temperature magic as much as possible. As long as you remain in your current state, they would ignore you, so just go around and destroy them. Who did you say was being ignored? Hey, Lucifer, the spell which was said was named by Satan. Hey. After saying what he wanted to say, Lucifer used his more polished flying magic skills to instantly lose a Dramelech to fly towards the faraway sky. Seriously, what is going on? A Dramelech exhaled sharply from his nose in anger, and one flying object flew over because of the warmth produced. Annoying! A Dramelech destroyed the flying object with one stab from his spear, and looked around him unhappily. This battlefield has turned weird. I need to notify Lord Cameo. Who should be defeated, and who should we avoid being defeated by? If we do not set a proper direction, we won't be able to attack or retreat properly. I hope he's safe. Hey, that's the right side, isn't it? Seriously, you call yourself a male branch chieftain when you could not even keep up with my aged eyes. That's right, just like that. Produce thinner flames. Hey, that guy over there. Don't get into the male branch's launch path. I don't remember accepting any subordinates who are clueless about aerial battles. Flying Dragon Troop. Take turns launching fireballs without stopping, just like how the Iron Scorpions use their psychic cannons. Force them to the south. Gee, why do I have to listen to orders from that old guy, Oa? The male branch chieftain Siriato complained as he followed Camio's instructions obediently, fighting the iron birds. More than half of his subordinates had been defeated in the first wave of attacks. Just as he thought that he would be unable to fight against the flying dragon troop if this went on, this old bird rushed over while riding a flying dragon, cutting off one of Siriato's claws with a lightning-fast sword strike. It should be impossible to maintain proper balance while riding on a flying dragon, but the other party still accurately pressed his blade against Siriato's chest, obtaining victory. Male branch brat, if you still treasure your life, listen to my instructions and help defeat the iron birds. If you refuse, it would not just be you, your whole clan will die. Those guys were the first ones to destabilize the ancient demon king's rule over the demon world. They are the enemy of all the demons. What? I never expected these guys to still be alive after so many years. This is not the time to care about meaningless things such as the Demon King army or male branches. It will not be an exaggeration to say that whether we survive this battle or not will decide the future of all demons. Chap. After saying this as if he was talking to himself, the old bird produced an ear-shattering weird cry and lunged towards the iron bird behind Siriato in a move which would definitely miss. However, the tip of the blade, which only passed over Siriato's shoulder slightly, began to emit an extremely thin sword aura which could not be seen by the naked eye, causing the iron bird behind Siriato to explode and drop out of the sky. After witnessing this exquisite sword skill which could not be seen by the naked eye, Siriato realized that he had no chance of victory, and obediently began to fly around according to the elderly demon's orders. After that, for unexplainable reasons, even Siriato's subordinates, who were skilled at nothing other than aerial battles, could easily defeat these iron birds which had caused their clans people who fight difficult battles on the southern plains. Am I dreaming? On the unexpectedly relaxing battlefield, Siriato looked towards the ground suddenly. What he saw was the Silver Arm clan members on the ground descending into a confused frenzy when they were surrounded by strange mists, then being defeated in turn by the male branches and the Demon King army. In addition, he could sporadically see the iron birds being disrupted by the flying dragon troops and entering a confused state, hitting other iron birds after being exploded and turning into metal blocks. In this battlefield where enemy lines were starting to blur, Siriato had an unprecedented premonition of victory. At this moment, "Oh, stinky old man, you're still alive. Lucifer, you were present on this battlefield after all." Camio, who did not look that surprised, glared at Lucifer, who flew over suddenly. "I came to teach you how to fight them, but it looks like it was unnecessary. I don't need you to poke your nose into this. Then let me tell you something good, actually, Satan." Lucifer intended to open his mouth with a smirk, but he was interrupted by Camio's condescending smile. "You wanted to say that he still lives, right? I already knew that." Lay. The valuable information he kept was coldly interrupted, causing Lucifer to frown unhappily, but Camio already knew about this. No matter how weak it is, and no matter how chaotic the battle situation is, as long as Satan is nearby, I will definitely sense his demonic magic. This is because the time I spent watching over him is longer than anyone else in the demon world. Then Camio moved his beak and spoke. "Lucifer, you have the strongest flying ability here. If there is nothing else, then quickly help and spread the information over the battlefield. The attack from these guys must have something to do with that guy, right? Go and pass his instructions to the whole army." "You guys are so boring." Lucifer showed a stony expression and shouted. "Pay attention to the eastern sky. There will be a signal a short while later. Everyone gather at the location of the signal. We're heading to Satanas Ark directly." "Understood. By the way, Lucifer." "What is it? If it's about the destruction of the stone city, I'm not going to listen to your lecture. I also do not think that you would just listen to a lecture without protest. It is good that you are willing to return. When this battle ends, you will be allowed to command the vagrant demons again. Those rascals do not seem to get along with Alciel because of his inflexible attitude. Having an easygoing person like you command them would be suitable. Then Lucifer flinched a little in surprise, but he showed an exaggerated expression immediately. Since you're insisting so much, I'll think about it. And after saying this, he flew towards the eastern sky. It looks like my old bones can finally take a break from the front lines. Cameo watched that figure leave, smiling slightly. Hey, don't slack off. Continue to attack. That bird is attacking again. Then he immediately urged on Siriato, who was beside him. After calming down, it became a one-sided battle. Initially, the battlefield had descended into chaos because of the mysterious attacks, but after getting used to the attacks from the Silver Arm clan and Iron Birds, the officers and soldiers from the Demon King army began to turn the tables using their specialized fighting skills. Of course, there were a lot of sacrifices made. The other party did corner Alciel and Malakota into a life-threatening situation after all. Other than the veteran officers and soldiers from the Demon King army, most of Rubicante's subordinates and the chieftain Cagnazzo were included in the list of sacrifices. The most injured amongst the male branches was Malakota, whose body had been pierced by green heat rays. Even if Calcabrina did her best to heal him, she could not close up his wounds completely. This is what it means to be covered in wounds, ha ha ha. As for the one with the most external injuries, that would be Satan himself. After all, he had been in the unknown territory of the Silver Arm clan not long ago, fighting a fierce battle with unknown enemies, even capturing an enemy who even Alciel and Malakota found hard to handle. In addition, to avoid causing a huge burden for Calcabrina, who was casting the darkness tunnel, he came here with only the minimum amount of demonic magic, then rushed to various battlefields on land, defeating one huge troop of Silver Arm clan members after another. To think that you can still laugh about this. Do you know how surprised I was when I heard that you were still alive? Adramlech smiled, stunned about the situation. Seriously, I don't know if sparing his life was a good or bad thing. Malakota laid on the ground, his face a mix of emotions. So what should be done next? There are sporadic battles occurring in many locations, but it seems like most of the Silver Arm clan had been defeated. Go home separately and choose another day to fight. Once Lucifer, sitting on a nearby rock and looking in this direction, asked this, Alciel and Malakota exchanges glances. So, if you want to fight, we're willing to play along. Amongst those present, only Calcabrina froze from Malakota's suggestion. Alciel shrugged and shook his head after glancing sideways at Satan, thus throwing the decision to him. Since this man has returned, I do not have the authority to decide the direction to be taken by the whole group. Satan, who was forced to make a decision, frowned as if he truly thought it was troublesome, and looked down at his body which was covered in injuries. With the current situation, even if we fight again, it wouldn't be exciting at all. That's the problem. Lucifer had given up even before he voiced his criticisms. Satan was very serious when he said this. Hey Malakota. What is it? You said so before, that your goal is for the male branches to prosper forever, right? That's right. You would only feel satisfied if this goal is completed when you are the chieftain. Then, the male branch head chieftain immediately understood the meaning of Satan's words, and smiled in a frustrated manner. About that. Then he pushed Calcabrina aside, and slowly pushed up his body which was covered in barely closed-up wounds. If I can at least witness it happening with my eyes, I will be satisfied. Lord Malakota. The reason Calcabrina screamed was because she had accurately sensed the true meaning behind the words of her head chieftain. "You still owe me one." "That's right," Satan pointed to his own throat with a smile. "As long as you're willing to return that favor, Miss Calcabrina and I will help you convince the other chieftains. What do you think about it?" "Lord Malakota." The scream this time was in protest to Malakota's outrageous suggestion. Satan nodded happily and pointed to the 3 demons behind him. "As long as these guys think that they're better than me, they can stage a rebellion against me anytime. And in fact, they do possess the ability to do so. Don't you think it's amazing?" "Yeah, it's very amazing. I'm depending on you, you know." "Of course. If I find out that you're a useless person, I will take your life with these sharp claws of mine." HMPH, another troublesome guy. Another guy has been tricked. This is annoying. A Dreamlech, Lucifer and Alciel interpreted Malakota's answer in their own way. At this moment, it seems like things have been settled. Bringing the frail-looking Siriato with him, Cameo landed softly. "Oh my, this is surprising." Once Malakota saw Cameo, his eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't this the demon bird general of the Pahalo Denino clan? I did not expect the strongest swordsman, who has been praised to be capable of dominating the skies of the demon world with just his sword, to be under your command. Sir Siriato, it's amazing that you survived." "It feels like I'm about to die." Siriato did not appear to have sustained any serious injuries, but he collapsed on the ground once he landed, and had no intention of getting up at all. "Oh Cameo, you're still alive. This guy will be our comrade from now on." "I'm the one who wants to say you're actually still alive. But your easygoing attitude will gradually become a huge weakness in the future. You are accepting the head chieftain of the male branches. Can't you summon up some dignity and act more politely?" The 2 of them only reunited after experiencing a very dangerous situation. In response to Satan's usual attitude, Cameo gave his usual lecture with an unhappy expression. "Even if you ask me to show some dignity and manners, I have always been acting like this. I'm still a young person compared to all of you, right? And unlike a Dreamlech and Alciel, I do not have any clans people whom I can show a forceful attitude towards, so I don't really like to do that." Satan began to mumble a lot of excuses. "If so," the demon bird general of Pahalo Denino clan, who was so well known that even Malakota did not forget his name, sighed in frustration. "Then, I will put my life on the line to serve you from now on, so please show an aura befitting that of a king, Lord Demon King Satan." Cameo knelt down in front of Satan with smooth movements which did not feel out of place, and said this as he placed his hand on his chest. "Olé." In response to Cameo's sudden actions, Satan widened his eyes in surprise. "See, Cameo. Once Lord Malakota and the Male Branch clan joins us, our Demon King army will be the largest faction in the demon world. When dealing with the person who established, guided, and commanded this group, one would naturally need to show an appropriate level of respect." Him. You are already much more powerful than me, and you already have many dependable comrades who are much more powerful than me. I will now hand over my title as one of the 4 kings to the head chieftain of the male branches, Lord Malakota, stepping off the stage and being under everyone's command, becoming a small source of support for Lord Demon King and the 4 kings. Cameo ignored Satan, who was flustered, and raised his head after saying this. The horns of the small and young demon in the past were currently located at a height which was taller than him. This caused him to look upwards at Satan in a way as if he thought this was dazzling, and said, "Lord Demon King, you have really grown up." What are you doing? You're making it sound as if you no longer have much time left in this world." "Ha, I may already be bag of old bones, but I have not enjoyed the rest of my life yet. Pardon my transgressions, but Lord Demon King still has a long way to go. I will definitely not leave this world without witnessing Lord Demon King conquering it. In addition, rather than this, there is another place you should rush to right. After Cameo said this, he glanced towards Malakota. It was not known if Malakota understood Cameo's intentions, but Satan nodded in agreement. Shall I and the male branch chieftains clean up the rest of the battle so Lord Demon King and the 4 kings can head over first? It's so hard to win against a long-lived old man. Age is the only thing I can win the rest of you in. Cameo laughed happily. It was said that my ancestor Kamanija had seen the Satan-Asark, the castle where the ancient demon king lived. It should be easy to enter the city now, but please be careful when you enter. Yeah, please don't worry and wait for us, and please guide me from now on. I still have many things which require your guidance. Satan knelt towards his family member, who had been the first one to notice his potential and mentored him until now, gripping the other party's hand with force. I'm very honored. Cameo looked down for unknown reasons and replied in a shaky tone. That place was at the end of the never-ending plains, a lot further south of the male branch's territory. In a place where nothing moved other than the sky, wind, clouds, and the 5 people who arrived via the darkness tunnel, there was a group of huge buildings made up of straight lines, an appearance which greatly overturned the demon's knowledge of the world. Oh my, this is amazing. The scale is only a little larger than the home of the male branches, but the appearance of most of these things are made up of straight lines. And it's not made of iron or lead, but from a metal which gives off a strange shine. Did those strange Silver Arm clan members come from here? Malakota and Adramlech voiced their first impressions respectively. Showing serious gazes, Lucifer and Alciel were silent. Satan, what can be found here? Something left behind by the ancient demon king Satan. In response to Adramlech's question, Satan replied in a vague manner, something he rarely did. Something. Does it have anything to do with the Silver Arm clan? Even if it is as what Sir Adramlech said, I had thought that I would be the strongest in the demon world if I could control the Silver Arm clan, but everyone has proven that this is not true. Kyukuku, I do not think that those are the ancient demon king's legacies. Honestly speaking, I don't know either, but the king who had unified the demon world once had ruled this place before. If this is his base, then we are now standing at the same height as the ancient demon king. With this, even if we do not fight after the demons hear about us, they might end up joining us voluntarily. So gaining a symbolic status. Satan nodded in response to Malakota and took one step forward. Be careful, there might be some Silver Arm clan members left here. Most of the Silver Arm clan had been defeated in the battle just now, but a few might still be hiding inside. Don't worry, the Silver Arm clan members inside will not attack others. What? Lucifer was the one who spoke. I can guarantee it. There are still some remaining Silver Arm clan members inside, but the guys inside will not move. Those guys will only take action if they encounter enemies when they're outside. Satan looked towards the strangely confident Lucifer with a perplexed expression, but thinking that he should not be careless, he still moved ahead cautiously. The 5 of them arrived in front of the mysterious building a short while later, but after surveying the surroundings, they could not find any place which looked like an entrance. Do we break in directly? Oh my, that's too dangerous. Other Silver Arm clan members may be hiding nearby. We're already here, so it would be best to avoid attracting trouble because of impatience. They respected the prudent opinion of the head chieftain of the male branches, who had been fighting the Silver Arm clan for more than 5,000 years, and as the 5 of them started to investigate their surroundings carefully. Hey! Alciel discovered something strange. This the same thing as the orb which was covered in eyes from the Silver Arm clan, right? There was something which looked like a hard eyeball embedded in the wall. Could it be possible that Silver Arm clan members will come out from here? Is that so? But looking at it carefully, there is a slit in the wall. If this is the entrance, the height would be suited for those land-moving ones to exit and enter. Satan's deduction caused everyone to tense up a little. Can all of you move aside? But Lucifer floated in the air and made a movement of peeking into the eye within the wall. Oh! They did not know how it worked, but the slit suddenly opened quietly. What did you do just now? Lucifer did not look at Satan and answered. No, I didn't do anything. I just took a peek thinking that something could be seen from there. Could there be other people's side? Lucifer's words deepened the tense atmosphere. An unexpectedly bright straight corridor was located behind the door which opened. It's so low. A Dramelech, who had a large stature, had to bend down in order to enter. Satan's and Alciel's heads were almost touching the ceiling. Proceed carefully. We don't know if there are any traps on the walls. That's right. Sorry, I'll follow behind all of you. I won't be able to move quickly in this corridor. I'll leave the clearing of the path to all of you. They could not have a Dramelech take the lead, but the way he maintained a stern expression even as he tried his best to curl up to follow behind the other four made for an amusing scene. The five of them walked through the long corridor, but they did not encounter any mechanisms which they had to be wary about. Eventually, they reached a spacious area where the ceiling was high enough for a Dramelech to straighten his spine. There are so many split paths here. The ceiling of all these paths are very low. I want to stay here and rest. A Dramelech stretched his stiff muscles and complained. It should be fine, right? This does look like an important place, yet it's not guarded by any soldiers or traps. How about we leave a Dramelech here, then everyone else can explore the place separately? In a rare move, Lucifer gave a constructive suggestion. If they wanted to explore the interior of this huge structure, it would take a long time if the five of them moved together. The five of them were very powerful demons. If they could be defeated by an ambush from the Silver Arm clan, then they were not qualified to come here in the first place. All right, if something happens, then return to the hall where a Dramelech is. Do not attack anything which looks dangerous. We can share what we have discovered later. I understand. Then I'm going this way. Without waiting for the others to reply, Lucifer quickly flew towards one of the corridors. There was a door in front of every corridor, but perhaps it sensed that Lucifer was approaching. It opened quietly just like the door at the beginning and closed after Lucifer entered. Oh my, such impatience. Then I'm taking that door over there. It feels like some sounds are coming from that direction. Yeah, be careful. Your wounds just healed after all. You don't have to worry. After saying this, Malakota briskly walked towards another door and left the scene. Only Satan, Alciel and a Dramelech were left in the hall. At this moment Alciel suddenly spoke. How did you summon the Silver Arm clan to the battlefield? So sudden. As if Satan predicted that Alciel would ask this, he answered without hesitation. It's simple. The land-roving seraph MK3, which the male branches know as the Silver Arm clan, have an alarm function. My initial plan was to have then attacked the male branch's home, and after the non-combatants have escaped, I will cause chaos amongst the chieftains and hope that you guys will attack when you discover this commotion. Since we lost so badly before, as long as all of you have not lost your will to fight, you would definitely monitor the situation here. But once I returned, I heard that all of you have attacked, so I changed my mind. Creating comrades using a common enemy, huh? Satan, you intentionally attracted the Silver Arm clan to the battlefield so we can work together with the male branches. A Dramelech looked down and asked this. Satan nodded and replied. The male branches are different from the azure horns and iron scorpions. They do not view Malakota as their absolute leader and just respect him. The strong chieftains hold joint meetings to protect the interests of their subordinates, so they're quite similar to us in terms of organizational structure. And rather than increasing his own prestige, Malakota is most concerned about the prosperity of the clan. You have met that man Rubicante, right? He seems to be aiming to replace Malakota. I see, just like the relationship between you and Alciel. Adramlich smiled slightly. I want to use that battle to show Malakota that we do not wish to destroy the male branch group. With this, rather than defending his own glory, Malakota would probably choose to prioritize the safety of his clan's people. For this goal, there is a need to have the Silver Arm clan attack that place without causing any sacrifices at the male branch's home. Then we will. Or rather, you guys will defeat those Silver Arm clan members. I really spent a lot of effort on this, you know. To capture a Seraph Mk3 alive together with Lucifer, I don't know how many injuries I received from that. Such a barbaric plan. If we did not act according to your predictions, what do you plan to do? Adramlich, you asked a stupid question. HMPH, how boring. You wanted to say that Lord Cameo and Alciel would definitely act that way, right? You too. From the formation this time, you worked properly with Alciel and took on a dangerous task, right? I trust all of you. If it's you guys, you would definitely do this even if I died. We did act on the pretext that you were dead. Kukuku. Alciel, who had been silent after he asked the question, sighed. Such an incorrigible person. You may have said that, but because you also understood all of this, that's why you waited for Lucifer and Malakota to leave before asking. Adramlich poked Alciel's shoulder, and the latter nodded nonchalantly and answered. I wish to clarify my doubts, but if I mention this in front of Malakota, it might offend the other chieftains. They, the male branches, have realized the importance of cooperation from this incident, so they would become more troublesome in the future. I welcome the idea of my comrades getting stronger, though. Satan laughed off Alciel's worries. Then, let's go explore a bit too. This place doesn't seem to have any kind of earth-shaking magic spell which can control the demon world in one go, but there are so many new things around, so it feels really interesting. All right. I'll wait here, be careful. Lucifer flew through the intricate passageways without hesitation. He was blocked by a few thick metal doors on the way, but as long as he peeked into the eyeballs embedded into the wall just like the one on the exterior wall, he could open all the doors easily. After passing through a few doors, he arrived at a space which was smaller than the weapons storage room in the Azure Horn Stone City. White ceiling, white floor, white walls. There was an oval-shaped protrusion in the middle of the room. That was a bed with a transparent hard shell, shaped like an egg of a demonic insect. Lucifer stood in that room for a while, feeling dazed, then inhaled forcefully. I feel like throwing up. After he mumbled this expressionlessly, he concentrated demonic magic onto his right hand and swept through the whole room at full power. The walls were pierced through and the room crumbled easily, but Lucifer did not even look at the remains of the damage he caused and turned around, walking towards the path he opened up. Then he spat on the ground, smirked and said, I don't remember anything after all. What was that sound just now? It seems to be the sound of something being destroyed. Did Lucifer or Malakota encounter the Silver Arm clan? No way are they all right. The sound stopped. As long as they're not killed, they're all right. Alciel's savage standard of judgment caused Satan to show a wry smile, but ever since the two of them started exploring, not only had they not encountered any Silver Arm clan, they did not sense any signs of life, so Satan did not think that there were any existences in this ancient city which could cause danger to Lucifer, Malakota, or Adramlich. In a certain sense, Malakota felt his life was in danger. But the calmness he had as a chieftain helped him in analyzing the situation correctly, and he judged that he was not in danger. Oh my, this is unbelievable. In front of him was the Silver Arm clan, so numerous that they could reenact the battlefield from earlier, but their appearance was a little strange. Within the unlit spacious hall, there were rows and rows of the land-roving Silver Arm clan. However, all of them were looking down and not moving at all. They don't look dead. Even in the dim environment, he could clearly see that their shiny bodies were not damaged at all. But they did not move at all, as if they were dead. Worried that the Silver Arm clan present would suddenly raise their heads and shoot the terrifying lasers from their hands, Maō-sama remained wary, but no matter how much he held his breath and waited, there was no movement within the hall. There was a sound. There was a glow in the corner of the hall. Maō-sama erased his presence as much as possible, and approached that glow lightly. There was a door which was large enough for one Silver Arm clan member to pass through. Then one Silver Arm clan member approached the hall from the other side. There are some left over after all. Maō-sama assumed a battle-ready position, facing the Silver Arm clan member who pushed itself into the hall from the other side of the glowing door. However, after the newly appeared Silver Arm clan member was brought to the hall by a transportation floor panel, it lined up behind those which were here before it, hung its head just like its companions in the hall, and stopped moving. What is this? What are the Silver Arm clan? In the dimly lit large hall, Maō-sama bit on the claw on his right hand, deep in thought. There are lights everywhere, and strange sounds can be heard too. There should be some functions which are operating within this building. Yeah, this place does have many things we have not seen before, but they do not seem to be useful for gaining control over the demon world. Just based on the exploring Satan and Alciel did so far, this building may be filled with design concepts and materials which did not exist in the demon world. But after trying to deduce the function of this place, the two of them concluded that it was not much different from the Azure Horn Stone City. This building had many communal activity areas, places for sleeping, and a window which allowed people to fly directly to the outside sky if they wished to do so. This place was very large for a residential building which was not carved out from the natural environment. But just like what Maō-sama said, the floor area was only slightly larger than the male branch's home. Having the largest population in the demon world, after the male branches joined them, this area would not be able to accommodate everyone in the Demon King army. It would be viable if we use it as a new base. That's how it feels like, right? Satan did not answer, and it looked like he was still looking for something. It's here, I guess. After strolling around for a while, the two of them discovered a passage which was larger than the others. The ceiling was very high up too, providing enough height for a Draimlech to stand up straight. It looks like some kind of important facility. The material of the floor and walls were different, and even if the one observing was not Alciel, they would be able to tell that this was an important place. Deep within the corridor was a door which was different from the other doors. It was in a half-open state. What is this? There were strange burn marks which existed only around that door. There was no such thing around the other doors and the other separating walls. Only this door showed signs of being attacked or hit by some kind of powerful force. Unlike the other places which were illuminated by mystical lights, the area behind the half-open door was completely dark, creating an eerie atmosphere. Alciel raised his guard, but Satan only frowned slightly and stepped into the dark room without hesitation. The state of the room changed immediately. What is this? Once Satan stepped into the room, the interior lit up just like the other areas, and the whole wall and one table started to flash with mysterious lights. The glow produced by the wall and table reminded them of the heads of the Silver Arm clan. It was a big room, but compared to the area of the room and the table, It was the chair which was strange. Is this it? He was faced with these mysterious changes, but Satan walked to the middle of the room without wavering. There were two thick marble discs there, located opposite each other on the ceiling and the floor. It really exists. Satan was not really talking to Alciel, but mumbling to himself, as if he was directing it to someplace far away. Satan was wearing a crudely made hooded cape which was similar to Malakota's tattered cape. He tightly gripped the chest area of the cape and groaned, and at that moment, the discs on the ceiling and floor glowed respectively, and after the two beams of lights connected, a light orb appeared at their eye level. This is our world. What? This is all I know. I don't know about anything after this. As if he returned to the times of his youth, Satan showed an uneasy expression, but he still reached for the light orb. Satan Asark, are you willing to tell me what's on the other side of the sky? Just as Satan's hand touched the orb. Oh my, what's going on? Who are enemies attacking? This shaking is. Malakota, Adramlech, and Lucifer, scattered within the Satan Asark, raised their heads quickly when they felt an impact which made the whole Satan Asark shake and the continuous tremors following that. What happened? Alciel surveyed his surroundings as well, but other than the tremors, the only other change was that some of the lights within the room had begun to flash. Satan's expression did not change at all and his hand was still on the light orb. Alciel, look at that. What? Once Alciel looked in the direction which Satan was looking at, and noticed that, in the area which had only been a wall before, a window-like object had appeared. Window? No, this is an illusion. This is called a screen. This is a tool which allows someone to observe the situation outside even if they are within this room. It's something like a window. That wall over there has turned into the largest window. The situation outside, the image shown on the thing which was known as a screen, was that of the plains where they had landed earlier. Dust and sand had been stirred up because of the tremors just now, but nothing strange was being shown on screen. Being shocked speechless would be apt to describe moments like this. The ground gradually disappeared from the screen. The red earth which took up the bottom half of the screen began to shift downwards, making it possible to see faraway locations. And in the final image which was seen, half of it was made up of the sky, which felt so close, and one might think it was possible to touch the clouds by just stretching out their hand. When they came back to their senses, the tremors had stopped. But they felt this mysterious feeling beneath their feet. It was as if they were floating. Let's go and take a look outside. Satan, who had taken his hand off the light orb at an unknown time, said this to Alciel, who was staring at the screen in a stunned manner, and the latter could only follow behind him like a somnambulist. When Satan moved towards the balcony so he could take a clear look at the outside, Alciel never noticed the lack of hesitation in Satan's footsteps. After the two of them moved to the balcony, which was enveloped in a strange transparent material, to see the outside. This is. Alciel could not help but shout out. It was floating. This huge building was looking down at the vast land of the demon world from the sky. A sky city. Alciel had to take back what he said before. The castle was flying. How strong of a visual shock could this cause? The scarier thing was that the energy which allowed this huge building to fly did not seem to be demonic magic. To make such a huge thing fly, a significant amount of energy would be required, but within the Satan Asark, there was only demonic magic originating from the five of them. In other words, there were probably other sources of energy which maintained this floating state. Just being capable of freely wielding this overwhelming existence might be enough to conquer the demon world. Hey Alciel. What is it? What do you think about this thing? Isn't it obvious? Alciel spoke in a rare excited tone. This is an unmatched terrifying power in the demon world. As long as we have the Satan Asark, this floating city, none of the clans would be our match. Yeah, you're right. Satan, what did you do before you made this city float? You always wanted to go to the Satan Asark since a long time ago. Did you already know that this city could float? I only heard of it, and it did not believe it completely. Whether it was the Silver Arm clan, Satan Asark, or the power to fly in the air, I only treated it as an imaginary story. Because I'm controlling it based on my vague impressions, I'm a little relieved now. Is something wrong? Even after witnessing such immense power, an unexpected emotion was displayed on Satan's face. It's nothing, I just feel a little uneasy. I just realized it now, but I have been working towards this goal the whole time and did not think about anything after that. With this, I'm not sure if I can continue doing this in the future. Alciel got a huge shock. The whole time, Satan had been building up his own faction with revolutionary ideals and actions. So Alciel thought that, after Satan obtained such a strong power, he would be able to achieve anything. But Satan did not think so. The reason was clear. After taking in the male branches, Satan's faction occupied half the demon world. With the addition of this floating city, his territory was as stable as a rock. He and his Demon King army had always been fighting against strong enemies. First, he confronted the strongest vagrant demon alone. Then he commanded Cameo and the others for the first time to defeat the Azure Horns and a Dramelech. When his faction was finally organized into a group, the opponent became a noble clan in the north led by Alciel, which made the Azure Horns taste defeat once before. And lastly, they finally conquered the male branches who had the largest population and were proud of their more advanced social structure. However, their opponents from now on would be factions which were smaller than Satan and the Demon King army, though there might be terrifying clans which they had never seen before in the areas which they had never been to. But Satan, who had been continuously challenged stronger powers so far, had become an overwhelmingly powerful person after obtaining the Satan Asark. The remaining tasks for conquering the demon world consisted of battles of conquering the weaklings as a strong power. Standing at this height for the first time shook this young demon. This giant was still a youth who had not reached 200 years of age. He had climbed to this height in a terrifyingly short period. This was a realm which Alciel, who spent the past 1,000 years protecting his clan's people, could not imagine at all. And just now, his family member who raised him, and was the one he depended on the most, declared that Satan had surpassed him. He was standing at the top alone. Alciel looked towards that Satan. I think that you do not need to feel uneasy. Hey, just like that mighty demon bird general, he bowed his head and knelt to that young demon who would not even half his age. At any time, I and the other 4 kings of the Demon King army will be your foundation stone, your sword, your eyes, your ears, and your mouth, supporting you. Alciel, you, being the leader, is lonely. But even if the 4 kings cannot reach the height which you have, we have experienced the loneliness of being the leader of our clans. Malakota will probably become an outstanding advisor in the future. Then, just like Cameo, Alciel raised his head and said that name. Lord Demon King Satan. At this instant, Alciel, the clan leader of the Iron Scorpions, became Alciel, one of the 4 kings of the Demon King army. Please run forward as much as you want. The rest of us swear to chase after your back, and we will definitely not be left behind. This Demon King who was too young needed help from others. Alciel swore from the bottom of his heart to support this youth's path to dominance. Witness the scene after that together with him, then. Then I have no choice but to run. Satan said with a perplexed and happy expression. If the rest of you catch up, no number of lives would be enough. Alciel and Satan had learned the meaning of this sentence from Malakota. You are correct. Alciel bowed his head deeply once again. then on his face which could not be seen by himself or Satan. Oh, it's floating, HM. Satan, I discovered a place which looks like the lair of the Silver Arm clan, but all of them are not moving, like they have lost their soul. Oh my. The ceiling is so low everywhere, I can't take this. Then again, what's with those tremors? Oh. At this moment, Lucifer, Malakoda and Adramlech also arrived at this place. Once they saw Alciel kneeling in front of Satan, they widened their eyes in surprise. The new pact formed between master and servant on the balcony, which overlooked the vast lands of the demon world, caused the three demons to become speechless. Final chapter. Ashia, what are you doing? Ah, Demon King Sama. This was the throne hall in the demon fortress. In front of the horizontally placed Adramlechinus demonic spear, Ashia was giving various detailed instructions to the Hack and Knight troops. Oh, you're cleaning it. Upon closer inspection, everyone was gathering around the spear, which was as thick as one of the pillars in the castle, wiping or using shovels to poke at the body of the spear. Yes, it was abandoned in Fincey and exposed to the weather for a long time. In addition, to secure the end to the ground, the humans used something akin to cement to secure it. We won't be able to use it to repair the demon fortress in this state, so I wanted to remove the excess parts first. That's true. This is something left behind by Adramlech. Clean it properly. Understood. Ashia nodded lightly. Then Maō looked at the spear with some emotion and said, Malakoda didn't leave anything behind, huh? Yes, but the fact that something belonging to Adramlech had been preserved is a miracle. From the perspective of inheritance, the concept of inheritance rights do not exist. Other than Adramlech and Maō-sama, no one else uses specialized weapons. On the contrary, within the male branches, many people have inherited Malakoda's ideals. Sai, that is true, but once this topic is mentioned, I start to think about the past. The past? Yeah, didn't we renovate the Satan Asarch? Such as modifying the appearance so the people of the Demon King army could accept it, or increasing the height of the ceiling so Adramlech could stand straight, gathering rocks to reconstruct some areas, and going against the demon's usual practices. We even organized something like a completion ceremony. Completion ceremony? Oh, you're referring to that. Demon King Sama would sit on the throne, then the four of us would stand in front of the officers and soldiers of the Demon King army to give our instructions. I had an impression that this occurred before we attacked a certain clan located to the west of the male branches. That was the first attack we carried out after obtaining the Satan Asarch. We even happily said that we would fly over directly, causing many demons to fall over the edge. Did such a thing happen? By the way, you started to become a person of few words since that time. When I was fighting with the Iron Scorpions in the past, you spoke a lot, but ever since then, you became less inclined to speak. But you became more like your past self recently. Did your mental state change? Oh, you were referring to this. Ashia used the towel on his neck to wipe his sweat away and said, Before the grand campaign in the north, when we met for the first time in the Iron Scorpion's dwelling, does Demon King Sama remember what you said to me? Me? What did I say? Ashia nodded slightly. If you say too much, you'll regret it when you cannot achieve it later. Silence is golden. When I said that I wanted to kill you, you said this. To think that you still remember such a minor thing. Ever since then, I experienced many new things continuously. In fact, I did lose in that grand campaign, and even if I was told that I could find opportunities to kill you, I never did anything to you directly. Even when Demon King Sama was captured by the male branches, I was given the prime opportunity to snatch the Demon King army. But from the beginning to the end, forget about killing Demon King Sama, I could not even replace you. Simply put, I was ashamed of myself who said so many great things yet did not achieve anything. So ever since that time, I only spoke when necessary. It was a reaction to that incident. Then why are you talking more now? When there is a need, I will speak. Seriously, as long as I stay in the human world, there are so many necessary tasks, and I can't relax at all. Even so, because I don't have to worry about Urashihara spending money over the internet during this period, I feel that I am speaking slightly less now. I don't feel that there is a significant difference. Is that so? At this moment the phone in Mao's pocket vibrated. Oh, I should be returning to Sasuzuka soon, else it would interfere with tomorrow's work. Sorry for disturbing you when you're working. I will come back about 3 days later. I understand. As much as possible, please try to settle your meals using the chocolate given by Sasaki-san and the others. That's mean. When I finally can return to Ente Isla any time, the only things I can eat are chocolate and those I buy from eating out. Can I bring some kitchen tools back? You rarely use those here, right? It can't be helped. The small pot and the flat pan used for frying eggs will be rarely used. Please bring those back. My treatment and my subordinates are too much. Helping their master live modestly is also a job of a subordinate. Only eating out will only cause me to gain weight, so it's not related to living modestly at all. Then I'm going to take those things and go back on my own. Is it on the ground? After discovering that the pot and the flat pan could not be found in the 6 tatami space within the throne room, Maō flew downstairs from the window. Seeing his master acting all frantic, Ashia showed an expression. Even if that person was not Rika, they would be able to tell what he was thinking from that expression. Seriously, even if it would be a little difficult, I should return to Sasuzuka at least twice a week. This was an expression which showed how worried he was for Maō from the beginning to the end. The energy which allowed the Satanasarch to fly depleted after moving from the plains located to the south of the male branch's territory to the edge of the river frozen by a Dramelech and the others. After the altitude started to decrease significantly, Satan said regretfully, unexpectedly, it can't fly that well. It seems to be that way, but since such a huge mass has to be lifted, it can't be helped, right? It hasn't been operated in so long, perhaps a lot of places have turned old. In the first place, we don't really know what is the source of the energy which allowed this city to fly, so we probably have to analyze this part first. Lucifer did not seem that surprised about it. Talking about old, the empty shells of the Silver Arm clan are the same. There are also many places that we haven't explored, so we'll have to patrol one more time to check everything. If it can't fly anymore, I would be very depressed. It wouldn't make any difference even if it can't fly anymore. Since it's here anyway, we might as well leave it here. If it's located too close to the Stone City, the functions will overlap. Isn't it good to have a base between the Stone City and the male branch's home? A Dramelech, who could not move freely within the Satanasarch, seemed to want to leave this place and go outside as soon as possible. Whether it's for making adjustments or understanding it fully, time would be needed for the Dorudolf clan to conduct a thorough investigation on the Satanasarch. I heard there are people who specialize in researching on the Silver Arm clan within the male branches. Malakota, what do you think? As for Alciel, he was already making plans for what to do next. Oh my, it is research, but all we did is conduct autopsies on the Silver Arm clan. If that is all right, then I'll contact Calcabrina and Barbarixia about it. I touched a lot of things later, but if you encounter places where there are eyeball things embedded in the wall and can't open it, then call me over. I can open it with just one look. You can open it with just one look. What's going on? Is there a demon buried in the wall? A Dramelech, this idea is rather interesting. Why don't we include this function into the Stone City too? It's still being rebuilt anyway, right? As the culprit who damaged that place, do you have the right to say such things? The frozen river and barren plains were located outside the balcony. Other than that, There were still some signs of battle as well as the male branches, and the soldiers of the Demon King army who gathered around after seeing the Satan Asarch floating in the air. Satan looked down at the demons, who rushed over with Cameo and Calcabrina in the lead and said, Lucifer, Helm Adramlech. Yeah. Alciel. Yes. Malakota. Kukuku. We will be able to unify the demon world soon. Continue to lend me your power from now on. Alciel responded first, then Adramlech. Malakota responded slowly and shrugging his shoulders. Lucifer responded last. Leave it to me, Lord Demon King Satan. The beginnings of the dream drawn out by the young Satan Jacob was already complete, and just 50 years after that, the demon world completed its unification under Demon King Satan. End. Fragment chapter. When Emeralda returned, looking frail with eye bags under her eyes, the 3 male branches had already left more than 1 hour ago. Ooh, cough cough, this is horribly. You have been at the riverbank the whole time. Suzuno was shocked by Emeralda's frail expression and patted her on the back comfortingly. No matter how much I rinse my mouth, there will still be a bitter toasty lingering at the back of my tomb. It's that serious, huh? Because Emme loves sweet food a lot. Emmy smiled wryly in a half-stunned, half-pitying manner. That's a trap, I tell you. It was emitting such a deep and elegant chocolate scent, but it was so bitter. Didn't Chihodono say a few times that 99% concentration would be very bitter? Doesn't slightly bitter chocolate taste sweet? That is correct, but that is not the problem. Even if I know it's bitter, I thought it would just taste like coffee with added sugar at most. How is that thing considered chocolate? It's wood charcoal. Suzuno did not know if Emeralda, who was a noble, had ever eaten wood charcoal, but the resentment for food was deep, and the resentment for desserts would persist even longer. Emme, eat this to make you feel better. These are white chocolate biscuits which Chiho-chan made later. Amu, at least wait until you're done eating before speaking. Together with her petite stature, that figure who stuffed the biscuit into her mouth such that her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel, did not match with her title of Holy Saint Air Court Sorceress. In the eyes of the bystanders, Emeralda looked like she was being fed by Emmy. Anyone who did not know the two of them would definitely think that Emmy was older than Emeralda. However, Suzuno suddenly surveyed her surroundings as if she was concerned about something. At least there was no suspicious people within her line of sight. Belle, what's wrong? Emmy, who felt uneasy at Suzuno's wary attitude, asked this. It's nothing. But Suzuno frowned, turned towards Emeralda and asked. Emeralda Dono, may I ask about something? Yes, Emeralda's mouth was still filled with biscuit. May I know what kind of food does Emeralda Dono normally eat in Saint Air? Fu Eme. Emmy, who could not tolerate it anymore, passed her bottled tea to Emeralda so the latter could swallow the biscuit. Why are you asking this so suddenly? I would usually eat very normal foods, you knew. Is that so? If it's all right with you, can you describe the food to me? Akue, ooh. Even if she felt perplexed by Suzuno's sudden question, Emeralda still placed one finger on her chin and started to recall. About that, I won't leave the director's office when I'm in the Management Institute, so I would always ask someone to deliver the food. I would eat some sandwiches and fruit in the morning if I'm too busy in the afternoon. I would settle lunch with bread and soup at night. I would prioritize vegetables over fish or meat. I see. Suzuno replied, as if she felt a little disappointed. Because Emeralda's answer was different from what she imagined, and was more normal than she expected. Do you normally drink wine? It's not that I don't drink, but Miss Bell should know it too. Re-ite wine will speed up blood circulation and would cause a negative impact on spell casting, so I would only drink during ceremonies or festivals. Is something wrong? It's nothing. I'm very sorry. This might sound rude, but I have never seen Emeralda Dono eat anything other than desserts, so I became curious about your usual diet. Is that so? I seem to have eaten every type of food which is offered in Japan. Thug. Yeah, she really ate just about everything. Hey. It might be Suzuno's imagination, but it felt as if Emi's gaze had become a little hollow. I would not eat that much normally. It's all because Japan's food is too delicious. Japan does have a rich variety of food. Of course, as a public servant of Saint Airy, I do control myself, you know. If people knew that the directory of the Sorcery Management Institute is a glutton, it would affect the prestige of the country. Nug. Suzuno choked. By the way, what kind of sandwiches do you normally eat, and what kind of soup do you normally drink? I wish to use that as a reference to increase the number of recipes in my daily cooking. Let me think. Suzuno had asked this rather awkwardly, but Emeralda answered without hesitation. My favorite sandwich is chocolate buttercream. Emi and Suzuno gasped at the same time. The breakfast bento sandwich, which I ate in Japan before, was too tasty, so I had someone reproduce it here. Then I recently became obsessed with vichyssoyas. Vichyssoise referred to chilled potato cream soup, but recently in Japan, this term was also used to describe various kinds of chilled soups. I love pumpkin the most, and there is a type of pumpkin in the northern continent known as the miracle gold. It's really sweet and delicious. Making a vichyssoise after cooking and pureeing it is such a masterpiece. Emi could only nod. For dinner, the vegetables used would be honeydew and tomatoes with a peach scent, and salad made with crushed apples. So sweet, this was all sweet. The dishes described by Emeralda were all too sweet. But I recently changed my snacks, and the dessert for dinner to the desserts I sneaked back from Japan, having to secretly eat them away from anyone's sight or hearing, is really a lot of work. It was still very sweet. It feels like my mouth is being filled with a sweet taste just by listening to this. That's right. Without considering the chocolate we ate just now, I am close to reaching my limit. But it's not like I only eat sweet food, you knew. The salad cracker Miss Rika recommended to me is really tasty. If I eat too much, I won't be able to finish my meals. Emilia, how old is Emeralda Dono this year? She did not tell me her actual age, but she should be at least 5 years older than me. Having a court sorceress who ate so many snacks that she could not finish her meals, would Saint Air really be all right? Emi and Suzuno became slightly worried about the Empire's future. However, Suzuno knew something which was more worrisome, and she had to tell Emeralda about it. Emeralda Dono, I want to warn you about something. Why, yes? Suzuno showed a serious expression, causing Emeralda to widen her eyes in surprise. Firstly, it would be better to change your current eating habits. Why are you saying this so suddenly? Emeralda Dono said so just now. If people knew that you were a glutton, it would affect the country's prestige. I did say thought, but I won't act that way in front of authors. This is just my personal hobby. Emeralda pouted slightly, but Suzuno shook her head with a serious expression. It has been found out. It has been found out by another country. What was found? The fact that Emeralda Dono only eat desserts. Emeralda let out an airheaded sound. The enclosure leader of the northern continent, already knows about Emeralda Dono's eating habits. Because she has always lived a luxurious life and cares only for desserts, she can't grow taller at all. For people like her, they would become unhealthily obese when they're old. The influential leader of the northern continent, the enclosure leader Din-dem-ers, had helped Suzuno and the others retrieve the Adramlachinus demonic spear. She was a generous old lady. Suzuno had been rendered speechless by her on their first meeting, but it was dangerous to underestimate her because of her age and attitude. The fact that Din-dem-ers had been able to obtain information on the eating habits of the court sorceress of the most powerful country in the Western continent despite being in the Northern continent was a scary thing. You should pay more attention to those around you. You're right, I will be careful. Perhaps she had understood what Suzuno's words were implying. Emeralda nodded seriously, but that tension lasted for less than 5 seconds. I hate this. I want to live a life of only eating sweet things. This is a good opportunity. You were saying that you have gained weight recently. Why don't you take the chance to go on a diet? Emilia, that's too cruel. As if she was comforting her younger sister, Emmy patted Emeralda's head with a troubled smile on her face as Emeralda hugged her waist tearfully. Looking at this scene, it was really difficult to think that Emeralda was older than Emmy. Since even Madame Din-dem-ers knows about it, you cannot continue to make a fool of yourself. If you want to eat desserts, you can do that when you come here or when you go to Japan again. You're right. Emeralda buried her face in Emmy's stomach and mumbled this. Seeing the two of them acting like this, Suzuno sighed internally. Emmy probably did not view this seriously, because to Emmy, whether it was Emeralda or Din-dem-ers, they were people who worked together with her during the journey to fight against the Demon King and the current battle to defeat God, irreplaceable comrades. So even if she could understand the burden they carried, she would not discover the darkness behind. If they wanted to retrieve the ancient Demon King Satan's legacy, Adramlachinus, demonic spear, they definitely required Din-dem-ers' help. Din-dem-ers only provided assistance on a personal capacity during this demonic spear retrieval operation, but they could not guarantee or expect her to continue to act on her personal capacity in the future. Suzuno's felt a little dejected. Emeralda might be the same as well. Whether they wished for it or not, the embers of conflicts between humans have started to surround the world which would form after the battle to defeat God, gradually spreading below the stage. Could the humans of Ente Isla seal those embers like flowers in water? Or would they allow those embers to float out of the water and wreak havoc, turning into a fearsome blaze? Really, only the gods would know about this. Suzuno's sigh dissipated into the air of the central continent, leaving no impact on the future of the world. And afterward. The afterword mentions some of the plot in this volume. For those readers who start reading from the afterword, please take note of this. This volume is the 18th novel in the Denjiki Bunko Hataraku, Maō-sama series, but the title is neither 17 nor 18, but 0 to 2. When this volume reaches everyone's hands, it should be after September 2016. Of course, I would try my best to send Volume 17 to everyone as soon as possible. The beginning of the story in this volume takes place around the end of Volume 16, but the main content talks about the events which happened not long after the end of Volume 0. In other words, it is the sequel of Mao's, Ashiya's, and Urashihara's past stories. Even if names appeared in the first volume of the novel, clans appeared in the 4th volume of the novel, and their appearances were shown in the first episode of the anime adaptation. The last demon general who had never appeared in any of this Malacoda finally saw the chance to appear in this volume. Already dead at the start of the story and lacking presence because his clan's people had strong personalities. Let me tell everyone a secret. Actually, before writing this officially, even the author did not know what kind of guy he was. Then finally, the first female demon in the history of Hataraku, Maō-sama, appeared. This is the female demon presented by Wagahara, who only used one line to describe the female characters entering the baths, but one page to describing the landlady's appearance during the revising of the manuscript, angering the editor. What kind of coquettish, devilish lady will appear? Please look forward to it. For the readers who have finished the volume, please go easy on me. The story this time presents the story of the men who fight to survive, or live on in their own way. Because they understand that they have to battle in order to survive, no matter what kind of battles they face, they would not give up and challenge it. Having experienced many battles in the past, they will continue to challenge new battles, livelihoods in the future. I hope I can meet everyone again in the afterword of the other volumes which describe this future. See you.